Okay. I should be live, hopefully. Um, okay. I'm in a MrBeast building competition. I don't know if I can win. No, I can win. But, I'm just gonna play some scary videos. I guess you're, kind of entertained, at least, while I'm building, you know? Wait, let me check some... no, it's fine.
At the end of today's story, a lot of you are going to be shaking your head, wondering how in the world could they have missed that? But before we get
There
into
you
today's
go.
story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format,
Close.
then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload 2 or 3 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please offer to make the like button a sandwich of their choosing, but when you build it, make it between 2 very thin, stale, rye bread heels. Also, please... 2 very
It
thin,
wasn't that funny.
stale rye bread heels. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's story.
Let's go.
In 2006, Heather Kwan was a 21-year-old college student living in the small residential town of Desert Hills in Arizona. From a very young age, Heather was someone who always seemed to give her friendship to the people who needed it the most, people who were hurting on the inside or who society had kind of forgotten about. This is why when she was a teenager and a young adult, she would often spend her weekends volunteering her time with underprivileged children. It's also why she aspired to go to law school and become a defense lawyer, because she loved the idea
I
of
hope I win
professionally
too.
helping
Thank
people
you.
that
I
desperately
got
needed
this.
her help.
I
She
got
lived in
this.
a rental
I
home
have
with
an
a
idea.
boyfriend who
This
was
may look
18 years
ugly right
old. His
now,
name
but
was
it will
Ryan
look
Waller,
nice, okay?
and
Eventually.
amongst other things, he was
Gotta
a
wait.
huge
I
gun
just started.
enthusiast and a student. That year,
I have
the
a
couple had
perfect
made
idea of what I
plans to
can do.
visit Ryan's father, Don, on Christmas Day, so on December 25th. But when the day came and Don had made dinner for the couple and was expecting them, they didn't show up. And so Don tried contacting both of them, but when he couldn't, he just had a bad feeling that something was off. It was just very uncharacteristic of them to just no-show. But instead of driving over to their property himself, Don just called the local police and asked them to do a welfare check. The police arrived at the
I'm
house
trying
in
not to
Desert
look at
Hills, Arizona.
other
They
people's
knocked on the
builds because
door, but there
I
was no
wanna,
answer. They looked in the windows and some lights were
you
on,
know,
but it was mostly dark inside, and they
that's
couldn't really
probably like
tell
5
from the
chunks.
car in the driveway if that belonged to the homeowners or somebody else.
There you go.
And so they stood there for a second, they're looking in the windows, there's no movement. They knock again while simultaneously calling out that, hey, we're the police, we're here to do a welfare check, just want to make sure you guys are okay. And this time, after they were done knocking, they heard the deadbolt unlock, and then the door swung inward into the house, and standing right in front of them was Ryan. Ryan had this huge bruise on his left eye, this big black eye, and he had a cut on his nose, and he was just standing there, not saying
I like
anything,
falling
not
asleep to
asking any
these type of
questions,
stories.
just looking
They're
at
really
them.
nice.
And they looked past Ryan into his house, and they saw there was a woman lying on the couch, which they presumed was his girlfriend Heather, because that was the 2 people they were coming to look for. And so they turned their attention back to Ryan, and they asked him, what happened to your eye? And Ryan was a little bit cagey. He didn't really give them a straight answer. He basically said, I don't know. I don't know what happened to my eye. And, the police didn't really pry that much, but eventually they determined that Ryan was more or less okay, albeit a little bit strange. And then they said, okay, well, who's the woman who's lying on the couch? Is that Heather? And Ryan, again, was kind of cagey and a little bit dismissive and said something along the lines of, she's just sleeping. And so the police said to him, look, we're here on a welfare check. Your father sent us here to check on you guys. And so we have to go in there and wake her up and make sure she's okay. And so Ryan, again, was just a little bit weird and kind of defensive and didn't really immediately comply, but eventually did step out of the way. And the police walked into the residence, they walked over to the couch, and as soon as they looked down at the girl on the couch, which was Heather, they saw right away that she was not asleep, she was dead. And she had been for at least a couple of days. She had died from a single gunshot wound to the head. Immediately, Ryan was arrested and brought out to a squad car. He didn't fight the arrest, but he did emphatically say he didn't know what was going on, he didn't understand what was happening, he didn't know what happened to Heather, he just seemed kind of generally confused. But regardless, he was thrown in the back of the police car outside the property, and he would sit there for several hours while more and more police and paramedics arrived to process the crime scene and also to transfer Heather's body to a morgue. Finally, around 5 a.m. on December 26th, the police brought Ryan, who was still in the back of this police car, to the Phoenix police station for questioning. The interrogation followed, this hour-long interrogation,
I could build a really long volcano, or a really big volcano.
Relatively normally, but it would quickly devolve into this totally bizarre back and forth between Ryan and the detective who was questioning him. And then at the end of the interrogation, there would be this stunning revelation. From this point until the end of today's video, we're going to be showing you clips from the actual interrogation. When you get to the end of this video and you hear the revelation, and trust me, you will not
There's so many more blocks.
I would encourage you to then go back and watch the clips of the interrogation, or just go online and watch the entire interrogation, because it's totally mind-blowing watching this thing, knowing what's really going on. In the video, Ryan is led into this sort of nondescript, small interrogation room at 5:08 a.m. on December 26th. So he's just arrived at the station, they put him in this room, he's wearing this white jumpsuit that might have been issued by police, maybe he owned it, but it definitely looks more like prison attire. He's got no shoes on, no socks on, and his hands are not cuffed. And so he walks into the room and he sits down in the chair that's in the back corner of the interrogation room, and this chair is right next to this table, and then on the other side of this table is another chair. And so Ryan sits down in the corner, he's kind of facing out towards the middle of the room, he's quiet, he's basically not moving, and then at some point he notices there is a handcuff that's connected to this table. Now, in some cases, the police would handcuff the person they were interviewing in this room, but in this case, Ryan was not told that he needed to put this handcuff on. He was uncuffed, so there was no directive that he needed to have this handcuff on.
I don't like these blocks. I don't like the tall blocks, actually. That's probably it. What's happening in the video? That's why I need 2 monitors. What?
After handcuffing himself to this table, Ryan turns and puts his arms over this table, and he lays down, puts his head in his arms, and he lays that way for about 5 minutes.
I know what I could use.
Periodically, he makes a few groaning sounds, but for the most part,
actually, let me just look through the blocks.
And then all of a sudden, as he's laying there, he suddenly makes a fairly loud moaning sound, and he stands up in his chair like he's going to walk out of the room, but as soon as he starts to walk away, the handcuff stops him. The handcuff that he was not told to put on. And so he's stuck against this table, but he doesn't seem fazed by it. He looks almost confused by what's happening, but he doesn't dwell on it for very long. Instead, he just reaches across the table and grabs a blank piece of paper, and then he just sits back down in the seat, he crosses his legs, and he starts looking at this piece of paper. At 5:17 a.m., so
what is it called again?
minutes into this interrogation, which really hasn't even started yet, Ryan is intently looking at this blank piece of paper when a detective walks into the interrogation room. This detective was named Dalton, and he informs Ryan that they're going to be taking pictures of his feet, and so he needs to put his feet up on the table that's right next to him. Ryan at first acts very confused and doesn't really understand what's happening, but he eventually complies and he puts his feet up on the table, and by the time his feet are up there, another officer walks into the interrogation room, and he's got a camera and he's got this big kit with him, and he would begin about a 10-minute long process of photographing Ryan's feet and also
auto jump is on.
During this 10-minute session, Dalton stays in the room, and so Ryan periodically asks him if he can just leave and go home, seemingly unaware of how serious this situation really was for him. And when Dalton would tell him, "No, you can't leave," Ryan would act totally frustrated and kind of angry and upset, kind of like how a child would act if they were told they couldn't have something they really wanted to. At 5:28 a.m., after this 10-minute session is complete and they've photographed and swabbed Ryan's feet, the second officer leaves the room and Dalton shuts the door behind him, and then he walks over to the table and he grabs the chair on the other side from Ryan. He drags it out so it's closer to Ryan, and then he sits down and introduces himself. After that, he begins asking Ryan some very basic questions. He asks him to confirm his name, which he does. He asks him to confirm his date of birth and his social security number, and Ryan does both those things. And then he asks Ryan if he understands why he was there, why he was being interrogated. And Ryan says no. And so at this point, Dalton says, okay, let's just stop right now. I'm going to read you your rights. And so it's at this point in the interrogation that Ryan's behavior starts to get really, really weird. After Dalton tells Ryan he needs to read him his rights, you can see Ryan doesn't compute what he's saying. He's just kind of looking blankly, and Dalton seems to pick up on that, and so he tries to make it kind of lighthearted, and he says, hey Ryan, I'm going to read you your rights like they do on TV, like on Cops and on Law and Order and CSI, any of those crime shows, they read people their rights. That's what I'm going to do. You know what I'm talking about? And Ryan just goes, no. And Dalton's kind of confused. He's like, you haven't seen any cop show where they read people their rights? And at this, Ryan kind of changes his behavior, and suddenly he's not as robotic, he's a little bit defensive looking, and he says, oh, yeah, I have, yeah. At this, it's pretty obvious to Dalton that Ryan is lying about something that is totally insignificant, whether or not he's seen true crime TV shows. It really just didn't matter at all. And there's this weird hesitation where both of them are just kind of being quiet for a minute. It's like Dalton knows he's lying about it, and Ryan just seems totally confused. And then ultimately, Dalton just decides to not key in on this kind of weird lie that Ryan has just told. Instead, he just reads Ryan his rights. And then after that, he gets back into some basic questions. The next one was, hey Ryan, what was the highest grade you achieved in school? And now at this point, Ryan is not looking at Dalton. He's looking to the far side of the room. He's got this blank expression on. And when he's asked this question, he just says, I don't know. And Dalton's like,
these blocks are kind of cool. I love them.
Level grade you achieved in school? And Ryan says, no, I don't know. Eighth grade. So again, he's changed his answer fairly abruptly when he's challenged. And so Dalton is probably thinking to himself that he's lying again. But again, it's just kind of an insignificant thing, but it's building a pattern of mistrust here. It's hard for Dalton to believe that Ryan is going to be truthful if he can't even tell the truth about things that don't matter. But Dalton decides not to fixate on it. Instead, he asks a follow-up question based on the fact that Ryan has said 8th grade is the highest level he achieved. And so Dalton says, okay, well, did you get your GED? A GED is a high school diploma equivalent, and it's something you would get if you did not graduate high school. And since 8th grade is below high school, then Ryan clearly did not finish high school, and so it's a natural question to ask. The answer to this question is binary. You have a GED, you don't have a GED. But Ryan's answer is anything but binary. It's totally contradictory and weird, and it really begins to show a side of Ryan that just doesn't add up. He's acting totally weird.
Well, I kind of want to add lava. But should I add lava like from bottom to all the way up, or just like a little thin layer on the top that makes it look like it's filled? That's what I'm debating on. Let me watch this real quick.
I just want to go home. Oh, you're not going to go home right now.
Damn.
So what? What's the highest grade that you completed? B? No. Not grade as in letter grade. I'm asking, did you graduate high school? No. And the highest you went was 8th grade? Yep. Do you know how to read and write, Ryan? Yeah.
After the discussion about Ryan's education goes nowhere, Dalton again does not fixate on all
I actually
the
have a plan. I know how to
his
do this
answers
now.
So far, and instead just kind of continues asking more questions. And so he begins to address Heather. He starts by asking Ryan if he has a girlfriend. Now, Dalton at this point would know that Heather, the girl who was deceased, was Ryan's girlfriend because the police were asked to do the initial welfare check on Ryan and Heather, the couple. That's something that Dawn would have relayed to police. And so Dalton knows they have a relationship, but he wants Ryan to tell him he has a relationship with Heather. So again, he asks Ryan, do you have a girlfriend? And Ryan says no, which is a lie. But Dalton goes along with it and says, okay, well, do you know a girl named Heather? And Ryan would say, yes, I do. But his description of Heather was just completely inaccurate. He said Heather was a 16 or 17-year-old girl, even though she was actually 21. And he would say her last name was Kyman. He thought. He wasn't entirely sure. He said she has nicknames and she has different names she uses, but he believes it's Kyman, even though her last name was actually Kwan. Now, Dalton, of course, is aware of these discrepancies, but again, he does not fixate on them. He just keeps on asking more questions. Dalton asks Ryan, what happened to your face? You have this huge bruise on the left side of your face. What happened? At first, Ryan says he doesn't know. But when Dalton pressed him and kept asking more and more questions about his face and how it happened, Ryan eventually would begin to open up.
What happened to your face?
I don't know.
You told the officer just a few minutes ago that someone hit you. Do you remember who hit you?
I don't know. I think it was Heather.
Why would Heather hit you?
I don't know. It was an accident. I forgot why.
Like the other police officers involved, Dalton believed already going into this interrogation that Ryan killed Heather, that the bruise on his face was from Heather fighting back before ultimately Ryan killed her. And so for Ryan to say the mark on my face is from Heather, even though he claimed it was an accident, to Dalton, that was the same thing as Ryan saying, I killed Heather. Dalton attempted to get more specific details about the actual physical struggle that took place between Ryan and Heather, but as he asked more and more questions, he became more and more aggressive, and it seemed like Ryan picked up on it and became very defensive and started throwing out random pieces of information, much of which seemed untrue. Like he suggested there was at least 2 or 3 other people that were in the house on the night that Heather got killed, but it's unclear if these people were real or if they were actually ever there. And it just seemed like Ryan was kind of panicking and just kind of saying all sorts of random things. And so at some point, Dalton just wants to focus the conversation because he feels like it's getting totally out of hand.
What?
And so he just stops Ryan and he says, Ryan, there is a dead girl in your house and I need information.
Hey, Ryan?
Huh?
No.
There's a dead girl in your living room.
She's dead?
Yes.
Heather?
I don't know. I want to know what happened in your house last night.
I can't do this. I wanted smoke.
The girl on the couch is dead?
I don't know. If she's on the couch, she's dead.
The interesting thing about Ryan's reaction to being told by Dalton for the first time in the interrogation that there was a dead girl in his house is Ryan reacted with genuine surprise. It's the only time in the entire interrogation start to finish where Ryan sits forward in his chair, he kind of perks up, and he seems relatively normal. He's not acting confused and kind of bizarre. It's like he's really dialed in, as if he had not heard this before, that he didn't know Heather was dead, and he's now for the first time being told, and it shocked his system. But just seconds after he sits forward and seems really engaged, he goes back to kind of being totally bizarre, and he also suddenly had this really elaborate story about what happened to Heather, even though just seconds ago it seemed like he had just learned about it. So it didn't really make any sense that he would have a story so readily available for something he seemed to not know anything about. And of course, like all of his other answers, his story he gave was full of contradictions and holes and was just totally unbelievable.
Well, these people came over, Richie and his dad, with shoot and arrow, bow and darts. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
They hit me and her with those. That's it.
They hit you and... They hit you?
Yeah.
Now it's Richie that hit you, not Heather?
No, Richie and his dad.
Richie and his dad. They hit you.
Yes.
Why?
Because they're trying to get their stuff. I don't know why.
And they had some kind of bow and arrows?
Mm-hmm. They each had 2 revolvers and they didn't let off any shells.
Okay, you just said they had bow and arrows. Now they have revolvers?
That's what I meant. They had revolvers.
They have revolvers.
Yes.
And then what happened?
And then they shot us with those.
Following this exchange, Ryan would change his story again and would say, actually, they didn't shoot me, they just shot Heather, they put me in a sleeper hold. But when Dalton asked him, what do you mean sleeper hold? Ryan said, oh, I don't know what a sleeper hold is. And then eventually, Ryan would actually just ditch the sleeper hold narrative and go back to the Richie and his father, they came in and they shot both of us. At this point, Ryan's story has become so convoluted and it's changed so many times that it's just totally unbelievable. And so Dalton, who was doing his best to kind of go along with Ryan's story, at this point just can't even pretend anymore. He cannot pretend that he's following this story. It doesn't make any sense.
You're telling me you're all over the board here, number one. You're saying bows and arrows, you're saying revolvers, and you're saying some other thing, and you're saying they shot you in the eye. Okay? They shot you with a revolver in your eye.
Yes. And that's
Is it a BB gun?
No, it was a real gun, man. It was just a
If
revolver.
they shot you in the eye with a revolver, you wouldn't be talking to me right now.
How do you know?
It was most likely you'd be dead.
That's what I thought too, man. I really don't know.
So you got shot first,
Uh-huh.
and what happened? Did you fall to the ground?
Yeah, I was trying to get up and I couldn't. I don't
Okay.
know.
And then she got shot?
Mm-hmm.
What did you do?
Nothing.
Did you call 911?
Uh-uh.
Did you see if she was alive?
She was sleeping still, and that's it. I just let her sleep.
She got shot in the side of the face and you let her sleep?
Yes.
This does not make sense, Ryan.
After this exchange, Dalton just goes full bad cop on Ryan, openly accusing him of shooting and killing Heather, and Ryan just continues to say he doesn't know anything, that he didn't do it, and his answers are just totally
Looking a little,
nonsensical and
too big.
contradictory, and
Like,
nothing
well,
is making sense. And so finally,
probably go
at
down a little bit more.
5:52 a.m., roughly 45 minutes into this interrogation, Dalton is just at a loss. He does not know how to handle Ryan, because even though he really believes he did it, nothing Ryan has said has incriminated him, because nothing Ryan has said makes any sense. And so he's sitting there kind of thinking what he's going to do next, and then Dalton notices something. He notices something on Ryan's face. And he tells Ryan to come closer, he needs to look at it.
Let me see your nose.
Wait, let me see this.
Put your legs down. Put your legs down. Bring your face closer.
Oh, my head hurts.
Okay.
What? What was there?
Yeah, be right back.
What? Well,
What Dalton had finally just discovered were 4 bullet holes in Ryan's face and head. Ryan
What the
had
hell?
committed no crime. He was a victim the same way Heather was a victim, but somehow Ryan had survived the attack. On December 23rd, so 2 days
He
before the
survived
welfare
that?
check, 2 men attempted to break into Ryan and Heather's house. They were 23-year-old Richie Carver and his 54-year-old father, Larry Carver, the same Richie and Richie's father that Ryan had mentioned during the interrogation. They were there because of an altercation that had occurred between Richie and the couple about a month earlier. During that time, Richie was actually living with Ryan and Heather, but apparently he began hitting on Heather, and Heather told Ryan, and Ryan got really mad about it, and Ryan and Richie got in this big fight, and ultimately Ryan kicks Richie out of the house. Now, this totally infuriates Richie and is very embarrassing for Richie, and so right away, he begins plotting his revenge. And so on December 23rd, Richie and his father, they were there to carry out this revenge plot. When the father and son got to the back of Ryan and Heather's house, Ryan saw them at the back door through the glass door that was near their kitchen, and he ran over to try to stop them from getting inside. But Richie and Larry managed to barely get open the door, and Richie reached in with his hand, which was carrying a gun, and he shot Ryan point blank twice in the face. The first bullet went in through his nose and then out the other side of his nose, so that's the first 2 bullet holes. And then that bullet traveled back into his head through his left eye into his brain where it got lodged. And along with the bullet, 6 pieces of his skull that broke off from this bullet went inside of his brain as well. So that's the first 3 bullet holes. And then the second bullet that was fired into Ryan's head hit the side of his head. It did not penetrate into his skull. So the bullet didn't lodge anywhere inside of his brain. However, it did break off a piece of his skull. And so that was the 4th bullet hole. Ryan dropped to the ground. He was unconscious. They assumed he was dead. They managed to force the door the rest of the way open. They stepped inside. They stepped over Ryan's body, and they walked into the living room where Heather was cowering on the sofa, and Richie just immediately walked up, put a gun to her head, and fired a single shot. After she had fallen to the ground, the 2 men stole some things in the house and then fled the scene. They would ultimately get caught, and they're both currently serving life sentences. It's believed Heather died instantly from her gunshot wound, but Ryan didn't. At some point, maybe a couple of hours after he was shot, he woke up, but he had severe brain damage, and he wouldn't have known what was going on. He didn't really know what happened, and he
I'm just
saw
gonna do
his
the
girlfriend,
shape
Heather,
first, then,
lying on the couch, but he thought
you
she
know,
was
add
just
the
sleeping.
details
And so
or whatever.
He too went to his bedroom and he fell asleep. But the
Yeah, I
next
feel like
morning, he woke
adding
up
the
and he
details at
still
the
would
same
have
time
had
is kind
no
of hard.
idea what was
Well, it's
going
gonna take more
on.
time, I
And he
feel.
spent the day on the 24th just kind of wandering around his house with his girlfriend
Wait, let me
lying
do
dead
this.
on the couch. And
There
so
you go.
after a full day of just kind of mindlessly walking around his house, he went back to bed, and then he got up on Christmas Day on the 25th.
Can you show other
and spent
builds?
another day just kind of
I'm working on my
talking
build right
about his
now.
house with his girlfriend, who he believed was
I
sleeping,
can't.
but
I don't
really
really
she was
have time.
dead.
My bad.
And so finally, the
Sorry,
welfare
but
check is called in. The
maybe if I
police
take
show
like a little
up,
break,
and
yeah.
as soon
If
as
you're
they
still
see
here,
Ryan, they jumped
I'll do
to
it.
conclusions that he must have killed
I'm just trying
Heather.
not to look
It
at other
kind of
builds because you
dictated
know
the
I'm
way
trying
they treated
to
him. Had they
like do my
believed
own
he
thing
was a
and
victim, they
not be
might have
demotivated
sought
or anything
medical
like that. I'm
attention
just trying
for
to
the
stay
wound on his
motivated.
face. But again, jumping to conclusions and assuming he was the killer, they figured that bruise on his face was from the woman fighting back. She had struck him before he had savagely killed her. And so they didn't give him any medical care. Instead, they put him out in the cop car out front of the property, and he sat there with no medical intervention for 6 hours. And during those 6 hours, literally every second that went by, there was irreversible brain damage being caused because he had all this bleeding inside of his head that was causing brain damage. And so the clock was ticking as soon as they found him, and for hours and hours and hours, he got no care and was just getting worse and worse and worse. And so finally, he goes to the police station, and again, they do not give him any medical care. Instead, they interrogate him for almost 2 hours, even though he has 4 bullet holes on his face that apparently no one noticed or no one took seriously. But regardless, he spent those almost 2 more hours in the interrogation room, where every second that's going by, his brain is getting more and more destroyed, irreparably destroyed. And then finally, at the end of the interrogation, Dalton, who's probably thinking to himself, what is wrong with this guy? His answers don't make any sense. He's all over the place. And that's when he stepped back from looking for a way to convict this guy and noticed the
What are you gonna
holes
build?
on his face, specifically
I should
the
probably write
hole
it
in
down.
his
Well, let me
nose.
pause this
And
actually.
that's when he called.
I'm not too sure. I could maybe change it, but I was planning on originally doing a floating island. But then I changed my idea and I'm gonna build a really big volcano that's about to erupt or something. I might change my mind later, but right now I'm just shaping it, then I'll add details later. So let's just hope it looks good. I don't like it so far, but you know, let's just continue and then add, you know, change it after. Cause I don't know. I'm just yeah, I'll add details after. But I have to shape it. Which I'm debating on how to do this, but I'll continue playing the video.
Called him forward, and he looked at his face and he realized a huge mistake had been
Also,
made.
my mouse
And
is
he called
gone.
an ambulance. Here is a clip of the fire department who arrived
I don't have a
ahead
mouse.
of the
I can't
ambulance
see my mouse.
in the interrogation room, learning about what's happened to Ryan as they wait for the ambulance.
Hey guys. Captain, you're not gonna believe
Looks
this one.
good.
I can't believe it either. You're right. I've already heard the story. I can't believe it.
Oh,
This is
thank you,
just
thank you,
my
thank you. Good luck to you too on life, I guess.
This might be an entrance. This might be an exit. This might be into his eye. And he's acting like he has a serious head injury, which would make sense.
Ryan was ultimately rushed to the hospital, where he would undergo emergency surgery that would
Let me
save
just do
his
this,
life,
actually.
but it would come at a great cost. They not only had to remove a large portion of his brain, but they also had to remove both of his eyes. Now, it should be noted that at least one other source says he only had his left eye removed, but regardless, after this surgery, Ryan was no longer independent. He had so much brain damage, he couldn't take care of himself, and so he had to move back in with his parents, who became his full-time caretakers. And then 10 years later, Ryan would die from a seizure that was directly connected to the injuries he sustained from that attack, and it's connected to the lack of care he received in those first critical 8 hours after the police found him. The Phoenix Police Department, after this mishandling of Ryan's case went public, they did an internal investigation, but no one was ever disciplined, at least not publicly. As for Ryan's family, they certainly could have filed a lawsuit against the Phoenix Police Department, but they chose not to. They said the only thing we want is our son back, and a lawsuit will not give us that. So that's going to do it, guys. If you got something out of today's episode and you haven't done this already, please offer to make the like button a sandwich of their choosing. But when you make it, make sure you construct it between 2 very thin, stale rye bread heels. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly 2 or 3 video uploads. We are now selling merchandise like flannels and hats and sweatshirts and mugs and all
I don't
sorts
care.
of stuff. If you're interested...
Okay. go on to the next one. This one.
Today's story includes several
Damn,
very
his hair
distressing and at
looks so
times
soft.
graphic segments. And also at the end of the story, we show several pictures that on the surface may seem fairly benign, but once you understand their context, they are quite disturbing and haunting. So viewer discretion is advised. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do. We upload 2 or 3 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, for the like button's birthday, give them a
If you want to give me tips.
fairly generic, and tell them it is to Alfredo's Pizza Cafe. But in reality, it's a gift certificate to Pizza by Alfredo.
Wait, what do you mean? Sorry, my brain's breaking trying to read that.
And turn on all
My brain is breaking trying to read that. What? To begin at the bottom. Why? Because I feel like if I begin at the bottom, I would, this is gonna be a chonky volcano. It's gonna be a chonky boy. I just don't want to go too far out. If only I was like perfectly in the center, but I'm not. But you know, that might actually make it better because I could do stuff with that. I'm not too good at terraforming though. That's the problem. If only I was better at terraforming, that'd be nice. But I'm not. So I'm just trying to bring this as low as possible before hitting these walls. If that makes sense. And we start adding stuff. I was just about to say I hear lava. But there's lava inside of here, of course. Looking really chonky, actually. A big chonky volcano. Oh, maybe I could make like some people living inside near the, like some tunnels inside the volcano. Well, just like ancient civilization. So let's just say I want the volcano to end about here. Like when I start building down, you know, like would that be a good distance? Like just imagine the volcano go. Or do you think I should back it up a little bit? I mean, I would have to probably just bring this over here. This one would probably be... I'm just trying to picture all the blocks just lining up to here. I like that, actually. I have a perfect idea. Back it up a little bit. The first one or the... Which one? The first, second, or third? Probably the first one. Because I feel like... This one's probably going to have to go over here. This one... I'm not trying to get it... Like, I'm not trying to kiss the wall with the block. Let's bring this all the way, like, over here. If only there's, like, a golden block in the center. You know how nice that would be? I want to check out other builds, but, like, I'm trying to stay motivated. Not see these epic builds, you know? Epic Victory Royale builds. I'm good. So, the volcano would be... Oh, yeah. It would be, like... Whoa. And then the sides would probably line up with, like... Here. Would it? Yeah, that's good. I like that. I could see it. I could see it already. See it being done. Anyways, also tell me if you want to watch a video that's not like some, you know, I don't know, just like some interesting videos if ever you want to watch or something. Just tell me.
Notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's story.
Okay. I mean, I could start building up actually, but it's gonna look really different because building up and down are different things.
On February 12th, 1999, 42 Carol Sund, along with her 15-year-old daughter Julie and Julie's longtime friend Silvina Peloso, who was 16 years old, boarded a plane in Eureka, California. After a quick 1-hour-long flight, they landed in San Francisco and then got their bags from baggage claim and then walked over to the airport's car rental center. After Carol signed some rental agreement paperwork with the person at the front desk,
but
they were given car keys, and then the three women walked out of the
maybe,
airport.
but at the same time, look, I'm gonna turn. Well, if I can even do it, let's hope I can turn up my render distance without my mouse. No. Oh. Oh. Oh, I'm on 65 actually. Well, is that the server ID really? Why does it bring it up? I'm scared, man. I can't. Let me bring it back down. I'm fine. I'll just keep it down. Where's my mouse? There you go. What? Oh, I see. I see. Yes, I figured it out. That's fine. I'm not gonna change it. I can't see my mouse. I don't know why, but yeah. I actually think there might be multiple servers because apparently this other guy in chat's on server 125 and I'm on 65. If right, maybe I don't know. I don't know. Do. Wait, let me line this up and I'll continue playing the video. Ooh. Here, let's do this, that.
Into the parking lot where they saw their car. It was a 1999 red Pontiac.
Where's my mouse?
Sedan. After the women had put their luggage
Where
in
is
the trunk,
it?
they all climbed inside, and Carol began driving east towards the University of the Pacific in Stockton, California. Julie was competing in a cheerleading competition the following day at that university, and Julie was considering going to the school after she graduated high school, and so this cheerleading competition was a great excuse.
You're on 100.
For her and her mom
Okay.
to check
I
out
guess
the campus, and since
we're
Silvina
just
was
all on
already
different
visiting
servers.
Julie at her home
At least there's your
Eureka,
answer.
she just tagged along for the
Kind of
trip.
sucks.
After an hour-and-a-half long drive, the trio arrived in Stockton, California, and they checked
Only we're
into
on
the
one
hotel,
server, but it makes
and then
sense
the next day,
why there's a
which
lot
was
of
the
different
13th,
servers.
Julie competed in this cheerleading competition, and then afterwards, her mom, and Silvina spent the rest of the day checking out the campus and the surrounding town. Early the next morning, which was the 14th, the women checked out of their hotel and then drove 3 hours southeast to the sprawling motel complex called Cedar Lodge that was located just outside of Yosemite National Park's western entrance. Their plan was to spend a couple of days sightseeing inside of Yosemite before heading back to the San Francisco airport.
I don't need my
where they were going
graphics to be
meet
really
Carol's husband and
that
Julie's
good.
father,
I could just
Jens,
turn this
and then the four of them would continue
fast.
their journey and fly to
Smooth lighting.
Arizona,
Doesn't
where they would
matter.
explore the Grand Canyon
Particles.
before finally heading back home
Doesn't
to
matter.
Eureka, California.
Doesn't
So
matter.
midday on the 14th, these three women arrive at the Cedar Lodge, and the lot would have been nearly empty
There you
because
go.
it was the winter time and not that many people were visiting the park at that time. So they pull into the lot, they park their car, they go into the front desk where they checked in and they got their keys, and then they left the office and walked along the row of first floor rooms all the way to the very corner of the building to room 509, which was their room. Carol used her key, she opened the door, they went inside and dropped their luggage, and then they decided that they were just too tired to actually go in the park and go sightseeing that day, so instead they kind of had a low-key afternoon and evening mostly in their hotel room. The next morning, which was the 15th, the women got up early, they hopped in their red rental rental car, and they drove to the western entrance of Yosemite. They went inside, they parked their car, and they have this wonderful day looking at these astonishing cliff sides and snow-covered mountains and these huge sequoia trees and these beautiful meadows that stretched out in front of them. And then towards the end of the day, Julie and Sylvina actually went ice skating on a frozen pond. So it was just this totally magical day at the park. And then finally, as the sun was starting to go down, the trio finally left the park, got in their rental car, and drove back to the Cedar Lodge. There, they ate dinner at the lodge's 1950s style diner. They ate hamburgers, and then afterwards they swung by the front desk and rented some VHS movie tapes that they brought back to their room. Once they were inside room 509, the women changed into their pajamas and then sat on the bed and watched one of their movies, and then when it was over, they brushed their teeth, and then they got in bed, turned out the light, and tried to go to sleep. But a few minutes after their lights were out, they heard a knock on their door. The following day, which was the 16th, Jens, Carol's husband and Julie's father, was anxiously waiting at the San Francisco airport for his wife and his daughter and his daughter's friend. And
what?
he's looking at his watch and he knows
Heard a knock
that
and
much
nothing
time
happened?
before their flight is going to take off, and he's just hoping they're going to come running around a corner and they're going to barely make this flight. But they don't. And finally, Jens, who does not have a cell phone, and neither does Carol, he decides there must have been some sort of miscommunication and that Carol and the girls must have flown on ahead. And so he decides at the last minute to just board the flight himself and fly to Arizona in hopes his family will be there. But when he touches down in Arizona, his family is not there. And so he rushed to the hotel hoping that maybe they were there. They weren't. He spoke to the hotel's front desk and said, hey, has my wife Carol contacted you? And they said, no, she hasn't contacted us and we have no record of her being here. And so Jens is obviously very upset. He's very worried, and he spends the rest of the day calling around to friends and family and acquaintances and anybody who might know where Carol and the girls are. But nobody has heard from them and nobody knows where they are. And so that night, as Jens is about to go to bed, he convinces himself that they are probably just fine. This is just some screw up. Carol is an unbelievably fierce woman. She's incredibly competent. She will take care of those girls, and I'm sure I will see them tomorrow morning. But when he woke up the next morning and Carol had not made any contact with the hotel or reached out to him in any way, and there was just no sign of her or the girls, Jens finally contacted police. That day, after the police spoke with Jens, the first call they made was to the Cedar Lodge, which is the last place they knew Carol, Julie, and Sylvina had been. The manager of the lodge would tell police that he had not seen Carol or the girls on the day they were supposed to check out, which was the 16th. But Carol had checked out in advance, so the manager would not have seen her anyways. She would not have had to go by the front desk on the way out, so that was not an anomaly. The manager also told police that on the 16th, after the three women should have been out of their room, the cleaners went by room 509, and when they went inside, it was vacant, and nothing seemed amiss. It was relatively clean, minus some wet towels that had been left on the floor of the bathroom. The keys to the room were left on the desk as they should be. It just looked like the women had left. And so the police reached out to the car rental company at the San Francisco airport to see if Carol had made it to the airport and dropped off her car. But when they spoke to the manager of this rental company, they would say, no, Carol has not dropped off her car, and she hasn't called about extending her lease, which is now overdue. Based on the information the police gathered from the lodge and from the rental car company, they began operating on the theory that the three women left their lodge motel room.
I wonder how many hours I
16th,
have.
and
Only I
then
could see my
either
own
got
hours.
into a car accident somewhere and had just not been found yet, or they had driven somewhere, gotten out of their car, and gotten lost, perhaps inside of Yosemite National Park or some other trail somewhere, or they had fallen victim to some crime. But at this point, the police were not taking seriously the idea that foul play was involved. A massive search was launched in and around the Cedar Lodge complex, as well as around the western entrance of Yosemite, but absolutely nothing was found. A number of workers from Cedar Lodge were interviewed by police and subsequently cleared of any wrongdoing. Also, a number of friends and family of the three women were also interviewed by police and cleared as well. Then, a few days after this search has started, there was a break in the case. Carol's wallet, with her ID and credit cards inside of it, was found lying on the ground in Modesto, California, which was a suburb that was located about 2 hours west of Cedar Lodge.
I like these slabs. I like these slabs. Let's go.
There was no reason for Carol
so
and
happy
the
for
girls
slabs.
to be in Modesto, California, and so this signaled to police that a third party had to have been involved in their disappearance. And so if that was the case, then almost certainly these three women had fallen victim to some sort of crime. Over the next several weeks, police continued to search the roads and trails in and around Cedar Lodge and the western entrance entrance to Yosemite, and they looked all over Modesto. But besides this wallet being found, there were no further developments with the case. Then on March 18th, which is about a month after the 3 women originally went missing, a hiker was way off in the middle of this forest.
I mean,
about
let me
2
add
hours
slabs
north
after, or
of
else
Cedar
I'm gonna
Lodge
get
and
carried
about an
away.
hour and a half northeast of Modesto, California, when he turned onto this logging road that nobody really ever went down. And as he's walking down this road, he sees up ahead the skeleton of a car. It looks like a car had been set on fire. And so he calls it into police, not really knowing what he's looking at.
Let's hope I destroyed his motivation.
And they're able to identify this car. This shell of a car is the red rental car that Carol and the girls had been using. When they searched the car, the inside, the main cabin of the car, there really was nothing left. There looked to be some remnants of some suitcases and maybe some clothing, but mostly it was just the frame of the car and some springs. But when they opened the trunk of the car, they made a grisly discovery. Inside were 2 very badly burned bodies with their hands still bound behind their backs. Using dental records, they were able to confirm the bodies belonged to Carol and Sylvina. But there was no sign of Carol's daughter, Julie, the 15-year-old. She was not in the car, around the car, or in the surrounding areas. And so there was this glimmer of hope that maybe if law enforcement acts fast enough, they can find Julie and save her before it's too late. But all hope was lost when just a couple of days into this search around the car, when they still hadn't found anything, the police received an anonymous handwritten letter. And on this letter was this crude map that showed this very specific spot overlooking a lake. It was Don Pedro Lake, which was located about an hour to the south of where the car was. And then on this note as well was a phrase. It just said, "We had fun with this one." Using this crude map, the police went to Don Pedro Lake. They went up to the overlook as marked on this map, and there they looked down and they saw the crumpled and badly decomposed remains of Julie. At this point, police already had several suspects they'd picked up in Modesto, California, that they believed were connected in some way to what happened to these 3 women. Of these suspects, 2 were of particular interest to the police. They were half-brothers Eugene Dykes and Michael Lorwick. They had been arrested shortly after Carol's wallet had been found for shooting at a Modesto police officer and for several drug charges and for violating their parole. Once these half-brothers were in custody, Eugene made several self-incriminating remarks, basically insinuating that he and Michael had been involved in what happened to these 3 women. And then after Carol, Sylvina, and Julie's bodies had been found, the synthetic fibers that were found all over Carol matched the synthetic fibers that were pulled off of Michael and Eugene on their clothing and from their vehicle when they were arrested. And so the police were very confident that they had their killers and they had them behind bars already. But they still needed to compile evidence before they could formally charge them and make their names public to the media. And so when the news broke about the women's bodies being found and the public began panicking about a killer or killers on the loose, the police came out and said, "Everybody calm down. We have the people responsible. We just can't tell you who they are
Let me
yet.
just
You need to be
chug a
patient.
bunch of
We're building
water.
the case, but everybody's safe. There's nothing to worry about." But 4 months went by and the police still had not come out and publicly charged anyone with these murders. But they continued to assure the public that they had their killers behind bars, and so nobody has anything to worry about. On the afternoon of July 22nd, roughly 4 months after the discovery of the 3 bodies, Dr. Desmond Kidd, who was the medical director for Yosemite, had just finished a long 24-hour shift in the clinic, and he had just gotten back to his cabin, which was inside of Yosemite, when his pager went off. And so he went to a phone, he dialed the number that was on his pager.
This guy
and
looks
the
pretty
park
cool.
dispatcher
This is the only
checked
build
up
I'm
and
checking
said,
out.
"Hey, Dr. Kidd, can you be a part of a search for a missing person?" And Dr. Kidd said, "Sure, I'd love to help." And then there was a pause, and the park dispatcher said, "Hey, just so
Nice.
you know, there are law enforcement."
I don't know what he's trying to do. I
implications
think
at
I
this
actually
point.
do.
And then before he could clarify, he hung up the phone. And so Dr.
These are
Kidd
like
is really
seats, right?
confused what he meant about these implications.
That's what I was thinking.
Because in the past 3 years he had worked at this park, he had unfortunately been involved in many searches for missing people in the park, but they were never tied to any sort of criminal activity. They were always because the person got lost or fell or something, which was fairly common inside of the park. And so as soon as this
I wonder what he's
convoy
building,
of
though.
other Yosemite staff members that are part of the search rolled up up in front of his cabin, Dr. Kidd ran outside, he hopped in one of the vehicles, and he asked the driver, you know, what's going on? What are these law enforcement implications with regards to this missing person? And the driver would explain to him that, you know, hey, 4 months earlier, we had those 3 Yosemite tourists go missing, Carol, Julie, and Sylvina, and they were found murdered outside of Yosemite. And while the police have said they have their killers behind bars, the police still have not come out and actually named who their killers are or charged anyone in their murders. And so that's made many of us think that maybe they don't have the killer or killers behind bars. Maybe there's a killer or killers still on the loose. And unfortunately, tonight we have another person who's gone missing inside of the park. And she's gone missing under very mysterious circumstances, which has led many of us to think that it's possible, if there really is a killer out there, they've struck again tonight. Dr. Kidd was totally shocked at this news, but he was even more shocked when he discovered who it was that was missing. It was somebody he knew. Her name was Joie Armstrong, and she was a 26-year-old naturalist employed by Yosemite. A naturalist is like an expert tour guide that knows everything about the park. Dr. Kidd and the rest of the convoy of Yosemite staff that were going to be a part
Let's
of
go.
the search
You're playing too?
sped around the corner and went down this unmarked
What
road
server
with
are you
huge
on?
trees on either side, and then eventually they came out of this heavily forested road and they entered into this unbelievably beautiful meadow. And on the very far end across this huge meadow is this one green cabin sitting at the base of this mountain with a forest on the other side of it. This totally secluded cabin in the middle of Yosemite was where Joie was living. As Dr. Kidd and the convoy went across this meadow and got closer to this cabin, Dr. Kidd could see park rangers walking around the perimeter of the cabin, marking it off with yellow police tape. When Dr. Kidd and his vehicle came to a stop right outside of the marked off area,
I don't know what to
they got
build.
out and
I
you could
did not
see
know what to
parked
build
right
either.
next to the cabin
But
was
I
this
just started
pickup
placing
truck.
blocks
It was Joey's
down and
and inside of it was a bunch
whatever,
of luggage, and it looked like
I
there was
think,
luggage
I don't
that
know.
spilled out onto
Whatever
the
came to my
ground, and some
mind,
of the doors were
I just
still
started
open.
building.
And so it gave Dr.
So I'm
Kidd
building
and
a
the rest of the
volcano
searchers the
right now, like a really
impression
chunky
that Joey
volcano
must
that
have
might
either
have
been loading things
like
into a
people
truck
living
or
inside of it, you know,
unloading
like
things
old
out of her
houses
truck
that are
at the
like
time she went
abandoned.
missing. Dr. Kidd and the rest of the searchers kind of huddled up with the park rangers.
There's gonna be
and the
lore to this
rangers
building.
explained that Joey's friends that were living in San Francisco were expecting Joey to arrive at their house the day before, but when she didn't and they couldn't get in touch with her, they had called it in, and that's why they were there looking for her. And so after talking about the circumstances of the case, they all decided they would break into 5 different search groups, and they would begin searching the immediate area. Dr. Kidd and 4 other searchers began walking behind the cabin towards the tree line.
I hope I win
And
too.
once they got into
Good
that
luck to you,
forest,
though.
They started walking towards this creek. And as they walked up along this creek, they suddenly noticed a whole bunch of trampled
this?
ferns and saplings.
I wonder what
and
he's
it
doing.
looked
I'm not
like
gonna
someone
look,
had come running through there. And perhaps the person who was running was Joey. And so they begin following these tracks that go right alongside this creek. And then at some point, one of the searchers yells out, "Hey, what's that up there?" And about 10 feet ahead of them, where the ground kind of sloped down into a ditch out of view, right before the ditch, hanging
I'm
on
gonna
a
go build.
little tree
Okay,
on the
you have
ground,
fun
was
with
a
that, bro.
set of
Have a
car
good,
keys
month.
glinting in the sunlight. And so Dr. Kidd, who was at the front of his small search party, he began walking towards these keys. And as he got closer and closer, he began to be able to see down into this ditch right on the other side of these keys. And as soon as he could actually see what was at the bottom, he immediately began to gag, and he turned around and quickly walked away. The other 4 searchers, they walked up and they had a look down, and they too had a similar reaction. And before long, the group was running back to the cabin to tell the park rangers what they had just discovered. When the rangers heard about what was in the forest, they immediately contacted the police, and the police sent a police officer to Joie Armstrong's mother's house, which was just outside of San Francisco. When the mother opened the door, the officer told her that they had just gotten a call from Yosemite and they need her to call them. And then he handed her a piece of paper with a phone number on it. Joey's mother was immediately concerned and confused and tried to get more information from this officer, but the officer just said, "Look, you're just going to have to call that phone number. I really don't know anything." And so eventually she thanked him, she shut the door, and she went into the kitchen and she dials this number. After someone picked up, she introduced herself as Joey's mother, and at that point, the person who picked up quickly handed the phone off to someone who sounded much more senior, and this person asked Joey's mother, "Are you aware that your daughter is missing?" So Joey's mother says, "No, I was not aware of that." And then this person very delicately says, "Ma'am, we believe we found your daughter's body near her cabin." Joey's mother's reaction was instant.
Is this a Mr.
She
Beast
said,
building
"Well, did you check her
competition?
hair?
Yep.
She has red
Yep,
hair.
yep.
Can you
And I'm
confirm
trying
it's really
to
her?
try to
Because she's got
win.
bright red hair. Can you make sure it's really her?" And the person on the other side of the line
But I hope
hesitated
everyone else
for a
does good
minute,
too.
and then just said,
I'll go check
"Ma'am,
out the builds
we're not
probably
sure
like
if she has
when
red
I'm done
hair or
building.
not. We'll get back to
Probably
you."
in a
And so
couple
after
hours.
this call finally
I'll, like,
ended,
quickly
Joey's
scan
mother
by
was
everyone.
confused. How could they not know what color her daughter's hair was? That seems like such an easy way to potentially identify whether or not this was really her daughter. Why would they make her wait for something like that? And so she was horribly distraught. She didn't know what else to do. She was told to just kind of wait for more news, but she couldn't.
How much
do
money
that. And
on
so
the
she
line
began
is?
planning a
I
trip
actually
up to
don't know.
Yosemite
I did
to
not
actually
look at
get out
that.
there and see what was
I just felt
going
like,
on. But
I don't
the
know.
earliest flight
I
she
love
could
building.
possibly get was not
Might
until
as well do
very
it
early
on a
the next
MrBeast
morning.
thing, right?
And so she has this very restless night's sleep where she's just
I
praying
should probably check the
that
money
this
though,
person
if there's
was
money.
not actually her daughter. And then the next morning she gets up, she rushes to the airport, and as she's waiting to board her plane, she grabs a newspaper from a nearby kiosk, and the headline
yeah, I was
"Naturalist
like
beheaded at Yosemite."
got 4 a.m. for me. I think I got this thing on his Discord server,
This was her daughter based
and I
on
was like,
hair color. It's because this body did not fit.
do this
But
to
from the time she got that phone call to this
build.
headline
It's a
running in the
building
paper,
competition. I
the
didn't read
searchers
everything. I
had
didn't read
found
into
the
it too
head
much. I
was
just
located 27 feet
I want to
away
build on a
under
building
some
competition,
brush,
so
and
might
they
as
were
well.
able to confirm that it was
And I
the body
copy
of
pasted
Joie
the
Armstrong. Joie's death
IP,
was
then I did
immediately
this,
treated
and
like a
yeah.
homicide, and right away
Well,
the public began
I
to
did this
openly
this morning. I went to
suggest
sleep, then
that
woke up.
maybe
I was
Joey's
thinking about
murder
this all
is
night.
connected to the murders of Carol, Julie, and Silvina from 4 months earlier, even though the police were still saying we have our killers behind bars for those murders. Joey's murder is completely unconnected. Luckily, the public and the police did not have to argue for very long about who was right about this, because there was a break in Joey's case almost immediately. On the night that Joie went missing, another Yosemite staff member had happened to drive by her cabin, and they noticed a distinctive SUV parked outside of her cabin that they didn't recognize. It was a blue 1979 International Scout. And as it happened, there were only 2 of these particular types of vehicles registered in Yosemite Valley. And so within 24 hours, the police had tracked down one of these 2 vehicles. It was located about 12 miles away from the western entrance of Yosemite and was pulled off the side of this highway. The police pulled up alongside it and parked. They walked up. There was no one inside of this vehicle, but then down this embankment off the highway led down to this forest where there was a river kind of out of sight that people like to swim and fish in. And so these 2 officers decide to head down and see if maybe the driver is down there. So they make their way down, and sure enough, they come in contact with the driver. He was laying on this rock, completely
Well, I was
nude,
gonna do
smoking
something.
marijuana. And so the 2 officers, they come up to him and announce themselves, and this very well-built, good-looking guy stands up and he calmly covers himself, and he takes the marijuana out of his mouth, and he says, "Hey, what can I do for you guys?" And so over the course of their conversation, the police would learn this guy's name was Kerry Stainer.
I like
He was
this so
38
far.
years
I
old,
like it.
and he was the handyman.
Well,
at
when I
Cedar
fly
Lodge
far away, but
Hotel.
if I'm
He would
close, I
tell
don't like
police
it.
that
If
he was
I'm
not
far, I
anywhere near
like it.
Joey's
Okay.
cabin on the night she went missing, and the police ultimately bought it and said, okay, they confiscated his marijuana, and then they walked back up the hill, leaving him down there, and they took some pictures of his car and the tires on his car, and then they left. A couple of days later, some FBI investigators that had been called in for this case, they analyzed those pictures those officers had taken of the tires of Carrie's car, and they compared them to pictures of the tire tracks at Joey's cabin, and they determined they were a perfect match. So later that day, which was July 24th, police officers went back out and tracked Kerry down again. This time he was having lunch at one of his favorite spots. It was a nudist resort about 3 hours northwest of the Cedar Lodge. There he was arrested on the suspicion of murdering Joie Armstrong, and he was brought in for questioning. As soon as he was walked into the police station and was booked, Kerry dropped a bombshell. He confessed to not only murdering Joie Armstrong, but also he confessed to murdering Carol Sund, along with her daughter Julie Sund, and Silvina Peloso, the friend of Julie Sund. And he did all of this on his own. He had no other accomplices, which means the police never had the killer or killers behind bars. It would turn out Eugene Dykes, who was one of their primary suspects, was lying when he made those self-incriminating remarks about he and his half-brother Michael. And as for those synthetic fibers that were found on Eugene and Michael, those fibers belonged to a very commonly sold blanket, and so they did not definitively tie Michael and Eugene to the crime. So for half a year in 1999, there really was a serial killer.
I'm just gonna kind
roaming
of
free
close it
in
off for a
Yosemite
sec,
National Park,
because I want
just
to
like many people
something.
who
I'm just
lived
gonna,
in that area, and
well,
like
maybe
some
not. I'm
people
just
in
gonna
the
make it
media
like,
had
you'll see.
speculated. Kerry would go on to give a very detailed and graphic 6-hour-long confession of how he went about killing all 4 women. This is his awful story. On February 14th, 1999, so the day that Carol, Julie, and Sylvina arrived at Cedar Lodge, Carrie was on his way to his girlfriend's house. His girlfriend, like Carrie, worked at the Cedar Lodge. She was a waitress at their 1950s-style diner. That night, as Carrie walked up her front walkway towards her front door, he made up his mind that he was going to act on a fantasy he had had since he was 7 years old. And that fantasy was to kill a young woman. And so his plan that
What kind of fantasy is that, bro? What?
He would not only kill his girlfriend,
He was
but he would
7?
also kill her 2 daughters, who were 10 and 11 years old at
Wait,
the time. But when he went inside the house and was about
hot
to
in my
carry
room,
out
holy-
this plan, he noticed out one of their windows there was a man in their backyard. And he asked his girlfriend, who's that guy out there? And she would say, oh, I hired someone to take care of our property. So he's going to be cutting the grass and, doing some things with our garden. He's going to be here for a little bit, but he'll stay outside. And so this totally screwed up Carrie's plan because he was not expecting there to be anybody there that night. And so for several hours, Carrie anxiously sat there constantly looking out the window, waiting for this guy to leave so he could kill these 3 people. But the worker was just taking a lot of time, and it didn't seem like he was even close to being done. And so finally, Carrie left without any explanation. Angry and frustrated, he began driving back to Cedar Lodge, where he had an apartment on the 2nd floor. And when he pulled into the parking lot, he noticed there was a car he had not seen earlier in the day. It was a 1999 red Pontiac Grand Prix. And suddenly, Carrie had this urge to find out who owned that car. And maybe, if he was lucky, it was a woman who owned that car, and she was potentially alone. And if that was the case, he could fulfill his fantasy on this woman and not worry about the fact that he couldn't kill his girlfriend and her 2 kids. And so Carrie parked his car a little bit a ways from this red car, and he walked over to the room that was right in front of this red car. And it was room 509, and he peeked behind one of the curtains into the room, which was all lit up, and he couldn't believe his luck. There were 3 women inside of this room. It was Carol, Julie, and Sylvina. And so Carrie stayed back and continued looking through the window just to make sure there wasn't a man inside of this room. And after a while of watching them go in and out of the bathroom and nobody coming into the room but these 3 women and no men coming into the room from the outside, he was certain they were alone. And so when Carrie finally turned around and left to go back to his room, he made the decision that he was going to come back the next day and kill them. The next day, which was February 15th, Carrie secretly followed the 3 women when they hopped in their rental and drove to Yosemite. He followed them to the parking lot, and then he waited in the parking lot until the women had finished going through the park and having this wonderful time. He trailed them from the parking lot back to the Cedar Lodge, and then he secretly followed them when they went to that diner and they had hamburgers for dinner. And he continued to follow them from a distance and watch them rent movies from the front desk. And he followed them all the way back to their room. And once he knew they were inside their room and he watched them long enough to confirm they were not going to leave again, he went back to his room and he got his toolbox. In his toolbox was rope, duct tape, a knife, and a gun. And then around 11 p.m., he left his apartment and went downstairs and walked all the way back over to that corner room, room 509, where the women were. And he looked in the window and it was totally dark inside, so he assumed they must be sleeping, and he knocked on the door. A few minutes later, Carol came to the door and very cautiously opened it up just a crack, leaving that chain link lock still attached. And so she looked through at Carrie and said, "Hi, can I help you?" And Carrie, who held up his handyman toolbox and pointed to his name tag that said he was the Cedar Lodge handyman, he said, "Hi, ma'am, sorry to disturb you so late, but there is a leak in the room right above yours, and I need to make sure the leak is not coming down into your room. So can I come in and just have a quick look, and then I'll be out of here?" And Carol apparently was just not buying it, and she said, "Look, I haven't seen any leaks in this room. I don't think there is one, but even if there is, can it please wait until tomorrow, because we're all trying to sleep." But Carrie was very persistent, and Carrie was known to be very charming and very disarming, and eventually he talked his way into the room. And so he walks inside, he walks past the bed where the other 2 teen girls are still sleeping. He goes into the bathroom, and for a few minutes he kind of pretends to fiddle around inside of the bathroom while Carol is standing right outside looking in at him. And then at some point, Carrie reached into his toolbox, pulled out the gun, and he aimed it at Carol, and he said, "Stay calm, I'm not going to hurt you, this is just a robbery." Carol most likely believed their best chance at getting out of this situation was just to comply and do what he says.
Oh,
He'll
you're
rob
making a
us and
massive
we'll leave
nether
and we'll be okay.
replica?
And so Carol very
Sheesh.
dutifully went
Good
back
luck to
into the
you,
room,
and thank
she
you.
quietly woke up her daughter and her daughter's
A lot of
friend.
people have been
Before
saying
long,
lick, I
Carrie
think.
had
Wait,
tied
let me
up all
see.
3 of them. He put the 2 teenagers in the bathroom.
Did
and
someone
shut the
say
door,
lick?
and then he
Oh,
put
I feel like
Carol
someone
on
else
the
said
bed,
lick.
and then he
I'm on
proceeded to
65.
assault Carol
No, I
before
thought I was the
strangling her to
lowest.
death with more rope. And then after she was dead, he carried
Damn
her
it. I
body
found someone
outside
that
of
was
the
lower than
motel
me.
room and put her in the trunk of her own rental car. And then after he shut the trunk, he went back inside the motel room. He went to the bathroom, he opened it up, he grabbed Sylvina, who was crying, and pulled her out, and he left Julie alone, cowering inside the bathroom by herself. He shut the door behind her, and then he brought Sylvina over to the bed, where he assaulted her before strangling her as well to death with some additional rope. And then after Sylvina was dead, he carried her body outside of the motel and put her in the trunk of the rental car along with Carol's body. And then after that, he went back inside the motel room, and then once again, he opened up the bathroom door, he grabbed Julie, pulled her out, and proceeded to assault her as well. But then afterwards, he did not strangle her to death. Instead, he walked her back into the bathroom and shut and locked the door. And while she was in there wondering what's going to happen to her, what happened to her mom, what happened to her friend, he proceeded to clean up the room and tidy it up, and he moved all of their luggage out of their room and put it into the rental car. And then after he was satisfied, he went back inside the motel room, he opened up the bathroom door, he pulled Julie out and had her stand right outside the bathroom, and then Carrie proceeded to clean up the bathroom but left a couple of wet towels on the ground to give the impression that the women had left in a bit of a hurry. And so after that, he grabbed Julie and he walked her out to the car and he sat her down in the front seat. She only had a blanket on at this point. Everything else had been taken off of her. And then Carrie hopped in the front seat and he began driving off. Julie must have been beyond terrified. She has no idea where her mom is. She has no idea where her friend is. She has no idea they're actually dead, locked in the trunk right behind her. And the man that had just assaulted her for hours is now driving her into the darkness. She has no idea where she's going, and all she's got is this blanket around her. It's just beyond brutal what's happening to this poor girl. And so for 2 hours, Carrie drove them west along the highway in the middle of the night, and the whole time he's trying to make small talk with this
Pushed.
poor
How are you
girl,
doing today?
trying to tell her that she's going to be okay and that her mom and her friend, they're going to be okay. And then finally he pulls off the highway down some switchbacks into this big parking
did you
lot
join,
of the Don Pedro Lake. And then once he parks the
wait.
car, there's no other cars around.
If you have his Discord server, nice. But if you have his Discord server, then you copy paste the IP, then when you copy paste the IP or whatever, write it down. It's gonna give you another IP, then you get the other IP from the original. You know, I don't have to explain it. Just try to join a server and it should be there. Is there a link? No, it's an IP. I could just send you the IP of the thing. I'm too lazy. I don't even have it copy pasted. Never mind. Maybe I do. Oh, I don't. My bad. But I don't know how I actually got into a server. Maybe his YouTube might have a server. Maybe one of his videos. Just go look for one of his videos or something and try to see if he has it in his description or something. I don't know. I actually don't know how I found it, but I did somehow. I haven't seen my phone in a couple days. I had to use my iPhone 5S. It's not like bad, but it's just there's a black hole on it, which is, you know, I can't really see. Not allowed to send the IP. Well, I guess we're not allowed to send the IP. I guess you'll just have to find the server and stuff. My bad. Wait, did you get the first thing? Because it's gonna... Did you get the first IP? Just answer that first. If you got the first IP, then... Yeah, I don't know. Just tell me if you did. If you got the first IP, like from his Discord server, then it's gonna give you this text at the bottom of the screen, or kind of at the bottom. And you just write that down somewhere, and then you're gonna write that down in like a new IP or a new server IP, I guess. If that makes sense. I don't know if I phrased it right, but I tried. A for effort. A for effort. Hello. How are you doing today? Oh yeah, let me continue playing this video.
It's still dark out. The sun hasn't come up. He gets out and he tells Julie to get out of the car.
It does not,
Julie
but that's
is
fine.
So scared, she can't move, so she can't
Yeah,
get
yeah,
out of the
yeah.
car. So Carrie gets out,
I have a
he
week
walks
to
around
build.
her side, he opens the door, and he scoops
Also,
her up
sorry,
like he
Push.
might
I
hold a
couldn't really
baby,
help you. My
and he
bad.
walked with her up the trail all the
But
way
yeah,
to this
yeah.
overlook that was
I have a
well
week to
away
build.
from
This is
any
the first
prying
day.
eyes in the parking lot.
And I started
And
on
once he
Sunday,
was
which
out
is
of
better
sight,
than
he took
starting
a
on
blanket
Monday.
off and he laid it down, and then he proceeded to assault her again. And then as the sun began to come up over the lake, Carrie realized that he had to end his fantasy and begin to cover his tracks. And so Carrie stops what he's doing. He stands up, he reaches down and pulls Julie up to her feet. And so she's standing with her back to the lake. And as he's looking at her, he says, "I love you." And then he pulls out his knife and begins hacking her throat. And then he pushes her down the hillside where she tumbles and finally comes to a stop underneath some bushes where she dies. Carrie grabbed the blanket on the ground.
I'm trying to
and he
do this
walked
at the
back
same
to
time.
rental car in the lot. There was nobody out
That
there, so he hopped
jitter bridge?
inside. He drove out of the lot
No.
and drove 1 hour north until he was well into this forest.
What's the thing I'm building?
Pulled
You guys
down
both
a
asked at the
logging
same
road
time.
where he abandoned
The
his
volcano.
car. After he ditched
It doesn't
he
look
walked
too good
back
right
up
now,
the
but
highway and
I'll
caught a
fix it
cab
up. I
back
just need to
Cedar
shape it
Lodge.
first,
He would
and
come back
then
to the
I'll
car and torch it
do
2
more
days
stuff
later.
with it
He would
after.
also make a
I'll make a
special trip to
design and
Modesto,
details and
California,
stuff,
where
but
he would
for right now I'm
drop
shaping
Carol's
it.
wallet in the middle of the road near a high school in order to confuse investigators. A month later, when Carol and Sylvina's body were found in the back of the burned out car, Carrie would send that handwritten note to police that had the map of where Julie's body was and that horrible message of "we had fun with this one," referencing Julie. He sent that to police in order to further confuse them. He wanted them to believe that there really was more than one person perpetrating these murders, hence the "we had fun with this one." Months would go by, and the police, despite questioning Carrie,
Is there a world edit on this? I don't know. Even if there was,
never
I wouldn't be able
considered
to
him a
use it because I don't know how
suspect.
to
And
use
that was
world edit.
because, one, they really thought he was
I
just
don't-
a nice,
I don't know how to do
normal
any of
guy
that.
and couldn't be capable
I always
of
just
committing
build by
violence
hand.
against these 3 women. And two, probably most importantly, the police discovered when Carrie was a child, his younger brother was kidnapped by a pedophile and held for 7 years. And although his brother was
Damn.
ultimately returned to the family alive, that experience was incredibly
Try clicking
traumatic
with the
and
wood axe.
devastating to Carrie. And
Also,
the
I can't
police
find my
figured
mouse.
There's no
I just
way
have to-
this guy would ever abduct or harm other people because he knows how traumatic and awful that is for the victim and the victim's family. If anything, Carrie seemed like the type of
No,
guy
nothing works,
who would
or
go
it
out of
doesn't-
his way to protect and save these 3 women from being abducted or from being harmed. In July of that year, so 4 months.
Yeah,
after
yeah,
the
yeah. I
3
was gonna
women's
do that. I
bodies
already
were
started a little
discovered,
bit, but
Carrie,
like
who
I can't add
believed
the
he had
slabs first
completely
because I'm
gotten
gonna
away
get
with
like
murder, and to that
carried
point,
away.
He really had. He was just driving around Yosemite, kind of reveling in the fact that he had gotten to live out this fantasy and not get punished for it.
I hate.
When he noticed
I'm not
there
trying
was
to pick up this
woman
tree.
way off in the distance, walking in and out of this cabin
There.
that was fairly isolated. And so he drove his 1979 International Scout blue SUV down this forested road, and he reaches this meadow, and he looks across this meadow, and now that this woman is even closer, he can tell she's clearly loading things into her truck. And she's going back and forth, and he's watching, wondering if there's anybody else helping her, because this cabin is very secluded.
If I were
and he's
you,
thinking, if
I would
she's
add
alone,
some different
I might
kinds
be
of.
able to kill her
Well,
too.
I'm.
And so after a
I
while,
just
when
said
he
I'm
only
shaping
sees
it
her
up first, and
loading
I'll add
things into
details
her white
after.
pickup truck,
You
he
just-
decides he's gonna go
Just
kill her.
chill.
And so
I
he
have a
drives
couple
across the
weeks,
meadow
or I
and
have
pulls
a
up
couple
right
days
next
to
a
do
truck,
this.
and he gets out and he
I just need
introduces
to actually
himself.
figure out
And
what
the
I'm
woman
like,
is
what
so
shape it is
completely caught
first.
off guard by this random strange man showing up in the middle of the night, suddenly acting so friendly that kind of reflexively, in an effort not to be rude, she says, "Hi, I'm Joie Armstrong. Nice to meet you. What are you doing down here?" And Carrie would proceed to spark up some small talk. He asked her if she believed in Bigfoot, and they kind of got on this tangent about Bigfoot. And then at some point, Carrie drew a pistol and he aimed it at her and said, "Go inside your cabin." And so Joie put her hands up and she went inside the cabin like she was told, and Carrie followed her inside, and then he bound her wrists and he bound her mouth with duct tape, and then he ordered her to get back inside of his SUV. And then once she was sitting inside the front passenger seat, Carrie got in the driver's seat and he began leaving the cabin, headed back out away towards that road he came in on. And as he's bombing across the meadow, Joie leaps head first out of the window of this moving car and smashes onto the ground, and she immediately jumps up and just starts running back towards the cabin.
Let's
Carrie
go.
jams on the brakes, he hops out and he starts chasing after Joie, but Joie manages to get fairly close to that tree line right behind the cabin before Carrie ultimately grabs her her and tackles her to the ground. And then
Damn,
Joey is
never mind.
viciously trying to fight Carrie off of her, and Carrie, kind of in a panic, draws his knife and he tries to slash at Joey, but Joey tucks her chin, protecting her neck from being stabbed. And so frustrated, Carrie just stands up and he grabs Joey by the hair and he begins hauling her towards the forest behind her cabin. And the whole time Joey's doing everything in her power.
That's
to
pretty
try to
terrifying
escape,
just to think
but
about
she just
that.
Can't. And finally they get inside the woods and Carrie drags her into this ditch. And once she's down at the bottom, he puts his foot on the top of her head and forces it back, forcibly exposing her throat. And then at that point, he pulls out his knife and he begins to cut. Afterwards, Carrie considered keeping Joey's head, but ultimately he would try to hide it in some bushes nearby. After Carrie attempted to cover up some of the blood in the area with some branches and leaves, he left the forest and went back to his SUV. He didn't even attempt.
How did you get in the
to tidy up
competition?
the
well, if you're in a
progress
server,
of the cabin as is.
he
just hopped in
announced,
his
or
SUV
one
and
of the
drove back to
mods
see
probably
the
announced in
Carrie would
a
tell police that as soon as he killed Joey Armstrong, all
announced
he wanted to do
like a building
was go
competition
kill
that can
his
last a week,
girlfriend and her 2
and
young
you just have to
daughters,
have the
the 10
IP.
and 11-year-old.
Then once you have the
But
first
police
IP,
caught him
you
before he
enter,
could
and then
carry
it'll give you a second IP.
Carrie
Then
Stainer,
this
who
is
never
how I got
showed
in
any
here.
remorse for his victims, was ultimately sentenced to death and is currently awaiting execution in San Quentin Prison in Northern California. One of the more distressing
cool.
aspects of this case was Carol's camera that was
kind of
found
block is that?
intact near the burned out car in the woods. The police would develop the pictures on this camera in hopes there would be some clue as to who murdered them. But it would turn out there wasn't any usable evidence on the camera. It was just pictures of Carol, her daughter, and Sylvina having this wonderful time in Yosemite, and that was it. But after Carrie confessed to what he did to these poor women, those pictures take on a whole new, much darker meaning. In the final 8 images of the camera roll, we know Carrie Stainer was
I also got in one of the servers. Let's go. Let's go.
Secretly at the time
I'm in
pictures were taken,
65.
or he was patiently waiting nearby for them to return. The final image that was taken on this camera was taken by Julie of her mother sitting on the bed and her friend Sylvina sitting on the other bed as they're getting ready to turn out the lights and go to sleep. That picture was taken just moments before Carrie knocked on their door.
I'm in 29. What? How are you so low? I thought I would be lower. How many? I wonder how many servers. You got in? Let's go. Good luck.
So that's going to do it, guys. If you got something out of today's episode and you haven't done this already, for the like button's next birthday, get them a gift certificate
people?
that looks fairly generic.
What do you mean?
And tell them it's to Alfredo's Pizza Cafe. But in reality, it's to Pizza by Alfredo, a much lesser pizza establishment. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly 2 or 3
he's done with this, so let's go find another video. I could watch the Sidemen actually. Or no, that's fine. That's fine.
Today's story covers one of the strangest and most hotly debated mysteries on the internet. But before we
Could I get in right now?
story,
Most
if you're a
likely,
fan
unless
of
if
the
they
strange,
stopped
dark,
it.
and mysterious delivered in story format, then you come to the right place because that's all we
Find
do.
them in my
We upload
server.
3 or 4 times every week.
You're in
So if
MrBeast.
that's of interest to you, please offer to help the like button.
I'm not in
back up all those
MrBeast
things
game.
so we can move, but only use old
I'm in
and
this
weak
competition.
tape, so the bottom of the moving boxes fall out as soon as anyone tries to lift them. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's story.
How many people are streaming this? Probably a lot, right? I wouldn't be surprised.
In mid-August 2013, Mike and Karen Laspisa helped their beloved only child, 19-year-old Bryce Laspisa, get all of his things packed up and into the family car. Bryce had just spent the summer with his parents in their home in Laguna Niguel, California, which is one of the nicest places to live in the entire country. But now that the summer was coming to an end, it was time for Bryce to head back to Sierra College in Rocklin, California, where he was set to start his sophomore year. Once all of his things were packed inside the trunk of the car, all 3 of them hopped inside and then made the 7-hour drive north to his campus. Once his parents had moved him into his apartment, they gave him a hug and a
There's
kiss,
a lot of
wish him luck,
bangs outside.
and then they left.
You're
On their
the
ride
only
back
one that I
home,
found?
Mike and
Oh, that's
Karen
weird.
talked about how well their son seemed to be doing. He loved his school, he loved the program he was in graphic design, he was a very gifted artist, he had lots of friends, he had a wonderful
You guys are gonna hate me for this.
It just seemed like he was
But
living his
sub
best
to
life, and he
me.
was on the path to
Follow. I mean,
success.
sub to me.
So
I
nothing
was
could
on
compare
Twitch. I
them to
streamed
what
on
their
Twitch
son
not
did
that long
2
ago.
weeks later. Just a couple of days
I'm gonna do
after
that that every
dropped off
like
at school,
hour.
Bryce's
Just gonna
very
tell a
close
bunch of
friend
sub
and
to me.
roommate Sean and Bryce's
My
girlfriend
bad.
Kim noticed Bryce
Ah.
was acting erratically. Specifically, he was drinking a ton of hard alcohol. Now, Bryce was no saint. He liked to drink and party like many other kids his age did, but the amount of alcohol he was consuming was concerning. Also, Bryce began experimenting with a drug called Vyvanse, which is a very powerful stimulant that's normally used to treat attention deficit disorder.
Unsub but
Bryce
forever.
didn't have
No.
attention deficit disorder. He was taking it in order to stay up late at night and play video games. But between the heavy drinking and the drug use, it seemed like Bryce's personality was starting to change. He was becoming anxious and skittish and kind of paranoid. And so finally, Sean and Kim confronted him about his substance abuse and asked him, like, what's going on? What's causing you to act this way? And Bryce would say, nothing, guys, I'm fine. I'm just, drinking and doing whatever I want to do. It's not a big deal. But Sean and Kim, they weren't buying it. They were convinced that something bad had happened to Bryce, and the way he was coping with it was by drinking really heavily and taking this drug. On August 28th, so about 2 weeks after Bryce,
I'm probably gonna be streaming for like 8 hours most likely, but I'm gonna take breaks.
Alone in their apartment together, and at some point, as they're sitting there just kind of minding their own business,
Maybe 10 hours. The longest stream I've ever got or done was 12 hours.
Diamond earrings out and he gives them to Sean.
It was pretty good.
Sean's looking at these earrings and he's like, didn't your mom give these to you? Aren't these important to you? These are expensive. And Bryce just says, no, I want you to have them. And so Sean is looking at these earrings, looking back at Bryce, wondering what's going on here. And then before he can even refuse the gift, Bryce is grabbing his Xbox and putting it on the table and telling Sean, I want you to have this too. Take my Xbox. And so Sean is like, I can't accept these two things. These are expensive. These are valuable to you. What's going on here? But Bryce would just say, look, man, I want you to have these things. You're important to me and I want to give these to you. And so as Sean is sitting there wondering how to handle this very strange offering, he watched Bryce pull his phone out and begin really aggressively
24.
texting somebody.
Yeah, my brain was kind of dying at 12
Sean,
hours.
hey, just so you know, I broke up with Kim. At this point, Sean knows, okay, something
if it was a 24-hour stream, it would be a
There's
sleep
no
stream most
reason
likely.
Bryce would break up with Kim. They were such a loving couple. They doted on each other.
Which would be
They were
pretty
very
cool,
close.
but
They'd
I
just seen
also
each other
don't
earlier
have
in
a
the day.
camera.
Nothing seemed to be wrong, and so now
I'm not a big
Bryce's
fan of my
text
face either,
breaking up
which is
with
fine.
her, it didn't make any sense. Plus, Bryce is now trying to give him all these valuable things. It just wasn't really adding up, and so Sean
luck.
decided he needed to get
I don't know
to
if you're in
Bryce's
here
parents,
too, but
because
good luck
clearly
on life.
Someone needed to intervene, and so Sean waited
Thank
until
you.
Bryce left. Bryce actually left to go talk to Kim, and at that point, Sean got his phone out and he looked
Are you
up
building a
Bryce's
volcano?
parents
At
and
least
called
you
them.
know.
Bryce's mother, Karen, she picks up the phone and Sean explains that your
Yes,
son is
starting to
acting
like
strangely,
people could
he's
just
abusing
know it
drugs
now.
and
Let's
alcohol,
go.
and I wouldn't be doing this
I'm just
unless I
shaping
thought
it
there
right
was
now
a
though,
problem.
so
Like, I'm not
just
trying to
don't
get
think
him in
about the
trouble. I want
details because
you
I have a
to
couple
reach
days
out
to do
him
this.
and see what's going on, because I
But
think
yeah, I'm
there's
just
a
shaping it
problem.
right now.
And so Karen was alarmed by this. She had no idea any of this was going on, and she says, okay, I'll reach out to my son. Thank you for telling me. And so they hang up, and before Karen can even call Bryce is calling her. And so Karen answers the phone, but it's not Bryce. It's Kim, his now ex-girlfriend. And she says to Karen, hey, I'm sorry to just call you like this, but your son, he just showed up at my apartment. And
Shouldn't
he's
grave
acting
MrBeast
so
and-
strangely that I actually took his keys.
I
I
could,
don't
yeah,
want him to
yeah,
drive.
I'll
There's something
try,
wrong with
but
him
I'm not too
that's
good at
hard to
doing that type of
describe,
stuff.
but he
But
just seems totally off.
oh, I need to
And so
write that
now
down. I
Karen's really
have so many
concerned because
ideas,
just
but
seconds ago, Sean has told her basically the same thing.
Yeah,
And so
I'll do
Karen
that though.
asks
Thank you
Kim,
for that
"Will you
idea.
Please put my son on the phone." Bryce picks up the phone.
Or I'll
and
do
he says,
something
"Hey,
Mr.
Mom,
Beast
you sound
related.
Totally normal. And she asks him, what's going on? I keep hearing
yeah.
that you're acting strangely, and what are you doing over at Kim's apartment? What's going on here? And Bryce
This
will tell his
volcano's
mom that, "Look,
chonky,
Mom, I
holy."
just broke up with Kim. It's a very messy breakup. That's
Wait,
why
no,
she's
don't leave
calling
me.
you. She's upset, and that's why I'm over here. We're talking about it. And look, at this point, I just really want to go home. I want to go back to my apartment, but she has my keys. Can you please tell her to give me my car keys back so I can leave?" But Karen wasn't really buying it. She knew her son really well, and it just seemed totally strange that two of his very close friends in his inner circle would say the same thing, independent of one another. And so she says, "You know what, Bryce? Look, I
wonder what
want
he's
you to
gonna
just
say.
stay there, and I'm going to fly out there first thing tomorrow morning, and I'm going to just see what's going on out there." And at this, Bryce immediately says, "No, Mom, I have a lot to talk to you about, and until I talk to you about it, I don't want you coming out here." And so Karen's like, "What do you mean you have a lot to talk to me about? What is it that you have to talk to me about? I don't really understand." But Bryce refused to allow elaborate over the phone, which Karen thought was very odd because Bryce was remarkably forthcoming with his parents. They had a very open relationship. They were very honest with each other. So for him to not even give a hint at whatever it was that was on his mind, that
How many
in
hours
some
have I been
way
playing?
had to
This
do
guy's
with
been
what was
playing for
going
so much
on
longer.
here, it just seemed very odd and unnecessarily cryptic. And so Karen gave up trying to get more information out of her son, and instead she put her husband on the phone. And he asked Bryce, hey, what's going on here? Are you okay? And your mom tells me there's some problem. Like, what's going on here? And Bryce again just reiterates, look, Dad, I just broke up with my girlfriend. That's all that's going on here. There's no need to be concerned. I just need one of you to tell Kim to give me my keys back so I can go back to my apartment. That's all I need right now. And so Mike felt convinced that his son was totally fine, even though it did seem odd that 2 of his friends had said he was acting erratically. But from Mike's perspective, Bryce seemed just fine. And so he said as much to Karen and thought, let's just get Kim to give him his keys back and he can go back to his apartment and we can talk to him later about whatever it is that's going on. And so reluctantly, Karen gets back in the
Where
phone
are
and
you?
she asks to
I'm
speak
in
with Kim.
65
She says,
and
hey,
I don't
Kim,
know,
would you mind giving
actually.
our son his keys back?
But
He
yeah,
wants
I'm in
to leave.
server
And so
or
Kim
ID
says, okay, I'll give him his
65.
keys. And then they hung up, and then Kim got the keys out. She gave them to Bryce, and Bryce left. At about 11:30 p.m. that night, Bryce was in his car. He was getting ready to leave when his mom called him back and said, okay, look, I want you to go home, but as soon as you get there, just give me a call so I know you're safe. And Bryce said, no problem, I'll give you a call. About an hour and a half later at 1 a.m., Bryce called his mom back to let her know that he was home safe at his apartment, and Karen and Mike are totally relieved, and they tell their son, okay, we'll talk to you tomorrow morning. 10 hours later at 11 a.m. on August 29th, Karen received an automated phone call from her car insurance company letting her know that roadside assistance had been used on their 2003 Toyota Highlander car. That was Bryce's car. And so Karen's totally confused because the last she spoke to her son, he was at his apartment. He was home safe. He did not have any car problems. And so she's thinking, did he get up early this morning and get into an accident and call roadside assistance? Or maybe last night he got into car problems and just didn't tell her about it, but they were minor. And so she calls Bryce, but Bryce doesn't pick up. And so she dials his roommate, Sean. Sean does answer the phone, and she says, hey, would you mind putting Bryce on the line? But Sean says, Bryce isn't here, and he didn't come home last night. Considering the general weirdness around their son's recent behavior, this really shocked Karen and Mike. At first, they thought, we need to call the police because something horrible has happened. But then they thought, well, wait a minute, let's go into his bank statements because he has a credit card that we gave him, and let's see if there's any recent purchases that will allow us to track where he is. And so they pull up his bank statements, and his most recent charge was only a few hours earlier, and it was at a car repair shop in Buttonwillow, California, which is this small desert town right off of the I-5 highway, located about halfway between his school campus and their hometown in Laguna Niguel. And so Karen and Mike assume their son last night must not have gone to his apartment, but instead just kept on driving south in an attempt to drive all the way back home to his hometown of Laguna Niguel. I mean, after all, he did tell his mom he had a lot to talk about, and he didn't want to talk about it on the phone, and so they assumed he must be driving here to talk about whatever it was in person. And perhaps he ran into some car problems in Buttonwillow, California. That's why he pulled over. That's why there's this charge at this auto repair shop. And so Karen calls the auto repair shop in Buttonwillow, and a man who worked there named Christian answered the phone. And so Karen asked him, have you seen my son? He's got red hair. He's got a tattoo on his arm. He's driving a 2003 Toyota Highlander. And Christian says, oh, yeah, we saw him a couple of hours ago. We responded to his roadside assistance call. He ran out of gas on the I-5 highway. He pulled into a rest stop, and we drove to that rest stop, and we gave him gas. And so Karen asked Christian, did my son indicate where he was going next? And Christian said, no, he didn't. We just gave him the gas and then we left. But if you'd like, I'd be more than happy to just drive over to the rest stop. It's only about 15 minutes away and see if he's still there. It's unlikely because it's been a couple of hours, but maybe. And Karen and Mike are like, oh my gosh, thank you so much. Would you do that? That would be great. And so Christian hops in his car and he drives the 15 minutes over to this rest stop. And he's not really expecting to see Bryce in this parking lot. It had been almost 3 hours. But he pulls into the lot and there is the 2003 Toyota Highlander with Bryce sitting inside of it. He's just sitting behind the wheel staring out into nothingness. And so Christian walks up to the driver's side and he looks down to get Bryce's attention, and Bryce kind of snaps out of it and looks up and he's surprised to see Christian again. He rolls the window down and Christian says to him, hey, I just talked to your parents. They're really concerned about you. You got to talk to them. And so Christian actually pulls out his phone and he calls Karen and says, hey, he is still here. Here he is. And he hands the phone to Bryce. And as soon as Bryce puts the phone to his ear and he says hello, Karen's like, what are you doing? What are you doing just sitting in this rest stop in the middle of Buttonwillow, California? We're so worried about you. And Bryce didn't really have an answer. He just kept telling his mom, oh, I'm not doing anything. I'm just sitting here. And so finally his mom stops trying to get information from him and just says, look, please just fill your car up with gas and come straight home, please. And Bryce says, okay, yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll do that right now. And so Bryce hands the phone back to Christian. Christian pulls it up to his ear.
What
and says,
is
hey,
this?
Karen, it looks like he's leaving now, so I'm going to take off. Karen thanks him
Really?
and they hang up. Christian goes back into his car. He leaves the lot, and as he's driving, he looks over
What's
at
under
Bryce,
there? Just
and
grass?
it didn't really look like Bryce was getting ready to leave. It looked like he had just gone back to sitting and blankly staring out of his
I
car.
wonder.
But Christian figured, you know what? He just talked to his
Wonder
mom.
what he's
He said he
planning
was
to
gonna go
build.
home. I'm sure that's what he's going to do. The drive from Buttonwillow, California, south to Laguna Niguel, California, where Bryce's parents were, was about a 3-hour trip. And so the Laspisas were expecting their son to arrive around 3 p.m. By 3:30 p.m., when he still hadn't shown up and he still hadn't called, Karen began calling her son, but he wasn't answering the phone. And as much as Karen and Mike wanted to believe their son had just gotten stuck in traffic or something like that, they knew deep down something was wrong. Something was off about his behavior. They just didn't understand what it was. For the next several hours, they continuously tried calling their son, and he never answered the phone. And so finally, by 6 p.m. that night, when he still hadn't shown up and they still couldn't get in touch with him, they called the police and they filed an official missing person report. The police began their search by contacting Bryce's cell phone provider, AT&T, and they asked them to use their cell phone towers to ping Bryce's cell phone, basically triangulate where his phone is located. And once they did that and they had the actual location of his phone, the police and Bryce's parents were shocked at where it was. It was still in Buttonwillow, California. It was located just a couple of miles down the road from that rest stop where Christian had last seen Bryce. It was now in this parking lot of this hotel. And so the police around Buttonwillow were alerted to the fact that Bryce was a missing person and his phone was apparently in this parking lot. And so police were sent over there to see if Bryce was there too. And so the police arrive in this hotel parking lot, and sure enough, right in the middle is the 2003 Toyota Highlander with Bryce sitting behind the wheel, just sitting there staring out the front. And so an officer walks up and he knocks on the glass, and Bryce rolls the window down, and the officer would say Bryce acted totally normally. He was friendly, he was lucid, he answered all their questions. When he got out of the car and they conducted field sobriety tests, he passed all of them. He even said, hey, if you want to search my car, go for it. I'm not doing anything out here. And so the officers did search his car, and there were no drugs, no alcohol, there was nothing suspicious in his car. And when they asked him, what are you doing out here? Your parents are so concerned about you. Bryce would tell them that he was just sitting there. He didn't really have much of an answer, but he told them he planned on going home soon. And so one of the officers said to him, hey, you really need to call your mom. You need to call home and let them know that you're okay. And when they told him to do that, Bryce suddenly became really apprehensive, like he did not want to call home. And the officer picked up on it. And he said, hey, you gotta tell your family what's going on. They're the reason we're out here. They're concerned about you. So get out your phone and dial your mom. And so Bryce reluctantly pulled his phone out. He dialed his mother's number and he hit call. And the officer said, give me the phone. So Bryce hands over the phone. The officer picks it up. Karen answers the phone. And the officer tells her, hey, look, I'm with your son. He's just fine. He's sober. There's no drugs. There's no alcohol. I don't really know what he's doing, but he says he's gonna go home pretty soon. But there's nothing wrong about the situation that I can tell. You need to talk to your son and figure out what's going on. And so he hands the phone over to Bryce. Bryce picks it up, and Karen says to him, what's going on? Why are you still in Buttonwillow? It's been like 9 hours. And Bryce really didn't give her an answer to any of her questions. He just kind of deflected all of them and said he'd be home soon and don't worry about it. I'm just sitting here. There's nothing to worry about. And so finally, Karen just stopped trying to pull information out of her son. She could tell that, again, he was not going to tell her what's going on. And so she changed her tactic and she told her son very gently, Bryce, please just go get a bite to eat, get a cup of coffee, kind of get yourself together here, and then please just drive home. It's only a few hours away. Drive home and we can talk about whatever problems you have, but you just gotta drive home. You gotta leave Buttonwillow, you gotta come home. And at this, Bryce says to his mom, you know what? Okay, I'm sorry, I'll be home in a few hours. And so they hang up, and the officer who was kind of eavesdropping intentionally on this conversation to make sure everything was fine, the officer was satisfied that everything was fine, that Bryce was sober, that he would head home. And so he says, okay, Bryce, best of luck, head home to your parents. And the officer left. An hour later, Karen received a call from Christian, the car repairman who had checked on Bryce earlier. And he was actually returning one of Karen's calls. She'd called him sometime and he didn't get back to her. And so he was calling back, and he wanted to know, had Bryce made it home safely? Because now it's been several hours from when he saw him last. And Karen would tell Christian, actually, no. After you left, my son did not leave Buttonwillow. He just went down the road to a parking lot. But, the police actually were just over there. They checked on him. And now I'm certain he's making his way home. Christian, who felt kind of invested in what was happening with Bryce, would say to Karen, hey, I don't mind driving over there and just confirming he has left this parking lot. But Karen would say, you know what? I'm confident he's on his way. Don't worry about it. You're too kind. So they hang up, and afterwards,
You're too
Christian,
kind.
even though he didn't have to, he decides, I'm going to go over there and make sure Bryce really has left, because obviously something strange is going on here, and if there is some problem, maybe I can assist. And so he drives over to this hotel parking lot, and he really was not expecting to see Bryce there. But he pulls into the lot, and who's still in the middle of the lot? Bryce in his 2003 Toyota
let's
Highlander,
go.
just staring out the front of his car. And so this time, Christian pulls up right next to him. He parks the car. He walks right up
Wait.
to the window, and he's a little bit more forceful, friendly, but forceful with Bryce. He has him roll the window down, and Bryce obviously is very surprised to see Christian again. It's the third time he's seen this car repairman. And Christian says to him, hey, Bryce, you need to go home. Your parents are so worried about you. You need to leave right now. In fact, I'm going to watch you leave, and then I'm going to follow you onto the highway to make sure you're going home. And so Bryce was a little bit taken aback at how forceful he was being, but he would ultimately say, okay, yeah, all right, let's leave. And so Christian gets back in his car, and he goes right behind Bryce. And after a few seconds, Bryce pulls out of the lot, and he starts driving onto the road, and Christian follows him. And for the next hour, Christian would just remain behind Bryce and watch him drive towards Laguna Niguel. And while he was driving, Christian would actually call Karen and Mike back, and he would say to them that, your son had not left, but now he's good. He's on the highway. I'm right behind him. He'll be home soon. And so when Christian and Bryce made it to the last leg on the way to Laguna Niguel, Christian was confident that Bryce was fine and he would get home under his own steam. He wasn't driving erratically. Everything seemed normal. And so Christian pulled up alongside Bryce. He kind of waved to him to say, I'm leaving. And then he turned around and he headed back to Buttonwillow. Shortly after this, Karen called Bryce. Bryce picked up the phone. He's still driving. And Karen tells him, okay, you're going to give me landmarks of the things you're seeing as you're driving so that I know you're actually driving home. But Bryce refused to give them to her. He would say, oh, I can't see anything out my window. It's too dark and I don't know where anything is. And so despite Karen and Mike getting so frustrated with him, saying, come on, tell us something, give us a sign, a road sign, anything, tell us anything around you, Bryce didn't give them any information. And so finally, at about 2 a.m., when Bryce really should have been in Laguna Niguel or very close, he tells his parents on the phone that he's too tired to continue and he needs to pull over and take a nap.
I have an idea. I'll put lava
urged him to just keep on going. Come home. You can sleep as long as you want when you get here. But as they were saying it, they realized their son had been awake for nearly 24 hours at this point, and it's the middle of the night, so it does kind of make sense for him to pull over and take a nap. And so they say, okay, pull over, but as soon as you wake up, you need to call us so we know you're back on the road. So Bryce says, no problem, I'll do that. And they
he won't do that. He won't.
Hours later, at 8 a.m., Karen and Mike have still not heard from their son, and they're telling themselves that he's probably just sleeping, he's totally exhausted, I'm sure he's fine. And then they hear their doorbell ring, and they're immediately so relieved because they're thinking, Bryce is here. He's finally arrived, thank goodness. They run to the door, they open it up, and it's not Bryce, it's a police officer. And the officer asks them, do you own a 2003 Toyota Highlander car? And so Mike and Karen's hearts sank, and they say, yes, our son Bryce drives that car. The officer told them that the car had been located a few hours earlier at the bottom of a 25-foot cliff near Castaic Lake. Castaic Lake is about halfway between Buttonwillow and Laguna Niguel. They told the parents that there was no sign of a driver. Bryce was not there. They did find 2 small drops of blood inside the vehicle, but beyond that, there was no indication that Bryce had sustained life-threatening injuries from this crash. They said the back window of the vehicle had been broken from the inside, indicating that Bryce had escaped the wreck by punching out that window. His laptop and phone were still in the vehicle, and his wallet and duffel bag were outside the vehicle on the road and looked like they had been
Let me see what the
rummaged
other
through
dude's
before
doing.
they were left there.
How
After
far
an
he is.
examination of the damage to the car, the final tire tracks that led down to
Oh,
where
he
it had
stopped
been
building.
found, and traffic cameras
What?
in the area, it was concluded that Bryce had actually intentionally driven off this cliff, and he had actually hit the accelerator
Is this
right
like a
before he
parking
went over
lot?
the
Like-
edge. After Mike and Karen
Oh.
headed out to the crash scene and had a chance to talk to some of the investigators that had been looking for Bryce, they informed the parents that most likely what they were looking at with this crash was a failed suicide attempt.
Good point.
But
Why
Mike
is
and
that there?
Karen, they just couldn't buy that. That was not like their son. And just 2 weeks earlier, when they dropped him off, he was happy. He was excited to be at school. He was talking about the future. He was not someone that was suicidal. And so what situation could he have possibly
There's no one
gotten
else
himself
anywhere in
into
this
just
direction.
those 2 weeks
So empty.
that was so bad it would lead to something like this? It made investigators and the parents wonder, was Bryce hiding something? What did he mean when he said he had a lot to talk about? Did that have something to do with this thing he was hiding? A huge search was launched in and around the area where the car had been found, with hundreds
I'm so
of
hungry.
people on
Just about to make
horseback, on
myself some food.
ATV, on foot. There were helicopters in the air. They put divers in the lake. I mean, they looked everywhere for days and days and days. But nothing was found of Bryce. On the 9th day of the search, they brought a bloodhound out to see if it could pick up Bryce's scent, and sure enough, it did, right at the crash site. And the dog followed the scent all the way down to the lake. It walked around the lake to this
Bloodhounds are
bridge.
kinda
It was
cracked at
actually a
smelling.
dam that went across the lake. It followed his scent right across the bridge to the other side, and then it kept on following it up this small access road until it reached a truck stop, and then his scent just stopped. And so police and the parents and everyone involved in this investigation was really surprised at this discovery. And so police got another bloodhound, a separate bloodhound. They brought it out to see if it could do the same thing, to prove that this really was his scent trail. And sure enough, the bloodhound picked
Hello.
up his scent,
How are you
went
doing
down to the
today?
lake, and went around to the bridge, went over, went to the truck stop, and then it just stopped. But after the scent trail was discovered, there was no other leads for anyone to follow. And so after 3 weeks of looking everywhere for Bryce, the search was called off. Some say Bryce was suicidal. That's why he drove off the cliff. That was a suicide attempt. And despite the bloodhounds picking up his scent, Bryce was most likely in the lake somewhere. Others disagree and say Bryce is still alive, that after this crash, he gets out of the car and he walks down to the lake, he walks around to that bridge, he goes up to the truck stop, and then he hitches a ride with someone and vanishes, and now he's living off the grid somewhere. And still others believe Bryce's drug and alcohol use caused a psychotic break, and that was what was causing all this strange behavior, and that was what led him to drive off the cliff. And perhaps when he landed, he sustained a vicious head wound that caused him to forget who he was, and so now he's just kind of wandering around somewhere, not knowing who he is or knowing that he's a missing person. As for his parents, they say he would never do this on purpose. He would never cause this much pain to the people that love him, and so he must have been a victim of foul play. But regardless of what you believe happened to Bryce, something happened to him, and it's probably connected to whatever it was he said he needed to talk to his mom about. That thing that he couldn't discuss on the phone that potentially he was trying to drive home to talk to his mom and dad in person about. But unless we find Bryce and he's still alive, it's unlikely we'll ever know what it was. Since August 30th, 2013, when Bryce went missing, no one has heard from him.
I
No one has
like
seen him.
this.
If you
It's a
think you
big
have
chunky
information about
volcano.
Bryce Laspisa, please call this number now. Let them know what you know, because his parents, volunteers, the police, there's so many people still looking for him.
This is still
And so
going on right
any
now? The
bit
hell?
of information could crack this case. So please, if you have information,
No, what do I watch now? That's the year we disappeared. What? Seems interesting.
48 Hours presents
Let's just watch this, I guess.
Imagine being 9 years old and learning that someone wanted to kill you, your dad, your brothers, and your mom. And that's what I found out when I was 9 years old.
kind of explained it yourself, well, of course.
It all began on a perfect summer day. It was the end of summer, August. It was hot, sunny, not a cloud in the sky.
How long have we been building for? Not too long,
We
right?
spent all day at the beach. And everything was ideal until that night when everything changed.
My uncle was a police officer, and he worked the midnight shift.
My dad left for work just like normal. He hadn't gone probably half a mile from our house when a car pulled up behind him, pulled out alongside him, and he was shot through the driver's side window of his car with a shotgun. The shotgun blast tore through his face and ripped off his lower jaw.
Before he lost consciousness, he wrote, "Not an accident." He realized that they were trying to kill him, and he feared for his family's life.
On that summer night, my childhood ended. I was never alone again. We were guarded 24 hours a day. Everybody had a gun.
We were fenced in.
We had an attack dog. We had a sniper on the roof with a long-range rifle.
You couldn't go out.
I had hidden a steak knife under my mattress, and I would just lay there and listen.
Under your mattress?
I
That's...
just knew that the people who shot my father were not going to stop until we were all dead.
Under the mattress? You know how long it takes to lift a mattress? Let me just do this. Oh, my stomach. I'm so hungry.
Next door to our house, there was an old graveyard. It sounds morbid, but it was actually this beautiful place to go and play. There were these old trees that were perfect for climbing and grassy lawn to play tag and hide and seek, and we spent a lot of time over there.
Whoa, what did I do? MrBeast? Why would I add an
Falmouth,
S at the
Massachusetts
end?
was the ideal place to grow up. Every summer day, we would get up in the
Oh,
morning.
it's more like
and Mom would pack
MrBeast.
a lunch, and we would head out to Old Silver Beach.
Building competition.
By the end of the summer, we'd
Not
all be brown as
MrBeast.
berries and
Like,
just
I don't expect.
relaxed and happy. That summer, it was me, my two older brothers, Eric and Sean, my dad, my mom. My mom was studying to be a nurse. And then my cousin Kelly, who was helping out my parents take care of us kids. She was there to have fun, but she was babysitting was how she earned her rent. My father was a police officer, Dad's first day in uniform. In his uniform, my dad looked incredibly handsome, I thought. He looked like a movie star to me. He seemed invincible.
My Uncle John was a guy that you didn't mess with. He took his job and his position very seriously.
The John Busby I fell in love with was an athlete. He was handsome. He was very self-confident. He was one of the nicest fathers. He was a wrestler on the ground kind dad. And a hold my little
My
girl
palms are
close
sweaty
kinda
for no
dad.
reason.
John always gave us the sense of safety and that nothing would happen to us as long as he was around. August 31st, 1979.
Yeah, there's probably going to
was
be a lot of people building a volcano, but, you know,
what
I'm just
changed
going to
our lives
continue because
forever.
I have a couple ideas to build inside the volcano.
Nothing was ever the same.
What are you planning on building? Just wondering.
August
Also, what
31st,
server? What lobby are you in?
1979.
What server?
This was the Friday, the start of Labor Day weekend. We were out in the driveway painting my dad's car. This was my mom's way of getting us out of the house that night so that my dad could sleep because he worked the midnight shift. And this is a photo that my mom took of me that night. When I was growing up, it was really hard for me to look at, because I would look at this girl and I would study her face and I would think, what is that girl thinking about? Like, what is her life like? Because it felt like after that night, that childhood ended. So that night, my dad got up to get ready.
How do I
for
claim
work.
plot? And
My
what server am I in?
brother's in bed.
When you're just instantly, if you get the right IP, you're just instantly claimed the plot.
When I
you
heard
will
the
just
knock on
instantly
the
claim a
door,
plot. And I'm in
I
65.
was watching Benny Hill. And in fact, I was laughing. I can remember.
I heard someone screaming or crying. And at first I thought it was the TV. And I woke up and I came out of my room and I saw my dad's friend Rick Smith was there, and he was in uniform. And he was talking to my mom, and she was crying and screaming. And she kept saying, no, 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 no. And she kept trying to push him away from her.
I said, Paulie, there's been an incident involving John. And she goes, what happened? What happened? And I said, he'd been shot.
I made a noise.
I'm
I
new here.
remember
Hello,
making
how are
a
you doing?
noise and falling back
Welcome.
against the wall and sinking down.
I was saying, what's wrong? What's going on? And she didn't even acknowledge that I had come out of my room.
There was a great deal of confusion. We knew something bad had happened to him.
And I told Kelly, I'll call you as soon as I know what's happening. And the next thing I knew, I was in the cruiser. I could see lights everywhere. And I could see John's Volkswagen riddled with holes. And I thought to myself, this is bad. This is really bad.
By the time we got to the hospital, there was a doctor and the nurses, and he was in a triage unit.
The doctors were all over him, and he kept beckoning that he wanted to write.
My dad managed to write a note.
Do you guys think
that
I
said,
should put the
"Calling
title
kids
of the video?
Not safe."
Or you?
When he wrote that note,
I could put
I
the
knew
title
there
of
was
the
one
video.
person in town that was capable of trying to
If
kill
ever
John.
someone new joins, you could
And
just
that
know
person
the
was
video.
capable of killing his whole family. It felt like I was in a storm, and I didn't know how bad that storm was going to get. Or if any of us were going to be safe again ever.
Hello, how are you doing today?
My Aunt Polly had just left with a police officer. Instructions were to stay away from the windows and keep the house unlit and keep the door locked. I closed all the shutters and locked all the doors and turned out the lights.
Turned out the lights. What? Out.
I don't know how much
I
time
wonder-
had passed, but I saw the lights of a car pull into the driveway. I was expecting a police cruiser to pull into the yard, and it was not. There was a guy in a red car, and he had a rifle.
Jitter clicking hurts my arm so much.
I didn't recognize him. I can remember
How
that
are you
the
planning?
children, at
I
least
could
Sean,
increase
was
this,
very
but
panicked, saying,
so far just
"Who's
up to
that
this.
guy? He's got a gun.
I could go
Is he
way
coming
higher
to
though,
kill us?"
which I might, because I really like this.
I was scared. I was in great fear that that individual was going to
And
come
I have
in
7
and
days
kill
to do this.
whoever was in the house.
So I probably will.
Get in the back of the house. Get in the back of the house.
There was a lot of things going through my mind. To flee was not an option.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to change that top
There was no
part,
way out.
because yeah,
All I could
this is
think
way
of
too
is
chunky.
we need to hide and make it look like there's nobody still at the house. Everything was whispers. I said we need to be quiet until they go away.
Then we heard someone knock at the door. Knocking louder, knock, knock, knock. Kelly just said, stay quiet, stay quiet.
And I'm just talking to myself saying, he's gonna go away, it's gonna be okay, we're gonna be okay. Please stop knocking at the door, please go away.
And then it stopped.
I took a deep breath, thinking, thank God.
What am I
it's
planning on
over.
making? A
He's
very
going
massive
away.
volcano with
And
MrBeast
suddenly I heard
engraved on the
knocks at the
side.
back door.
But I don't know if I can do that. The engraving
It was
part.
then
But I'll
that
try.
I
I'll
realized
try.
they weren't going away.
I have a long time to do this.
That's when Kelly said, this is the plan. I want you guys to go into the attic and hide in there. Do not come out of the attic until I come and get you or until your mom comes home. Don't come out for anybody else. All I could think was, we're gonna go up in the attic and this guy's gonna come looking for us. And we have to be so quiet and not move.
That's easy. Just lay down and just fall asleep. No, maybe not fall asleep.
It was
but,
hard
you know,
to
just lay
balance
down
on
and
the rafters. And I was in a nightgown, and I didn't want to fall into the insulation, which was very prickly, so I was just trying to stay still really hard and not move or make a sound. And we just waited for whoever was gonna come up there.
The kids are in the attic. The guy's still knocking at the back door, not going away. And I remember thinking, what am I gonna do? The first thing I had to do was protect those children and make it look as though they weren't home, and if there was entry into the house, that I was the only one in the residence.
Damn. W woman. Let's go.
I walked over to the window, which is right beside the door, and at that moment, the guy pulled out a police badge. He said he was a Falmouth police officer and that he was here
I don't believe it.
watch over John Busby's family.
I don't believe that. Why would you? I wouldn't believe that.
We heard Kelly say, he's a cop, it's okay, you can come down. And then once we heard that, we were like, okay, it's safe.
Woman W, yep.
Throughout the evening, more police
Ready to
officers showed
sacrifice their
up
life.
to watch the
Let's
home.
go.
And at that point, I realized that it just wasn't going to be okay the next day.
They were trying to get an airway down. They couldn't get it down, so they started giving him morphine. And I heard somebody say, he won't go down.
This guy's still
we can't
building?
get him to relax and get the airway in.
Nope, not anymore. What is this? Oh, this. Why'd you do
One
it
of
with
the
this
officers
color?
behind me, and I think it was Rick Smith, he said, we have somebody at the house with the kids.
Whoa!
Got somebody there and others en route.
How do you?
And it was like you could see John just relax. He relaxed, he laid
That's so
back,
cool.
and they slipped an airway in. I really believe that John overwhelmed the doctors at the Falmouth Hospital. They'd never seen anything
You're
like
also
that.
building. Yep.
They didn't know
Let's
quite
go.
what to do.
What's your ID or server ID? I
John
think.
looked like a
Let's go.
monster. His beautiful, handsome face went right to here normal. And then it was like tissue had stretched and stretched and stretched. And right about here on his chest was his chin. There was no jaw. I wondered, how are we going to repair this? How are we going to put this back together? From the Falmouth Hospital, they took him by ambulance to Mass General Hospital.
No, but
They
why is it
reassured
red?
me
How do
that
you make
they
it
got him
red?
in there in enough time to keep him from bleeding out, but it would depend on how strong he was to come through the surgery.
I like that. That's cool.
Police in Falmouth today are looking for suspects who fired into the face of an officer there. 36-year-old John Busby was driving.
The morning after the shooting, we left to go stay with my uncle near the hospital where my dad was staying in Boston. No one was told where we were going, and when we got there, we were told not to tell anyone where we were staying or who we were staying with. This was the beginning of the year that we disappeared.
The title's clickbait.
What do you think
I thought it
of
was
the
something
police
cool was gonna
response?
happen.
Chat now on Facebook and Twitter.
When John became aware in the recovery room, his eyes fluttered some, and then he started going from tube to tube. And then he realized he couldn't talk. And I saw a look in his eyes almost of, you know, I can't talk. And then he saw me sitting there, and he wrote, "Don't leave me like this." He didn't want to be on a respirator or be an invalid like that. And if the choice came, I needed to let him go. I needed to let him die. I said, "You can't leave me here. You can't leave me with these 3 kids. I can't be left alone. You have to stay. You have to come back. We'll make it."
He couldn't speak, he couldn't breathe, he couldn't eat, he couldn't even drink water. I mean, he couldn't do anything.
That's, oh, I would
because
hate
it had
that.
wired shut what was left of his face.
Want a tour? Just wait.
Once I saw
Oh no, I'll
him,
do it after when I get
thought,
off or before I get off.
wow, they really meant
I'm
to
trying to
kill
stay
him.
motivated.
And I remember going to
Motivated.
bed some nights and I would just lay in bed and think, my dad? Everybody likes my dad. Who could want to kill my dad? My father knew the instant that he was shot who was trying to kill him, and he was able to communicate that to the officers who were there on the scene.
When I first saw him, he was shaking like a dog. He was holding the towels up to his face, and I asked him, "Who did this, John?"
And he got out a pen and a notebook that he always carried with him, and he wrote, "Not an accident, Mel Rainey."
John did not see who shot him, but he knew exactly who would want him dead.
Melvin Rainey was in the trash hauling business.
He had contracts all over Cape Cod, and it was very lucrative.
He was a convicted arsonist. He had a reputation of getting even with individuals by sneaking in the night and burning properties. His favorite saying was, "I smell smoke."
I smell smoke, which meant, you know, without directly threatening, it meant there's going to be a fire in your future, your house, your car, whatever. I'm going to burn something of yours. Melvin Rainey was also suspected of murder. He was suspected of killing 3 people, and in 2 of those cases, the bodies have never been recovered. Melvin Rainey was married to a woman named Wanda Medeiros Rainey, and in 1971, she went missing. He claims that he dropped her off at the bus station and she was never seen again. About a year later, a teenage boy in Falmouth named Jeff Flanagan went missing. He was dating a 17-year-old girl who had been babysitting for the Rainey family, who Melvin was also interested in.
Wait,
Jeff
what?
Flanagan was found shot to death.
What do you mean? Are you talking about?
His
I
body
don't know
was
what you're talking about.
recovered in a cranberry bog directly across the street from Melvin Rainey's home.
And then a former employee of Melvin Rainey's, a 17-year-old boy named Paul Allward, was set to testify against Melvin in a grand jury arson investigation. The police promised that he would be protected. They escorted him to the Martha's Vineyard ferry, where he could go out to where he had some family and stay there until the trial. He got on the ferry, he didn't get off.
Melvin Rainey basically walked free on all of those accounts. I think because people were afraid to prosecute him. And I'm talking about policemen afraid of him because they had families and they go to bed at night and you don't know if he was going to burn the house down with your kids in the house.
I knew that the police chief's car had burnt in his yard, and everybody assumed that it was, you know, Melvin, but nobody could prove it.
Melvin.
Rainey
I'm not
considered
really
himself
watching. I'm more
untouchable,
listening to it because I
and
don't
that
have two
extended
monitors.
to
I can't watch
his
it,
immediate family. So if
which
the
kind of
police
sucks. But you know that's fine.
tried to give a ticket to anyone in his family, he would march into the police station and have the ticket torn up and have it erased from the logbook. Well, my dad was either brave enough to take on Melvin Rainey, or he was foolhardy enough to take him on. If you broke the law, he didn't care who you were connected to. You were gonna get a ticket, you were gonna go to court, so he had run-ins with them. My dad was conducting traffic at a roadblock at a fatal accident, and Melvin Rainey's brother, John Rainey, was there in his semi, and instead of waiting for the scene to be cleared, he just decided to drive straight through the accident scene, and he actually hit my father with his truck. He went to his house and arrested him and charged him with assault and battery with a deadly weapon.
And just prior to that
When you win the
court
competition, you
hearing,
better buy two. I will.
John Busby
Trust.
was shot.
I'll buy a new PC and everything because this PC, it's good for its price. I
thought
bought it for
instantly that
$700
Melvin Rainey had shot him.
or Canadian dollars, but
And now we're going to start
it's
after
not
Melvin.
like the best. But I still
I think
am
there
so
were a
happy
lot
with
of
it. You don't
cops
understand
on the
how happy
force
I am.
who wanted
first
to
PC.
go straight to Rainey's house and just drag him out. But there were a lot of other people who were in positions of power.
Yeah.
who
No, I'm
were
going to
really
win.
too
I'm gonna win.
scared
I'm gonna win.
to do anything about it.
I got this.
I would challenge anyone to go to any police department and
What am I
ask
building?
the
A
question,
volcano.
if one of their officers was shot in the line of duty, what would they do? And I can tell you the response will be, they're not going to stop investigating
Look, it's a
that
volcano.
crime
It's a
until
very
an arrest
chunky
is
volcano.
made. This did not happen in the town of Falmouth when John Busby was shot.
This is the police log from that night. You know, the local paper does the log of accident, fight in progress, disorderly group, noisy house. At the hour of my dad's shooting, there was nothing. They didn't put it in. They took it out of the police log. I mean, they've got everything else in here. Dog barking, 2 drunks near Russell and Falmouth Heights. You know, every single teeny thing in town is
If I don't
in here
win,
for some
I'm gonna
reason. The
sub
police
and
log
unlike.
doesn't state for that
No.
night that a police officer was shot.
Oh, hello, Red. How are you doing today?
To my knowledge,
Where's my mouse?
the Falmouth
Oh,
Police
I lost my
Department
mouse. Oh,
never
there it is.
interviewed Melvin Rainey regarding the John Busby shooting.
Wait, can you guys see my mouse?
I've often wondered just
You guys can see my
exactly
mouse?
how this little
I probably look so stupid now.
guy
All this time you guys could have seen.
could get away with the
Oh my
stuff that
god,
he
I can't
got
see
away
my own
with
mouse and I don't know
without
why.
even being questioned.
It was clear to a lot of us that there was something behind the scenes that was much more powerful than Melvin Rainey. Melvin Rainey had something on someone, whether he was paying people in envelopes or whether he had pictures from some sort of sexual act. He clearly had so much control that the police didn't go after him. Nobody was going to do anything about a crime involving Melvin Rainey.
Michael John did not want to die.
2//wand. Oh, that's not a thing.
Michael John wanted to live, and live to take care of what happened to him.
You just have to build everything by hand, which makes sense. I like
Their
that though.
biggest
I'm not good
mistake
with any tools.
Was they
Which
didn't kill him.
I like how everyone's just
That
building
was
by
their
hand.
biggest mistake.
48 Hours presents will continue.
I wonder how many blocks I
My
already
name's
used.
John Busby. They didn't think I'd live, but I did.
Wait, what?
Busby.
Who is this dude? Is this John?
My name's John Busby. They didn't think I'd live, but I did.
Let's go, he can talk.
Someone's going to do a voiceover for me. I'm a little hard to understand, but these are my words, and this is my story.
Let's go. Do you think there's any competition on your server? Probably. I'm not too good at building, but I will win. Say nerd or you won't win. Nerds. Here, let me you know, actually I think I know what's happening with my mouse. Let me pause this real quick. Yeah, let me go check the competition. And let's hope. Wait, capture cursor. What's stealing my mouse then? Capture cursor, client area. Aha, I did something. Aha, that's not good. I want to go back. How do I, oh, never mind. That's fine. I don't know what I just did, but you know, that's fine. Okay, I don't know what's stealing my mouse though. But you know, that's fine. I'll go check out the competition. My render distance is low, but I can't see my mouse or control it. Oh, down. I like this. I hope I get. No, I will. I will get into the bit. Okay, I will. What are these numbers though? I don't get this. Well, they're clearly blocks, but mini mountain. I like that. Okay. Maybe not. Oh, there is competition. I gotta turn it up slow because, oh, maybe not. I mean, this looks pretty cool so far. Maybe this might be my competition. Because all the other builds are decently small. They're not bad, they're just small. Oh, whoa, I like that. Oh, donkey, nice. I don't know why I like this, but it's just cool. Just seeing, I don't know. Not even that digging. Oh, that's cool. What? I don't even get. I don't get that, bro. Ooh. How do I get back to my land? That's a good question. This guy's still building. Why is he built? Wait, what? He just went through the blocks. Alright. Like a. Huh. What are all these signs? Wait. No, I don't even know what you're talking about. I was too lazy to read that. I was like acting like I read it. Oh, that looks cool. Oh. Oh, that's cool. No way this person built that this fast. I just don't believe it. How do I get back to my land? I'm a little far. Oh, that's cool. I like these. Oh. This is gonna look so epic. There's no way this is not gonna make it in a video. I like that. This guy's just building the whole tree. Nice. On Badland, there's a mod where you can... I'm good. Oh, are you talking about the person? Yeah, I feel like... I don't know. I feel like, personally, that's cheating. But that's my opinion. I just feel like it's cheating. Well, that's cool. Really? Okay, you know what? Hopefully this works if I disconnect and go back on. Oh, never mind. How do I submit my build? That's the only problem. I don't know how to get back to my build or slash plot slash. Oh. Wait, what? Teleport. Home. There you go. Nice. Now that I flew over all those other buildings, I don't think this is that big, so I'm gonna make it way bigger. Slash home. Is it? Well, I think it's slash... No, it's slash plot home. Okay. Oh yeah, let me continue playing the video.
Pulled out as if to pass.
Ow, I just cracked my leg.
It matched my speed.
Restart the vid? No. I'm 26 minutes in. Can't do that, sir. I'm already invested.
I got word while I was in the hospital that the investigation had been totally botched. I determined there was only one way that justice was going to be done, and I was going to have to supply it. I was going to have to get healthy, get out of the hospital.
Yeah, I will. I'm gonna build like ancient civilization and caves and stuff. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but I'm gonna build like cave systems and try to build like hints of like that people used to live here. But do you really think he would look at my castle that hard? Like he would see this hole and then enter it type stuff, you know? That's what I'm wondering. Well, I could make it like a big hole.
Boston.
I'll see. But right now I'm shaping. Okay, we'll get that. We'll get there later.
There were police cars in the driveway.
The police made it clear that we needed to be protected.
Tell me if the audio or anything's wrong, because I need to know.
We had
or
at least
video
two guards
size,
at
or
our
if the
property
video's too small.
24 hours a day, and they were well armed.
Everywhere I went, there was a cop. I had a police officer follow me to school, wait outside my classroom all day, in the lunchroom, everywhere I went. My first day back to school, we went down to the lunchroom. A boy came over to the table, leaned over to me and said, "You know why that cop's here, don't you? Because somebody wanted to kill your dad and somebody's gonna come and kill you."
That's
They
messed
were
up.
thought of as being different at that time, and not in a special way, but in a way of almost like a virus.
Kids had been told, don't sit by her. They were transferred out of my classroom because what parent wants their kid next to, you know, a ticking time bomb?
Makes
basically.
sense. That does
Life
make
was
sense.
spent speculating who somebody
Just
was.
make sure you have an outrageous.
Who was traveling too close to you. Didn't matter where you were.
Yeah.
Who's
Yeah, I
beside me
agree.
and what could they do?
Let's
to
go.
you.
But we have a lot of. This is my first day, and I'm kind of happy with the shape. Like
We had
the
police
first couple
protection
hours, and the shape's not too
for the
bad.
first
2 hours
few months
that I've
when we
started
were
building.
home.
When it started costing the town so much money that it was busting the bank, I guess, they decided to protect us in a different way. An 8-foot fence, an alarm system, and a guard dog.
His name was Max. I did not like Max. If I was in the yard without my dad, that dog had to be chained up. If he thought somebody was gonna hurt my dad, even if it was me, he would just bite your throat out. Getting him meant that our family dog, Tigger, had to be given away because she was terrified of him. We had gone from a really regular family where my parents were really loving to things being very serious all the time. We used to go to the beach, do things together as a family, and now we really just didn't leave our house as a group anymore.
My uncle was very quiet, and you could almost see the turmoil in his thought process. You could see he was thinking all the time. There was a simmering anger that was building.
All physicality between us and him ended because he was injured. You felt like you couldn't get close to him physically or emotionally anymore.
I have so many ideas that I want to do.
So different. He just seemed like he was.
But
in
I
a
can't do
different
them all.
world.
Well, I can actually. Well, I don't know. I don't want to mess up the volcano
2
too
or 3
much
days
because
would
I have
go
so many
by,
ideas.
and I would just
I
stay
feel like
in
it's
my
gonna
room.
mess it up. But I'll try them.
Felt like my head was gonna explode. I started pushing my family away from me, pushing my wife, the children away from me. We were living in our own prison, and the people who had done that to me were living their normal lives. The only way out of this mess was leaving town, moving my family somewhere safe. By then, I would be healthy and strong, and able to arm myself with an untraceable weapon. I was gonna cut through the woods across from the dump, and I was gonna wait for Melvin to empty his truck. There was no way I could miss him. He'd be a sitting duck, and that was my plan.
You'd be a sitting duck, and that was
Put a
my
hole in
plan.
his head, right through the windshield, and finish him off.
I wonder if he kills him. I like this. I like this actually a lot. Wait, let me do this.
I would come home from school. Sometimes I would just go into my
look what
room
time it is.
and
It's
sit on
time
my
for me.
bunk bed,
Sub
and
to
I would
me.
just
Sub to me.
stare out
Sub
the
to
window and wait for
me.
it to get dark.
There you go. I have to do
I
that
just
every so
wanted the
often.
day to be over. I just wanted the days to go by. I wanted the waiting to end for whatever was going to happen.
Time to sub.
The only place we could think
I wonder
of
how
that
high
no
I'm
one
gonna
would
build
ever
this. I
think
could build
we
this
would
really
live
high
in the middle of the
actually.
country.
I still have a lot
And
more to go.
when we
Like,
put the names of places that had accepted me as
I
a
like the
nurse
shape. I'm not.
in a hat
I like
in
it. I like
Blue Rock,
it.
Tennessee, we gave it a go.
Once we knew where we were moving, my parents made it very clear to us that we couldn't tell anyone anything about where we were being relocated.
Max, our killer dog, was sold back to the training center, and the town of Falmouth was kind enough to let us keep the money, and we would need every cent of it. My compensation for getting shot in the line of duty was $200 a week.
$200 a
He was
week.
shot twice. He was shot once physically by a shotgun, and he was shot the second time by the town when they gave him the boot. They said it's easier for you to just go live someplace else than live here, and we'll save money and you'll be on your way.
Damn.
The town ordered a police escort for us as far as the Bourne Bridge. Goodbye and good riddance. We weren't their problem anymore. I assumed the so-called investigation into my shooting would end as soon as we cleared the bridge that morning. And I was right.
As we were driving south, it was August when we moved, and it just got hotter and hotter. Every day that we were driving, it felt like we were driving into hell. And I do remember thinking, you know, after everything that we've been through and how crappy our lives had become, and now this is what we get, this is our escape, our new life, was to move to this place, which was in the middle of nowhere. It just felt like, you know, adding insult to injury. It was like, and then after this, here's your prize. Here's what you get, you know? We had to assume disguises almost to fit in and to not stand out and make ourselves too obvious. I became like the girls at school. I pretended I had a Southern accent. I got a perm. I started wearing lip gloss, and I lied. I lied about our past, why we had moved there, what had happened to my father, what was wrong with his face. You know, when you tell a lie for long enough and it sort of becomes your reality, those people that lived in Cape Cod, that little girl and my dad and all of us, they really did disappear. I mean, we relocated to Tennessee, but the people that we were are gone forever.
What a good stretch.
The first couple of years that we lived in Tennessee, we watched very carefully. We lived in a very isolated area. John watched cars that went by the house to see if they slowed down. And that finally wore away. It went away. He kind of looked like the old John, except for the fact that he had this huge mountain man beard. I believe that John needed that type of place for a healing process. We lived on a large farm. He did a lot of work on that farm when he was physically able. He split wood we would never need, just for the physical smashing of an axe through a piece of something.
From time to time, I had to return to Boston for surgery, and that meant shaving my beard off. And every time I shaved my beard off, I would see what they had done to me, and the anger would just come flooding back. While I was up in Boston, I visited my uncle. He always called me nephew. He said, "Nephew, come down in the cellar. I got something I want to show you." We went down the cellar. He opened up a gun case, and there was a .22 caliber rifle. It had a scope on it, and on the end of it was a silencer. It was everything I needed. I looked at the gun my uncle had put together. I wrote a few words in my notebook and showed it to him. "Thank you for all your effort. I won't need it."
What? You won't need it?
John returned from that surgery. He came through the door, and before he said hello or anything else, he looked me straight in the eye and he said, "I'm done. I'm done with surgery. I'm done with going back there. I'm really done." And I said, "I'm done too." I really felt we had turned a corner, that he was leaving the revenge and his hatred behind, and that he was going to embrace his family and his life.
I wonder if this guy's back yet.
We were heading forward with the person that John grew into to be the man he is today.
What's this? Oh, I was right next to this whole time.
In 2003, there was actually a break in my dad's case. There was a confession. The Raineys had started turning on each other, fighting over money, and they'd gone into the police and started spilling family secrets. 24 years after my dad's shooting,
I wonder how
John
big this
Rainey
is.
finally came clean.
I wonder how big it is compared to
He
these other
placed
builds.
the entire blame for my dad's shooting on his brother, Melvin Rainey.
Melvin's brother told the whole story of the night
It's
of John's
taller
shooting.
than this. It's taller than this. Let's go.
Melvin sat in the back seat. He had a ski mask on, according to his brother.
Not taller
He
than
had a
this.
shotgun, which he put out the back window.
Is this guy the owner of the? Yeah,
As
he
they
is.
slowly passed
Whoa,
John's
whoa,
Volkswagen, he shot around from the shotgun.
That looks so cool.
which
I
went
should
through
probably use
John's
these bikes too.
In a sense, it was vindication.
Waterfall.
John was right. All those years he'd been right. It was Melvin
Mountain.
Rainey who wanted him dead.
Wait, can you actually go through this?
They remain unpunished, and they will remain unpunished because the statute of limitations.
The sad part of this vindication was
Nope.
the fact that it came to light after the statute of limitations, so no legal process would happen. In some ways, Melvin did get punished.
Melvin is in a state institution. He has what is reported to be Pick's disease, which is a disease that affects the brain. I'm told that he's in
What a
a
good
state of
stretch.
dementia. You know, what goes around comes around. He's getting what's rightly his, I guess.
You right? You right? He is getting right. Yeah, let's go.
This is the only childhood I had. To have lived through it and be here today, I just feel like it's made me who I am. It's touched every part of my life. I write books for kids. I'm a mom and I'm a wife. Well, I can't think of anything else that I would. Yeah, I have it all.
Let's go. Let's go. Where are we going?
Quite frequently, I compare what has happened to Melvin and what I'm going through now. There's no doubt in my mind that I won. No question.
You're right. You're right.
We now live in paradise, and we are so content with one another. We've come through a storm, and now we're at peace.
Let's go. Let's go. The good ending. Good ending. Oh, stranger, you know. I don't know this person. What? Ghost of Highway. Ooh. Do I want to listen to this? Among Us. Yep. I guess I'll just watch this.
48 Hours presents.
48 Hours presents. A Stranger You Know.
I don't like to go back and think of her at the bottom of the stairs.
Who in Marty's life?
My live stream made building later today.
She was found in
Nice.
a pool
I'm
of
proud of it.
blood. Who has done this to Marty?
I have no idea who could have done it.
Could it have been somebody at work?
Whoever did it was still out there. She's such a good person. Who would do that to somebody? How could anyone do this to my daughter Marty?
I think that day will stay with me forever.
September 8th, 2010 was a normal day at the office. Then there was a 10 o'clock production meeting, and Marty wasn't in it. That was extremely unusual. Marty is very dependable and reliable. Marty is a big bunch of dynamite in a little bitty package. She might weigh 97 pounds soaking wet, but she gets stuff done.
She is a genuine, good-hearted, outgoing, fun person. She is a hard worker, and she's always trying to make everything better.
We work for an apparel company. It's a small manufacturing facility. It's a tight-knit group.
The meeting was over, and I asked, "Where's Marty?" And somebody said, "We don't know." I sent her a quick text, maybe something had come up, no reply to the text. I called
I wonder
her
how
a few
to
times,
submit a
she never
build.
phoned
I
me
should have
back.
probably done that. I have a couple days. I'll probably figure it out later
That
tonight.
something was wrong because she would not just miss work.
There was a real sense of concern, tears. What do we do? What should we do? About 11:30, I decided to drive by her house. When I arrived there, her car was sitting in the driveway. I walked up, rang the doorbell, no answer. Knocked on the door, no answer. So I went back to my car, on my cell phone, and I called the office.
Actually,
He said, the house seems eerily empty.
let me do
I think
something.
perhaps you should call the police.
The neighborhood is a very quiet residential
Let me
neighborhood.
do,
We don't get many calls in that area.
No, I'm good actually. I won't do
I
that.
went up to the front door. I noticed that the door was closed and
Hello. Intelic, how are you doing today?
I opened up the door and said, "It's the police department. Marty, are you home?" I said that over and over again. I do notice what appears to be a woman's purse sitting on a table in the kitchen or dining area. Seeing the purse there told
Nice.
me that
I'm chilling.
you know,
Just building.
married.
I'm gonna win this. I'm going to win
My
this.
wife doesn't go anywhere without her purse, so at that point I was kind of thinking, well,
But
maybe
if you're
she is
building
here somewhere.
along, good luck to you. Good luck.
I saw no clues upstairs that would indicate any kind of struggle, and then I started walking down the stairs to the basement.
The server is full. I can't join. Ooh, what do you
When I
mean?
got
Like,
to about 2 or
are you
3
talking about the
steps from
first
very
IP or the
bottom,
second IP?
I noticed that there was a person laying on the floor, kind of in a fetal position, covered head to toe in blood, and there was a large amount of blood surrounding this person on the floor. Marty was breathing. It seemed like it was somewhat labored. I knelt down next to her and I asked her over and over again, "Who did this? Who did this to you, Marty? Who did this to you?" I wanted to get, I guess, what could have been a dying declaration if that was what that was going to be.
Holy, 700K. That's. Let's go. Well, not like it's not. I'm not saying let's go to like you being locked out, but damn, that's a whole lot of people. 700K. So you're telling me if I log out and go back in,
It just wheeled her in.
it's just gonna lock me
It was
out?
a man or woman. Couldn't tell if she was young or
Or
old.
since I already
Couldn't
did you already
tell what
start a
race she
plot?
was.
Or
It was what appeared to be a lifeless form with dried blood in this swollen head. My first thing was to assess to see had they brought me a live person or not. What we found was the major veins, skin, muscle of the left neck had been completely cut through. And the major artery actually had a couple of scrapes on it, so it's literally millimeters away from having been cut through. For the next hour and a half, we just meticulously cleaned and put back together all of those injuries. I remained still very concerned about her head. In addition to the cut, she had all these bruises and swelling to her face. And head injury to me is something that I take very seriously. Concussions, which is essentially what she had, can lead to swelling, and they can look fine initially and then die 24, sometimes 72 hours later.
so you're telling me if I leave,
Some of the nurses were starting to get very quiet and tears were welling up. And then in the back of my
It
mind,
works.
I'm going, wait a
Okay,
minute.
I'm chilling. I
This
got
happened
scared.
in my neighborhood. Let me get a call into my wife. Let me find out where my kids are. It starts slowly hitting you in waves, the enormity of what really had happened.
My grandma picked me up and went to the hospital, and they took me straight back to the ICU.
My stomach
I had
hurts.
no
I'm
idea
so
how
hungry.
serious it was because I wasn't getting a lot of information. I didn't even know what happened. I saw my mom, and I started bawling. I didn't recognize her. Her eyes were swollen shut. Her arms, her legs, her hands were the only thing that I could recognize.
I don't know how to describe it other than you just have knots in your stomach and you're in disbelief. Marty's head was swollen like 3 times the size of her normal head. It was just unbelievable. You're kind of in shock.
It's full.
That this is your daughter
Damn.
laying there.
I guess you can't claim your plot anymore. I guess it's maxed out now. But if you have your plot claimed, I'm pretty sure
My
you can just
brother-
come back on.
I just
Which is
know
cool.
my brother was very
Good thing
angry because
I
it's
almost
his mom-
missed
it's
it
our
by
mom,
like
but
2 hours.
No one can do that to his mom. Like that just really got him worked up. The fact that
I would have been
both of
sad. I
us,
was
the
thinking
fact
about
that
this all
somebody
night,
could
bro.
just
I
hurt
couldn't
our
sleep.
mom. Like you can't
I was
just try
like,
and take
I
our
want to do
mom
this. I
away
want to
from
build.
us.
I want to build.
As a teenager, of course, I'd been sassy.
I hope
with
I
my
win
mom,
too, but thank you.
And we
I
got
will
in
win actually. What am I
arguments.
saying? I will.
Seeing her in that state
got
just
this, I
made
got
me feel
this.
so bad for everything that I had said ever, any little teenager thing. I just wish I could take it all back.
But yeah, if you want to ask questions, just ask
I
questions
got
and I'll
really
answer
close
it.
to
I'll
her,
pause the
and
video.
I said I will never be
Up to
mean
you
to you
though, or you
ever
can just
again.
continue watching the video, or I don't know. I'm just chilling. I like questions though.
When we got to the
They're kinda fun.
hospital, some key things that I noticed was that her clothes appeared
Oh,
to be intact.
goodbye.
Her bra appeared to be intact.
Have a good one.
And there was no signs of a sexual assault. Every step of the process, you're looking for some sort of motive. At that time, I was advised her mother had arrived at the hospital, and I went to speak with her to obtain any information we could to assist us with this investigation.
They were asking me if I could think of anyone who might have done this to Marty.
Marty's mother tells us that she has an ex-husband by the name of Steve Hill. She advised us that Marty and Steve, they communicate regularly. Her mother also had told us she was a workaholic. She very rarely left the house. To her knowledge, she wasn't dating anybody. And if she was not working, she was typically at home. Marty was still unable to communicate with us. We had very limited information as to who she might have been with, who she may have had recent communication with, and naturally your first thought is possibly the ex-husband might be responsible.
The detectives asked me about my parents. I kept asking, like, do your parents get along? I remember being really defensive. Like, my dad would never do this, and no one that I know would.
Little did you know.
We go to Marty's ex-husband's house,
Your
Steve
dad did
Hill,
do this.
to interview him that night. He was very cooperative, invited us in the house. He gave us the full account of what he had done that day and told us about his history with Marty and that they had had some rough times together, but he loved her and he would never hurt her. He wanted to know who did this just as bad as we did.
And that's where it became very difficult for us. We were stuck with the information of Mr. Hill was not a suspect and very limited after that.
Me and my dad had a lot of conversations trying to get to the bottom and think of who would have done it. Someone had broken into my grandma's house a few days before. Maybe it was the same person,
old is
and
this
maybe
person?
someone was after our family.
They sound really young.
They had bandages over her cuts in her neck, so we really couldn't see them, but we could see the blood coming from her eyes. It was just kind of tears with blood dripping down her eyes. At that point, we still weren't sure what was going to happen. We knew she was fighting to stay alive.
You watch any YouTubers when you're bored? Yeah.
I I just remember.
But I watch a
crying
lot.
and
I
saying,
watched
"All I wanna
Ludwig.
do
I
is
was gonna
talk to my
watch.
mom."
I could.
Like,
Wait, I
the
could
only
just go
thing
looking
I wanna
through my
do is be able to
recommended
talk
right
to
now.
my mom.
Just wait. Here, what's my recommended looking like right now? There's my own stream. Wait, I need to make this full screen. If I only had 2 monitors, you know how cool that'd be? I'll just scroll through my recommended. There you go. Some recommended aren't really what I watch because I've been watching this. Like, this wouldn't be here normally. There you go. But yeah, I like Ludwig a lot. KSI's pretty dope. PewDiePie's pretty dope. Moist Critical's pretty dope. Who else? Who else? Who else? I don't know. I watch a lot of people though. It just depends on my mood. Hey, how are you doing today, Mr. Mini?
There was
Nice.
quite a fear, really, among the office. Could
Did you
somebody else
do
be a
anything
target?
cool today?
You're looking over your shoulder even at the office, and when you're leaving the office, and everywhere you go, wondering who has done this to Marty. And if you know them.
Yeah, I use YouTube for music because you know, Opera GX has an ad
Brandolph
blocker.
detectives came to the
So like,
office.
I don't want to buy Spotify.
Obviously,
Like
they're
what?
just trying to get a sense of
Nice.
Marty's routine. Just looking for any ideas that
I don't want to
perhaps
buy
would
Spotify
give
Premium
them
out
a
of here. I
direction
could
in
just
which
get
to
an
go.
ad blocker.
Marty's mother told
Watch
us that
free
there was
guy.
a company by the name of B&J Construction who had recently done work
Isn't
at
it-
her
isn't
house
that
who
the
she
new
had
movie?
actually referred to Marty. She told me that the supervisor of that
One that I have to pay
construction
money
company
for?
was named Brian, and that he seemed to be a nice guy.
I thought Brian was a hard worker and a family man, and he did good work.
I'm waiting.
Actually, that is why Marty decided to go
Can you come
ahead
to
and
my
use
plot?
him,
We're in
because
different
he
servers,
did
man.
some stuff
Unless if you're in
going
65.
inside my house, and he did a really good job.
When I initially called
There's
Brian, I
stream
didn't
delay.
know
You
his
need to
last
calm
name.
down. There's stream delay.
He
It's
called me
obviously
back
gonna be.
and
You
told
have
me
to wait,
that
man.
his last name was Pennington.
He was 26 years old, lived in Leeton, Missouri, approximately an hour and a half from the Kansas City metro area. We decided that we wanted to just ask him some basic questions.
We arrived at Brian's house a little after 9:00 p.m. When we initially pulled up, it was a very dark house that's kind of secluded. When we knocked on the door, we were invited in the house. My partner and I followed Brian
How
into
do you
the
see what
kitchen.
server you're in? When you got your first,
He was very
it
polite,
should be in the IP
cooperative.
of the thing. Mine's 65.
It's like 3 or 4 days. What did you think when you heard that Marty got attacked? I really didn't know what to think. She's a really, really decent lady.
Have you heard what happened to her at all?
No. My mother-in-law was looking on the news channel earlier and it showed pictures of her house and stuff. And I really didn't know what to think.
During this conversation, I noticed
Hello,
that Brian had several scratches
hello,
on the
creeper.
left side of his face. Where are the scratches from on your face?
Mine's on a damn.
What kind of dog you have?
Went on the same one. Yeah, there's apparently 700,000 people on these servers.
All over me, and when I bent down yesterday to unhook
But
the chain, she jumped up and caught me in the side of the face.
I don't know.
When I looked at the scratches, they didn't appear to be consistent with what a dog would do. I felt like he was hiding something from me. I asked him if he had attacked Marty. He told me that he had not. He kept stressing to us that he was having financial difficulties and there was no way he could drive to Kansas City to commit this crime due to the fact he didn't have enough money for gas. I talked to Brian's wife, Jessica, in the living room of the house.
Has Brian been here all this week?
I asked her if Brian had been home on the morning of the attack.
He finished that job last month, and he's been here with me for 2 weeks.
Okay. At night.
Night and day.
Night and day.
Yeah,
both.
he ain't going nowhere in the night. I can't sleep at night if he's not here.
She said there was no way that he could have done this attack because he had been with her the entire time. I also asked Jessica about the scratches on Brian's face. Do you know he got those?
They're from the dog, I swear.
I did
Why
not
would you
believe
say I
Jessica.
swear?
She seemed like she was very naive. She was very young. I think she was 20 years old at the time
Why
of
would you
this.
say I
She had
swear? That
2
makes it
young
look so
children,
bad.
And I thought she would say anything possible to help protect her husband and to have him around. We have no doubt that we're going to find the person that's responsible for this.
Brian doesn't have a heart for that.
I hope so.
He
Believe me, I
doesn't.
hope you're
He
right.
doesn't. I'm just scared. I've never been in this kind of situation.
Yeah, and if you're telling me the truth, you don't have a thing in the world to worry about.
Besides my kids, I know he did work on that house. That's what I'm scared about.
And then I asked Brian if he happened to have any clothes that had blood on them in his house. He immediately told me that he didn't. I asked him if I could look through his clothing, his dirty clothing, and
Okay.
he told me that I could. I saw a hamper in the corner of the bathroom. When I started pulling clothes out, I found a pair of jeans near the bottom of the hamper. When I pulled the jeans out, I immediately saw they were covered in a red stain. Most of the stain was towards the knees and down towards the bottom portion of the pant leg. You know what this stuff is on the bottom? Grease. Grease? Something, I don't know. Not blood though, right?
Hello, Sean. How are you doing?
When I saw the red stains, it was definitely a moment of, we might have something.
I tried to remain calm and friendly with Brian and asked him if he would give me consent to take the jeans from his house. Brian signed a written consent form that I could take jeans, shoes, DNA swabs, and also pictures of the scratches on his face.
I guess
Good.
that's where
I'm
we were
chilling. I'm just building.
surprised that
I'm
we
just
were getting
building.
this sort of cooperation.
I'm probably gonna
with
go
the
make myself some
recovery of
food
these
soon
items.
because I'm hungry as
I think
hell.
Brian Pennington thought we would not follow up, we would not do any other investigation, that we would just believe what he said and believe
I
what
want to
his
world
wife
edit.
was telling us.
I don't. I'm fine with hand building. That's how I've always done it. I don't know
My
how to
partner
world
and I
edit.
drove directly to the crime lab. I think we got there around 11 o'clock at night.
Actually, within 30 minutes of being at the crime lab, we were told that the stains on the jeans tested positive for human blood.
We did not know who the blood belonged to. It could have been anybody's blood at that point, and we would have to wait a couple more days to determine who the blood belonged to. We did not tell anybody about this. We were told that Marty would be able to talk to us eventually. We did not want to interfere with the investigation and have them give Marty ideas. We wanted anything that Marty would say to come directly from Marty and nothing we gave her thoughts or suspicions about. So we were kind of in a holding pattern, waiting to get Marty's side of the story.
And in fact, on that Saturday morning, the morning after leaving Mr. Pennington's house, we were contacted that Marty was talking at the hospital.
Why would Brian Pennington give up damaging evidence so easily? Chat now on Facebook and Twitter.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, man. Oh, God. How long has this person been working, though?
I don't remember those first days.
This doesn't seem like too long. Oh, but it looks
I
cool.
don't remember feeling any pain.
Can I
I
just-
do remember feeling like
I like that. You can
I
climb
had too
these?
much medicine in me.
You can climb these?
I didn't feel good.
You can climb those?
I believe it was the third day when I started speaking. Suddenly, it all kind
that's
of
cool.
flooded back
I like
what had
that.
happened. There was no questions. I knew who it was and what he had done.
I wonder how long I've been. Well, no, I just need
I
to look at the
remember
stream.
the day
I've been
that
building for like 3
Marty
hours.
said
Nice.
her first word. My daughter Monica and I were walking in, and the doctor said she just spoke. As soon as we got in there, we asked her if she could remember who did this. and she said, Brian.
Ryan.
I had gotten up early. I heard a knock at the door. Looking out the window, I saw that it was Brian Pennington.
I know it.
The
Why do you say his
man
last
that I
name?
had
That's so weird.
hired to do some work on the house. I couldn't really understand for sure why he would be there. It was odd that he was there that early. It was odd that he didn't call first. I went to the door, let him in, and I remember it just being a fairly brief conversation. He mentioned that he remembered something that was in the basement that he thought I should have done. So we started walking to the basement. I was leading. I do remember talking, but I also felt like he was being quiet. Like you would at least say, huh, what, huh, okay. I was getting an odd feeling as we're going down the stairs. And then just 2 steps from the bottom of the stairs, he grabbed my throat.
What is that on the top left?
Very tight
and
very strong.
the video
I
is,
kept
I
saying,
think,
what are you doing?
The Stranger You Know. That's
was
the
just
title.
silence. He
The
never
build
said
that
a
I'm
word.
building is a volcano, chonky
My
volcano.
voice kept getting lower,
I'll add
softer,
details and
and
stuff,
suddenly my voice,
but I'm just shaping
I
it
couldn't
first, and
speak.
I'll add details.
My voice couldn't come out, and I passed out.
We received a call from the crime lab. The blood found on the jeans was in fact Marty Hill's blood.
We knew we had enough for an arrest warrant at that time.
On Monday, September 13th, 5 days after the attack, we go to Brian's house in Leeton, Missouri. We find Brian driving down the road.
He was laid back in the front passenger seat. It appeared his wife was driving.
He was taken into custody at that time.
He showed no signs of being upset. He showed no signs of any anger. There was absolutely no emotion.
Wait, what? Have you seen what?
When my mom got the call and they told her that they had arrested Brian Pennington.
MrBeast?
She almost fell
No.
over.
He's probably not gonna show up until like one of the last days.
Extremely emotional for my mom.
And
because
the chance for him
she
to
actually
like show up in
referred
my lobby
Brian
is
to
probably
Marty.
really low.
She'd actually worked with Brian for 2 years prior
This
to
is a lot
that,
of different
knew his
servers.
wife, knew his kids, and felt that Brian was a safe person. So hearing that they actually had enough evidence to arrest him made it real, that it was really him and that he really did this, and this was a person that she knew.
I believe that Mr. Pennington is an evil person. One of the theories we have in this investigation is not only did Mr. Pennington strangle Marty initially, it's our belief that he then beat her head into the concrete floor, which caused multiple facial fractures. And if that was not enough, he then slit her throat 3 to 4 times, leaving her to die in her basement that morning. I believe that Mr. Pennington was surprised when we arrived at his door and told him that
If you
Marty
get me a
Hill was
PC
still
low.
alive. I don't believe Mr. Pennington thought that he would be caught.
Any show that you can't wait to see? I don't really watch shows, but oh yeah, I watch anime though, and I was supposed to watch
these patients' lives, but we
supposed
have
to watch
the opportunity
2
to get them
episodes
back
that
to
came out
living their
yesterday
lives.
from Boruto and One Piece, and yeah.
The first time I met
I didn't
Marty,
watch them
she
before
had
starting
been in the
live. I
hospital
wish
for
I
about
did.
a week. Her brain was
But also at the
stunned
same
and
time,
in
I wish I
shock.
didn't.
She
And I didn't,
could walk,
so I don't need to
but
wish it.
it wasn't pretty.
I'll
Her
just watch it
feet
later
were
tonight.
very far apart. She couldn't put her feet
I'm not a huge
together
Marvel
and
fan.
stand still without falling over.
True, but you
with her
said show.
vision. She had difficulty
movie.
with her hearing. Difficulty
Should
with
I
her
sub to
memory,
this epic
difficulty
channel?
with
Yeah, of
processing
course,
things.
of course.
She would change topics at the speed
Why
of
is that even a question?
The attack was very difficult for both Stephen and Mackenzie, Marty's kids. Stephen is very protective over his mother. He lives in Houston, and he flew up that same evening, and he took it very hard. He actually cleaned the blood off of the floor
Epic
of Marty's house.
Royale.
He wouldn't let anybody
That
in
made
the
me
house.
cringe.
He didn't
I didn't
want
mean to say that,
anybody
guys. I'm
to
sorry.
see
I'm
her
sorry.
blood all over the house.
Burb. Okay.
I grew up a lot through the whole thing. I spent my 16th birthday in the hospital, and I remember her giving me a card, and her handwriting on the card was something that really, really made it real for me. Her handwriting just didn't look like her handwriting. It was almost like she had to start over, like being a kid again and build up to where she is now.
Marty's daughter, Mackenzie,
I have to bring this side closer in
Marty's recovery.
because it's gonna be you all limp and stuff, which is weird. Let's
I
just do this.
feel that Mackenzie's biggest role was Marty could feel like a mother. I have a responsibility. I have things that I need to get done for my daughter.
What comes after you start feeling better physically is the unseen trauma. The emotion of realizing what happened to you. So after she'd left the hospital and gone home to my mom's, it became more about the emotional trauma that had to start healing.
Wait. Let me just continue building it first, and I'll
that
think about it.
point,
I'll think about it.
I was still just
I don't know. I could do
processing
this.
it. How someone that seems
Hmm.
perfectly fine, perfectly normal, could be that. Could be that violent.
Okay, and then next side I would have to pull in a little bit would be
Brian
this side.
Pennington had been arrested for attempted first-degree murder. My goal was to put Mr. Pennington in prison for as long as our legal system would allow. The most important thing that we had was the DNA
holes
evidence
anywhere?
on Mr. Pennington's jeans. We also had facial scratches on his cheeks.
Do you
that
remember
he
who I am?
advised were
Nope.
from a pit bull. They were strong
Uh,
evidence for us, but defense attorneys can always find ways to try to cause reasonable doubts.
The frustrating part about this investigation is that we absolutely have no motive that we are aware of.
There was no theft that occurred from Marty's house. She had money laying out. Her purse was laying out. He did not take it. There was no sexual assault. There was no history that they had spoken since the work had been conducted
I was like,
at her
I
house
feel like
in
you are.
late August.
But I didn't.
While preparing to go to court, we did more
Hello.
background investigation
Hello.
on Brian. I checked our computer database and noticed that Mr. Pennington had a prior police record.
I believe he had over 60 contacts with law enforcement officers. He was involved in several domestic violence incidents where injuries occurred to wives, to girlfriends. Battering women was nothing new to him.
Nothing new.
Jessica Pennington was a key witness to this case. She provided her husband an alibi at the time of the initial interview by the detectives. She told the detectives that her husband was home during the entire time frame of the attack. That was going to be hard to get around in front of a jury.
Wait, let me look at something real quick. I'm about to hit 3 hours on the stream. Let's go.
48 Hours presents will continue.
Let me check something real quick.
The night before the preliminary hearing, Marty was very nervous
That's
about
weird.
seeing Brian Pennington. She was
me
also
just check
very
this real quick.
nervous about what she was going to say, what the attorneys, what questions they were going to ask.
The pressure was tremendous.
Nice.
Because
Okay,
in our
I'm gonna close this
opinion,
now.
Brian
There you go.
was and is
Oh,
a
welcome
very
back.
dangerous individual.
Yeah, I know. I
And if
heard
we
you. Well, I
failed
read
at the
that.
preliminary hearing, he would be released. He would be free. I was very concerned about Marty's physical health. When I first met her, she was struggling just to walk and sit down in a chair. And one of my concerns was, even as aggressive of a prosecution that we were going to have, I didn't want to cause her more emotional harm or physical harm. The other concern was
Yes.
her memory. We knew that if she could identify Mr. Pennington as her attacker in the courtroom, that we could get a
What?
conviction. The
What is that
problem
even-
was, with
that's
all
not
of
even
the
a word.
injuries to
Oh,
her,
shit.
we didn't know if she would be
Never
able to
mind.
do that.
We were in the courtroom and they brought Brian in and they seated him to the far right of our family. It was very emotional and unbelievable. It just made you want to cry.
I'm so happy my room's not hot because I can leave my door open since my mom's not here.
Him.
I wonder where she went though. I woke up and
Brian
she was already
Pennington
gone.
had no one on his side of the courtroom.
I woke up at 2.
Not even his mother. Okay.
He always stared straight at the wall, and he never looked around until Marty walked in the door. The only time he moved his head from straight forward was when she walked in the room, and I saw his eyes go like this, almost like he saw a ghost. I will always remember that. I could see it and feel it that he couldn't believe she was walking down that aisle, gonna go up and speak.
When Marty first walked into the courtroom, she was very slow, she was a little bit hunched over, and I was concerned if she was going to be able to make it through this. I've always told her just to focus on me. You and I are going to have a conversation, block everybody else out. It's going to be you and me. We can do this.
What?
I remember while I was speaking that I could, out of the corner of my eyes, kind of see him glancing at me.
Something about the basement.
It was still hard to process because I'm seeing this person that had come to work for me and I thought he was fine.
Okay.
He showed no emotion. I felt he was very detached from the situation, and it didn't bother him that he had almost killed a woman. The defendants that detach and show no emotion are the ones that frighten us the most.
It's still too hard to understand someone that you felt like you knew was capable of something like that.
I held my breath until she identified Brian as the person that attacked her because I was very concerned with the traumatic brain injury, with everything she'd been through, if she was going to be able to do that, and she did it.
I felt that it was important that I got up there and could do what they needed me to do.
Shut.
I smiled at her. I
Yeah,
wanted her to know
I agree.
she did a great job. One of the other keys to the case was
What is
Jessica
this?
Pennington.
It's just a big
I thought
chonky
that she was a
volcano.
very
I have to
hostile
extend the top
witness and
actually.
would testify in his behalf, say he was home that entire time frame. We were able to get her alone with the detectives and tell her how important it was to tell the truth. I think the key factor with Jessica was learning how severely beaten Marty was and how close Marty came to dying. And I think Jessica, the human side of her, understood that and realized it was more important to tell the truth than to protect Brian.
No, I'll do something. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing.
Jessica Pennington broke down.
What do you mean no like
at
the
that
video?
time
Oh,
admitted to us that she lied,
it's the
and
stranger
that, in
you
fact,
knew.
her husband, Mr. Pennington, was not
That's
at
the
home
video.
with
That's the
her
video.
during the time of the attack.
I learned from Jessica that Brian had attacked her on numerous occasions, assaulted, and threatened her.
In the end, Jessica became one of our best witnesses against Brian. At the end of the preliminary hearing, the judge ruled
That's
there was
big
enough
chungus, nice.
evidence to take the case to trial. It didn't appear that Brian had a lot of fight left when it came to the case, and it was made clear to us through his defense counsel that he wanted to work out a deal. The issue with the deal was how long would he serve in the Kansas State prison system. We could go through the jury trial and get 38 years, or we could work out a plea and get less than that. A key factor in the evaluation was Marty. We knew that she still had physical issues, mental issues, and I believe that Marty wanted to work out a deal.
There was a day when she called me and said, it's hard enough for 12 people to decide where to go to lunch, let alone decide how to convict someone.
What? What does that even mean? What? What did she say?
It took several months, but we finally agreed on 28 and a half years. because that was going to end it for Marty. She wouldn't have to testify. And also, I thought it was important for her children to have closure on this, too.
That's funny. These people aren't building anymore. They were here and then they
The
left after
sentencing,
like an
we
hour.
expected it to be brief and short and to the point.
I was
and
expecting
for
them
him
to be here for like
convicted
15
and
hours.
sentenced.
15 hours
I
straight.
walked into the sentencing hearing.
No, of course not.
I looked at Brian Pennington. I looked at the defense counsel. And I knew something was wrong.
I wonder if I could hit 200 subs this stream. That'd be cool. You guys should sub. Oh, is there a new video? No, it's not done. Who's that person? Who is this person, huh? Who are you? Who are you? I don't know. I like the volcano, though.
At the
Looking
sentencing
at it
hearing, Brian
from far, it
and his
looks
defense
nice.
counsel were not speaking with one another. Brian looked angry, so I knew that there was an issue.
I have a lot of alts. No, I don't want alts, though. I don't want
That
alts.
Brian
No.
wanted to withdraw his
Alts
plea.
are...
He
No.
wanted to go to trial.
I want real subs, you know?
It was my
I want the
perception
good stuff.
that Brian had 6 weeks since the plea date to think about serving 28 years in prison. Keep in mind, he had not been alive for 28 years.
Yeah.
So
I
don't
know
think
they'll go away.
could get his head
That's
around
why I
the
don't
fact
want
that
him.
he would serve more time in prison than he had been on this earth.
I don't even have an
My
alt.
initial
Oh, I
thought
do actually.
was
I have
I
2
had
alts
told
on
Marty
YouTube.
it was going to be over today, and that may not happen.
The top of this thing is going to be the
courtroom
hardest
was
part, because I have
filled
to
with
bring it all in,
Many
if that
of
makes
Marty's
sense.
family members were very upset.
Everyone who had traveled from miles and miles and spent a lot of money on plane tickets was like, oh my gosh, you know, he's gonna change his plea right here.
It was decided that we would go in court and that Brian would tell the judge the reasons why he wanted to withdraw his plea. Brian simply told him it was the pressure and that it was too much time. The judge tells him that those are not sufficient reasons to withdraw his plea. We then moved on to the victims' statements and their family members.
I was almost excited to be able to talk to him. I will never understand why you did this to my mom. You put my entire family through something that no family should ever have to go through. And you put me through something that a
Wait, let me do
15-year-old
something real
especially
quick.
should never have to go through. I looked at him straight in the face the entire time I was talking. I got to tell him how strong our family was. And even though he pretended like he wasn't listening, he wouldn't look at me, I knew that he heard what I was saying.
Obviously, you heard it.
I
He
finally
has
felt
ears.
powerful towards him.
The most powerful part to me was when Marty stood up and faced the man that tried to kill her. She said to Brian, "I was nothing but nice to you." And asking him, "Why did you do this to me?" And he just sat there, no response.
The judge asked Brian if he had anything to say before he gave him his sentence. The attorneys came back and said that he had nothing to say.
That he has the right to say nothing is very hard. It feels like he should
The
at
right
least
to say
owe us
nothing?
an
What?
explanation.
Hopefully one day he'll communicate why he did it. I think it would help us all understand that it
I don't like
wasn't
this
just a
video. I don't like
random
this video.
event, that there was
I don't like
some-
this video. Out of here. We could go back to the scary stories, or the stories, you know, by Mr. Bolin. Or we could watch Sidemen. Well, what do you guys want to watch? That isn't like a YouTuber, you know? Put my video. No. No YouTubers. Just like I want to watch like stuff like this. They're supposed to. No. My videos aren't long enough. I want long videos. My videos are short. Oh. Well, goodbye, I guess. another story. Put on Snarled. I don't even know what that is. Is that a YouTuber?
Thanks to frequent sponsors like Best Fiends, we're able to make something scary. So for all of you out there who haven't played this free-to-download 5-star rated
Oh,
share,
it's this
send me-
person?
As my father worked long hours and would not /smile. As for the
This
first
person.
time, welcome. Krishna Janmashtami is an important
I remember
Hindu
like
celebration.
following
It
him on
marks the
Snapchat,
birth
I
of
think.
Lord Krishna, an avatar of the Lord
I think they had a
Vishnu,
Snapchat
and
thing.
the intention
and
of
it's pretty,
ridding
I
the
liked
people
it. I
from
liked
the
it a lot.
tyranny of King Kansa. It was envisioned as the embodiment of good versus evil. Yet somehow,
But then their story kept on
as you will
repeating.
see,
And then I stopped
evil
hating it.
always
I
finds
mean,
a
I started
way
hating
to
it. It wasn't as
prevail.
good.
First, eyes that stalk in the night, followed by paranoia underlined with a death stroke. Then, literally, being blinded by evil. Finally, in our featured story, death lurks in the banyan trees. I receive hundreds of creepy story submissions every single week, and of those, the scariest ones make it into our podcasts, along with the story that we've chosen to animate and post over at
I don't
youtube.com/snarled.
care.
If you have a tale you're dying to share, send me an email.
I don't care.
If you're like me and just don't have the time to go shopping for clothes, then you're going to love Stitch Fix.
Oh my
Right
god,
to
why?
your door.
What are you? Why is it so
Started now at
long?
StitchFix.com.
I don't care. Okay, there you go.
The following is based on a true story submitted by Captain. Back when I was around 10 years old, I was growing up in rural Scotland with my mom and my little sister, Amelia. There wasn't much to do out in the grasslands, so we'd chase each other around the house
What do I
and
do?
come up with
Do I do
little
this?
games to play. But when Amelia turned about 7, she became a bit distant to me. Not like she hated me, but instead she was focused on something else. I approached her about it one day, and she explained that she has to play with her friend Tom too, or else he gets jealous. I assumed Tom was her imaginary friend. One day, I was reading in my room when my mom burst through the door enraged. Elizabeth, did you eat all of my honey? Those jars are not cheap. I specifically told you it was for special occasions only. It wasn't me. I did, Mom, my sister said as she entered my room. I had to feed Tom, and he loves honey.
Who the hell is
Amelia,
Tom?
If you wanted some honey, you should have just asked, and I would have given you a little bit. There's no need to make up stories, okay? But Tom loves it. Look, I'll show you. My mom and I followed Amelia into her room. She pointed under her bed. This is where Tom lives. My mom nervously crept down underneath the dark bed and looked around. There she found the empty jar of honey. My mom went back to full rage mode and grounded my little sister for making up stories. But I'm not lying, I swear. The next day, my mom stormed into my room again. What is wrong with you? You're stealing my liquor now? I didn't take anything, I said defensively. It was me again, Mom. Amelia chimed in from the doorway. My mom shot her one of the scariest glares I'd
What do you mean,
ever
ye
seen
or
her
nay
make.
or nah?
Let me guess. Tom drank it? Mm-hmm. You wouldn't let me give him the fancy honey anymore, so I had to give him something. Look. Again, we followed her to Tom's supposed hiding place. And sure enough, underneath Amelia's bed were the empty liquor bottles. My mom was furious. She thought my little sister had actually drank the booze herself. My mom grounded her for the remaining of the year, and my sister cried all night. She asked me if I believed her, and honestly, I wasn't sure.
I wouldn't.
I mean, I knew she didn't drink the alcohol herself.
Oh,
If
yeah,
she
that
had,
makes
she'd
sense.
be dead. And I didn't think
Dead?
she was stupid enough to pour it all out in the name of her dumb game. But I told her I believed her. My sister and I went to the same school. During class the next day, I got called to the principal's office. Apparently, she had gotten in a fight during recess and ended up getting hurt pretty bad. Some so-called friends pushed her over onto a rock, and she had to be rushed to the hospital. They tried to reach my mom but couldn't get a hold of her, so they asked for me to go to the hospital with her. I immediately rushed over to make sure my sister was okay. She was pretty beaten up.
Mom's gonna save her.
It was really tough to
Gonna
see.
kill all her friends.
I'm so sorry, sis. It's not your fault. It's Tom's. She explained that since she couldn't give him treats anymore, he was making all her friends hate her. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. She was seriously still talking about Tom. Once my mom got to the hospital, I walked back home to do homework. Now, I don't believe in spirits or anything like that, but I thought, what if Amelia was actually interacting with something neither me nor my mom could see? I decided to do a brief online search. I typed, invisible friend who eats honey and liquor.
The chord chat? What do you
expect
even
to find
mean?
anything,
What
but
does that
I
mean?
came across a site that talked about something called a gruagach. They were invisible house spirits that were helpful as long as you gave them what they want, typically expensive items such as honey or liquor. I couldn't believe it. Maybe that's who Tom was. I continued reading. However, if you make them angry by not offering them gifts, they will cause major harm. Never name a gruagach,
What?
for they will become permanently attached to you. If
Bro,
you manage to attach
Christian,
one
you're not
to
making any
yourself and then
sense.
refuse to pamper it, it will wreak havoc on your life. Not only that, it will make up for the lost help by stealing the host away as a slave. Oh no. When my mom finally came home, I told her about everything I had read. I tried to tell her that if we pissed it off anymore, it might take Amelia away as a slave. But my mom wasn't having it.
That doesn't help me.
I'm very
Chord.
tired and stressed. Please don't make things worse.
I'm not.
A few days
I'm not
later,
checking
my sister
Discord.
was okay
I don't
enough
have
to
it
come
open
home from the hospital, but she had
right
to
now.
stay in her
I'm
room
supposed to
again
open
until
it.
she was fully recovered. I can't stay in here. Tom might take me away. I haven't fed him in over a week. But my mom ignored her complaining and locked her in her room for the rest of the day. Later that night, my mom went to check on Amelia. She wanted to apologize for being so cruel earlier. But when my mom opened the room,
Amelia wasn't
there.
I know.
She checked the closet.
Too obvious.
Underneath the bed. There was no sign of Amelia anywhere. Mom called the police and waited in the living room. Mom, you don't think that maybe... Elizabeth, please. Not now.
Stupid mom.
The police inspected our house and said they couldn't find any signs of anyone breaking in or running
Wait, you
away.
can't inspect your own
They
house?
were going to continue looking for Amelia.
Can't inspect your own. What?
My mom left the house shortly after that. She said she needed some fresh air. She told me to stay home until she got back. So I stayed in my room until night. When I was about ready to go to bed, I heard something coming from my sister's room. I opened the door and found my mom on the floor, in tears, surrounded by dozens of honey jars. She was calling underneath the bed. Please, I just want her back. Please just give her back. Please, Tom.
It looks a little janky.
Jeannie and her daughter Azura used to live in Brazil.
What's the
with
different
rest of their
audio? Why
extended
is the
family.
different audio?
Azura was a bright little girl who was always happy and energetic and had no trouble making friends.
The audio sucks.
But when she turned 7, something changed. She was no longer interested in playing with her friends and became cold and distant to everyone, including her mother. Azura would curl up in her bedroom alone, and Jeannie would overhear her talking to herself for hours. Jeannie thought Azura might be going through a phase and invented an imaginary friend for herself. But Azura's grandmother thought otherwise. That's because one night, Azura...
Bro.
Email it.
Audio does not sound good, bro. No, no. There's a complete change. Also, I can't play this. They play some copyrighted audio. Let's just go back to Mr. Ballin. He's a scary story plug. I'll watch this one.
Today, I'm going to share 3 little-known, ridiculous backstories
Let me do
of
this real
3
quick.
very famous people. And the last one has a very satisfying ending. But before we get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you come to the right place because that's all we
There
do,
you go.
and we upload 2 or 3 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please replace the like button's Shrootbucks with Stanley Nichols. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's stories. In 1971, a 19-year-old
That's too
Irishman
chunky right
named
here.
William began studying physics and computer science at a university in Belfast, Northern Ireland. While he was certainly smart enough to complete the 4-year degree, after 1 year of being in the school, he decided to drop out because he felt like this was not the path he wanted to be on. So he moved back home to a town about 30 minutes north of Belfast, where he got a job as a forklift driver and truck driver for the Guinness Beer Factory. And while he loved this job, he still felt like this was not the path for him. He needed to do something more with his life. And so he decided he would pursue what 2 of his siblings had gone on to do, which was to become a school teacher. He had always admired his school teachers growing up, and he idolized his 2 siblings that had become teachers, and so it felt like the right fit. And so William applied to a 4-year teaching college in Newcastle in England, and after he was accepted, he flew to England, he got set up, and then he began his studies. The first year was great. He loved what he was doing, he did feel like this is the right fit, and he was getting good grades, everything was going exactly to plan. But then year 2 happened and everything went off the rails. A requirement to graduate from this 4-year teaching college was all the aspiring teachers starting in their 2nd year had to go teach real students real lessons. They basically had to go to high schools and elementary schools and fill in for the real teacher and give a real lesson. And they were scored on their ability to do that. But all the aspiring teachers knew that when you gave these real lessons to real students, what really ended up happening was the students did not take the aspiring teachers seriously. They viewed them as kind of like substitute teachers, and so they didn't respect them and they didn't listen to them. And so typically these real teaching sessions just turned into the aspiring teachers desperately trying to calm down their pupils long enough to get them to listen to their lesson plan for just 1 second. But normally it didn't work out, and before long the day was over and nothing was really accomplished. So in William's 2nd year, when it was his turn to go over to a high school and administer his lesson plan, he went over there knowing what he was up against. He did not really expect it to go well. But he decided he would go in there with a positive attitude and he would try to do his best. But as soon as he walked into his classroom, he immediately could tell he was going to be overwhelmed. Everybody's standing up and talking amongst themselves, and they turn around and they see William walking in, and they have this moment of realization that their real teacher is not going to be teaching them that day. It's going to be this substitute, William, and they all kind of gleefully began laughing and joking, and they just turned their backs on William and kept talking amongst themselves. And so William goes inside, he puts his stuff on the desk, and he attempts to get the class to listen to him by saying, "Hey everyone, come on, sit down, time to listen up, I'm your new teacher for the day." But the kids just were not listening. And so finally, William, who was a really big guy, he was 6'4", he was in great shape, he kind of postured himself and then yelled at the class, "Sit down right now." And at this, the class did turn around and looked at William and kind of sized him up, and most of them decided, okay, it's time to sit down. And so 99% of the class goes quiet and sits down, except for one kid. It was this 15-year-old boy who was at the back of the room, and he was
Hello,
standing
Jax.
up
How are you
defiant
doing?
with his arms crossed, staring at William with a smirk on his face.
I don't
And
know
all
if that's how
around
you
him,
say
all
your
his
name.
cronies were sitting down, looking up at him, laughing, and kind of looking up at William and laughing at him, knowing that a confrontation was about to ensue. And so William is staring at this kid, trying to get him to just sit without saying anything, and this kid is just mean mugging him with his arms crossed, and nothing's happening. And so William walks right up to him and kind of leans over his shoulder and says, "You need to go out in the hallway right now. I will meet you out there." And then William turned around and started walking back towards the front of the room, expecting this to have worked, that this 15-year-old kid would have just followed right along and he'd walk right out to the hallway and that would be
I'm good.
that. But when
I'm
he
chilling,
turned
I'm chilling,
back
just
around
building.
again,
That's about
the
it.
15-year-old kid had not moved. He was still standing
Just
in the back
listening
of
to
the
scary
classroom,
stories. I'm
arms
probably gonna make
crossed,
myself some
staring up
food
at
soon.
William,
I
basically
didn't eat anything
saying,
yet.
"Make me." And at this, William lost his mind. He was so mad and so frustrated at how unbelievably disrespectful this kid was being, and really the whole class was being to him, that he just kind of lost it. And he ran up to this kid in the back of the room and he gets right up in his face. And remember, William is 6'4". He's a big guy. And he gets right in the kid's face and he's like, "Get out in the hall right now!" And this kid doesn't flinch. Instead, he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a knife and he holds it right up against William. And William, without any hesitation, just winds up and blasts this kid across the side of the head, sending him flying over a kid sitting at a desk. He goes flying over this kid and crumples into the corner. And then when he stands up, he drops the knife and puts his hands up.
Yeah, it
He's
is.
like, okay, I'll go out in the hall. And William's like, go out in the hall right now. And so the kid ran out of the classroom. He goes out into the hall, and the whole class is totally silent. No one even wants to look up at William. They're all kind of just looking down at their desk, trying to be as quiet as possible. And William walks back to the front of the class and proceeds to teach the rest of the lesson. As soon as the high school learned that this aspiring teacher, William, had basically knocked out one of their students, even though it seemed like it might have been a little bit deserved, they immediately told the teacher's college, and the teacher's college immediately expelled William. And so now William is suddenly jobless and he's kind of lost again in the world. He doesn't know what he wants to do now because he really had committed to being a teacher. And so he goes back to his home in Northern Ireland and he begins thinking about, what is he going to do next? And he keeps having this thought that he should pursue this thing that he's always been interested in, but he had never taken seriously because it felt so risky. But now that basically everything in his life had fallen apart, he had nothing to lose. So he decided, what the heck, I will do the thing that I've always wanted to do. And that was stage acting. And so he went and auditioned with a local theater company in Belfast. He was accepted into the theater troupe. And then 4 years later, he was discovered performing on stage by a Hollywood filmmaker. And they cast him in a movie. And the rest, as they say, is history. William Neeson, better known as
What am I building?
Liam
Volcano.
Neeson, would go on to star
Ugly
in
though. I don't like the
dozens of
shape.
huge movies and TV shows.
Well, I like
And
it,
he's
but I have
probably
to
best known
like the
for
top
his
is like
epic role
extending
in the
out a little
movie
bit.
Taken, where he is this CIA operative with a particular set of skills, and in this movie he punches a lot of people in the face, just like when he was a teacher. In 1963, when Tim Dick was just 10 years old, he went over to his friend's house and he snuck a bottle of whiskey from one of their shelves. He pulled it out and he poured himself a full glass to the brim with whiskey, and then he downed it in one huge gulp. Tim had grown up idolizing cowboys on TV, and every time he watched them, they would come galloping into some town, they would go into the saloon, and they would sit at the bar just throwing back shots of whiskey. And so Tim always assumed whiskey must be this totally amazing, refreshing drink for these guys to be drinking it
Yeah,
in the heat
I
of
just
the
built for
desert.
fun. That's
But
about it.
unfortunately for Tim, after he slugged this huge
yeah,
glass
that's cool.
of
I love
whiskey,
building.
it was not refreshing.
But yeah,
It
just
tasted
I
like
just place random
gasoline,
blocks
and
and
his
hope
chest
something
felt like it
happens.
was on fire. But instead of being turned off by alcohol and waiting until he was older and of age to try it again, Tim instead thought, you know what? The next time I have whiskey, I just need to water it down a little bit. And so for the next year, Tim continued to periodically sneak whiskey out of his friends' cabinets, and he would drink this watered down whiskey. And then, when he turned 11 years old, his father, who he was very close with, died tragically in a car accident. And Tim really didn't have a good way to cope with the grief of losing his father, and so he turned to drinking even more than he already was. And before long, Tim was like this young kid who basically was an alcoholic. But he hid it extremely well. He graduated high school, he graduated college, and really nobody knew he was drinking as much as he was.
Hello,
But after he graduated
hello,
college,
Techno
and he was living on his
Cafe.
own in
How are you doing today?
Michigan, there was no structure in place or person in place to stop Tim from going overboard with his substance abuse. And so not only did his drinking get completely out of control, but he began using and selling drugs, namely cocaine. In 1978, when Tim was 25 years old, he and his drug dealing partner were scheduled to take part in the biggest drug
I hope
deal
I
of
win
their
too,
careers.
but thank
They
you.
would be selling
I will win
a
actually.
pound
I
and a
will. I
half
got
of
this.
cocaine to a guy named Michael Piper.
It's just
and he'd be
no,
buying it
no,
for
it's 65th.
$42,000, which when you adjust that for inflation would be like buying it for $175,000 in 2021. Tim and his partner were very excited about all this money they were going to make, but they were equally worried about the transaction. A lot can go wrong. And so Tim decided, in order to mitigate their nerves and kind of make this a safer drug deal, he decided they would do the transaction inside of a public airport, because Tim had seen that done on TV and believed
Of the
that would give
confidence.
them an
It's not
additional layer of
confidence, it's
safety.
reality.
And so on the day
I will
this deal
win.
was
I
going to
got
take
this. I got
place,
this.
Tim takes the 1.5 pounds of cocaine, he puts it inside of a brown Adidas gym bag, and he also throws a key lock inside of this bag. He zips it up, he walks outside, he dumps the bag in the back of his car, and he drives to the Kalamazoo International Airport in Michigan. When he gets there, he parks in the big parking lot right outside of the front doors, and as soon as he's parked, he goes
There's
around
so
the
many
back
more
of his
blocks
car,
to
he
test
pulls
with.
out this brown Adidas
Just
bag,
like
he throws
mash
it
stuff
over his
together,
shoulder,
and I'm gonna.
shuts his trunk, and then
I
he
love
waits
this.
for his partner to show up. A couple of minutes later, right on time, his partner pulls into the lot, he parks nearby, and then the two of them very casually begin
Hello,
walking
Smee
towards
Valon.
the
How are you
front
doing
doors
today?
of this airport. They walk up the steps, they go in the front doors, and as soon as they're inside, they're looking around, and they find Michael Pfeiffer. He's standing
What's the
up against
prize?
the wall
I
right in
actually
the
don't know.
area he had said he would be.
I
And so
don't
without
know.
making any sort of
If someone could
contact
find
with
out, that'd be
Michael,
cool, but
Tim
I don't
and his
know.
partner turn the corner and they go into a nearby locker room. Once they're inside, Tim pulls the lock out of the brown
Dang.
bag, and then he
Is
puts
there a way I
the
can join
bag
the
with the
event?
drugs in it
I don't know.
inside of the
Well, you have
locker,
to be in a
shuts it,
server
and
and copy
uses the
the
lock you just pulled
IP.
out to lock the locker.
It might be
And then
too
he
late
and
though,
his
because
partner
there's a lot of
leave the
people that
locker
joined
room.
apparently.
As soon as they go
But
out
I could be
into
wrong.
the main terminal, they start walking over towards Michael Pfeiffer, and as they get closer and closer, Tim's partner breaks off
Oh,
and
compete.
goes to a bench
Oh.
on the other side of the terminal, and Tim continues walking on right up to Michael.
I mean,
and then when he
yeah,
reaches Michael, he very discreetly
I don't know.
hands
I
him
don't know
the
what to
key
say.
to the lock on the locker, and he tells him which locker number the
You
drugs
should
are
get a
in.
PC
Michael
though.
doesn't say anything. He
You
takes
can
the
do a lot
key
of
and he
like
heads off to
I don't
the
know.
locker room.
I feel like
Tim turns
you
and he
can.
goes
I don't
over to
know.
his
I don't know how
partner
to
and he
explain
sits
it.
down on the bench and waits. Meanwhile, Michael goes inside the locker room. He uses the key. He opens up the lock. He opens the locker up. He checks to make sure the drugs are still there. They are. As soon as that's confirmed, he takes the bag. He throws it over his shoulder and he walks back out to the main terminal to meet up with Tim and his partner. Tim and his partner are sitting on the bench. They see Michael coming out of the locker room.
I'm saving up
and
for
they're
one.
expecting Michael
Yeah,
to
that's what
walk
I did,
over and
and then
basically
I got
hand
this
them a
one.
bag
It's like worth
full of
$700.
$42,000.
It's
But
pretty good.
instead, Michael
Well,
walks
for
up to
its
them
price.
and draws a gun and points it at them and says, "I'm a police officer. You're under arrest." It would turn out this was a sting operation. Michael Pfeiffer, the undercover police officer, had been following around Tim and his partner for months. In Michigan at
Damn.
the time, if you were caught trying to sell 650
That-
grams or more of cocaine, there was an
that does
automatic
suck.
penalty
Studies,
of a life
studies.
sentence. And Tim and his
Out of
partner
here.
had
I hate
just
the
been
studies.
arrested trying to sell more
I
than
hate work
650 grams of
or
cocaine. And so
schoolwork.
facing a life sentence, Tim took a deal that gave him a lesser sentence in exchange for information about other drug dealers. And so Tim would ultimately serve 2 years and 4 months in a federal penitentiary before he was released. Tim would say his time in prison was absolutely miserable, but it was necessary. It matured him in a major way, and it honed his sense of humor. Tim was always a very funny guy. He was always the class clown and the guy goofing around. But in prison, he found it a very difficult task to get these hardened prisoners and prison guards to laugh at his jokes. But eventually, with enough practice and repetition, he could get anybody in that prison to laugh at him. And so by the time he got out, he was like an amazing comedian. And so he decided, you know what? Why don't I pursue a career in comedy? 4 years later, Tim Dick, better known as Tim Allen, landed the starring role on the hit TV show Home Improvement. And from there, he starred in
Tim
dozens
Allen, that
more
sounds
movies
familiar.
and TV shows, but he's probably best known for his voice acting in the very popular movie series Toy Story, where he plays Buzz Lightyear. Today,
Oh, that dude.
Tim is sober and has been for decades. In 1964, during his final
What's the video on the
semester of
top left?
college in
It's just scary stories. It's
21-year-old
Mr.
man
Ballin.
named Harry decided
I don't
to
know the
take an
title though.
acting class. He believed it would be an
Like something about
easy day,
celebrities.
and he'd always been pretty shy, and so he figured this class might be able to help him get over that. But this class wound up having a much larger impact on Harry's life than he ever could have imagined. Not only did he meet his future wife in this class, but he also realized he loved acting, something he never thought he would like, and he decided after college that that was the thing he was going to pursue. And so after he graduates later that year, he and his girlfriend get married, and then they fly out to Hollywood, California, where Harry auditions for Columbia Pictures' New Talent Program.
Wait, what?
Which is basically this
The
program
blocks,
that's designed
different
to
way you
help new
place
actors
them.
and actresses get parts in Hollywood because it's so hard to do that. And so he's accepted into this program. He signs a contract with them that pays him almost nothing. And right
Well, that's
away,
cool.
they start
The blocks
shopping
can be
him
placed in,
around
like,
for
different-
parts in TV
Damn.
shows and movies, but nobody is interested in Harry. Nobody. The only roles he was getting were incredibly minor and usually non-speaking, and so it was really not advancing his career. Then, in 1966, so 2 years after he and his wife had arrived in Hollywood, Harry received what seemed like his first big break. He was offered a speaking role in a movie, although it was a very minor role. It was a 60-second bit where Harry basically walked on screen in this hotel, and he started calling out for a particular guest, and when he finds this guest, he walks up and gives him a piece of paper, and then he leaves. So it's a forgettable scene, but it's a real scene in a real movie, and so this was a big deal for Harry. And so after Harry goes over to the studio and he films this whole scene and it's all done, he goes back over to the
Are there any
headquarters of the
announcements
New
on the
Talent
server
Program
now?
at Columbia Pictures, and as soon as he goes inside,
Apparently
one of the
someone got in,
producers
so
that was
maybe
in charge of this
you
New
could
Talent Program, who had apparently had a chance already
Do you have
to
cords?
see this 60-second
Well, we're all on
scene
different
in
servers,
this
man,
movie
unless
that
if you're
Harry
in the
was in.
65th.
He calls Harry over and asks him to go up to his office for a second. So the pair go up to his office, they both sit down, and the guy looks at him and says, "Look, I just gotta shoot you straight here. You're not gonna make it in Hollywood. You're not gonna be a movie star." When Tony Curtis was told to carry groceries across this room in one of his first movies, everybody knew right away as he's carrying those groceries that guy, he's going to be a movie star. You could see it in the scene, even though all he was doing was carrying groceries. And when
I'm in
you
the
did your
81st.
scene as the bellhop walking around the hotel, I just didn't see it. You don't have the X factor. You're
What am I
not
building?
gonna be a movie star. For reference, Tony Curtis, the guy this producer was referencing, was a
It's a
huge movie
volcano.
star in the 1950s.
A
and
big
1960s.
volcano.
And so Harry, after getting this horrible comment made about him, he pauses for a second, and then he leans across the table and looks at this producer.
I don't like
and
the
squints
shape
his
when
eyes
you
and
look at it
says,
from the top,
"You know,
though.
if Tony was such a good actor, shouldn't we have believed he was just a grocery delivery boy, not a movie star?" And at this totally smart aleck remark, the producer fired Harry on the spot. Harry would go on to sign a similar New Talent Program deal with Universal Studios, but again, he could not get a real part to save his life. And the feedback he finally got was, "Harry, you're just not pretty enough, and you're not really that talented." By the mid-1970s, Harry was in his mid-30s, and while he still aspired to
Who the
be
hell's
an actor,
Harry?
and wanted to be an actor, he was making almost no money from acting. And so he decided, instead of acting, he was going to become a carpenter. That was going to be his full-time job, despite the fact he knew nothing about carpentry. And so he literally, just because he has this interest in carpentry, goes to the library and checks out all these how to be a carpenter books. And over the next couple of weeks, he studies these books and does a couple projects around his own house. And then finally, he just felt confident enough, or he was just desperate enough for money, that he began going around to his network and asking people in Hollywood if they needed some woodworking, if they needed help from a carpenter. And surprisingly, lots of people took him up on his offer and they hired him to be their carpenter. And before long, Harry was dubbed the Carpenter to the Stars, which was kind of ironic because he actually was not a very good carpenter and he was regularly seen on
What are my
the job,
coordinates?
literally
Well, it's
holding
not
a
really
book,
coordinates. You
teaching
need to
him
be in
how
the
to
same
a
server,
carpenter
bro.
while doing the
And I'm in the
carpentry with his
65th.
other hand. In 1976, Harry was a full-fledged carpenter and had been for about a year when one of his very close friends named Fred Roos, who was a casting director and film producer, gave him a call and told him he had a very unique opportunity for him. Now, at this point, Harry was not looking for any more acting roles. He kind of figured that ship has sailed, even though he wishes he could be an actor. At this point, he had a wife, he had 2 sons, and so he's thinking, I gotta just keep doing this carpentry thing because I gotta pay the bills. So he says to Fred, you know, I appreciate the offer of whatever this is, but if it has to do with acting, you know, I'm just not interested. And Fred, who was one of the very few people in Hollywood who fundamentally believed Harry was destined to be a star, told Harry, no, this is different. This is not a pure go out and try out for
I'm in the
part,
challenge?
hope for the best.
What?
This is like, put yourself
that
in a
even
good
mean?
position, and maybe somebody will discover you're as
What
talented
does
as
it
you
mean?
really are. And so Harry's
That's
like,
a good
okay,
stretch.
tell me about this opportunity, you know, I'm interested. And so Fred explained there was this really talented and eccentric film director who was trying to cast an upcoming movie. And the way he went about casting for movies was a little bit strange. instead of having each of the actors and actresses show up and individually audition for their parts, he would group batches of actors and actresses, and he would have them audition as a group, because that way he could tell if there was chemistry amongst some of the actors and actresses, and he could gauge their individual talent. And so he had all these groups already planned out, but one of the groups was missing one male actor. Somebody had dropped out at the last minute and was not going to be there on the day of the audition. And so when Fred Roos heard through the grapevine
He's building another
that this director was
MrBeast.
going to be
Oh,
short
those
this
are all
one person,
MrBeast, I just noticed.
He immediately reached out to the director and said, hey, I got your guy. There's this guy, Harry. He's done a little bit of acting. He's incredibly talented. You got to give him a chance. You know, at the minimum, he can come in there and he can at least just read the lines and help you do this audition. But I know he's available that day, and I know he would love to help. And so this director tells Fred, okay, thank you. I'd love to have him come down, but stress to him, he is not auditioning for any part in this movie. I'm not bringing in some person and just throwing them in. It takes me a long time to find people that I want to audition, and he is not one of them. He is just there to facilitate the audition. He's just going to read the lines so the other people in his group can do their audition. And so after Fred stopped explaining the situation, Harry was actually kind of annoyed. He was annoyed that Fred had basically already volunteered him, and so he couldn't really even say no without making Fred look bad. And he didn't like the idea that this was basically a waste of his time. He was being asked to go read lines, but not even try out. So how was this even an opportunity? But Fred told him, look, worst case scenario, you meet some pretty powerful people in Hollywood. This director's a big deal. The people there are going to be big deals in Hollywood. So you'll meet them and maybe they will recognize your talent. Or maybe
I can't do that, bro. I don't.
your carpentry business.
I don't know why you think I can't do that.
So finally, Harry says, okay, fine.
I'm not that talented,
so
bro.
Harry goes to this audition, he's handed the script, and he's reminded repeatedly to not attempt to audition. Don't try to act, just read the lines. I don't care if you're monotone, you just read these lines because you're not auditioning. Everybody else is, you're not. Is that clear? And Harry's like, yes, I get it. I'm just reading the lines. And so Harry sits down and he starts reading the lines, and he's trying to do what they told him to do, but the way he was actually feeling and his actual personality began seeping through. He started coming off as this really grumpy and sarcastic guy that just didn't care about anybody there. He was just totally bitter that he was in the situation he was in. And apparently, this is exactly what the director was looking for in one of the characters he was trying to cast. That kind of nonchalant, bravado, macho, alpha type guy who just didn't care about anybody. And so over the course of the day,
What are my
as he's reading the
coordinates?
script
We need to
over
be in
and
the
over again,
same
not
server. I
caring
don't know why you
at
keep
all
asking.
about how he's performing. He's just simply reading these lines and just being himself. He was actually doing this amazing job portraying one of the characters. And so they let Harry go the whole day. No one told him they were looking at him as a potential character. And then at the end of the day, when Harry was about to just throw the script in the trash and leave without talking to anyone, the film director, better known as George Lucas, walks up to Harry, better known as Harrison Ford, and says, wait a minute, I was wrong.
I'm in the MrBeast server, but it's not. There's so okay. There's a lot of. I'm in the 65th server.
And that role as Han Solo
I highly doubt that we're in the
into
same server.
megastar
If we are,
that know
then
him
damn.
as today. A few years after Harrison had starred in Star Wars and he was this total A-list celebrity, he was at a Hollywood studio in one of their restaurants.
I mean, you're right. I could try. I'll try to do
Silver
that.
tray, and on this silver tray was a single business card. So Harrison reaches over, he grabs the business card, the waiter walks away, and he looks at the card, and handwritten on it is the phrase, "I missed my bet." And he flipped the card over, and it was the name of that producer from the new talent program that had called Harry into his office and said, you're never going to make it in Hollywood and you're fired. It was that guy, and he had apparently sent the waiter over to make amends because he was eating lunch in the same restaurant. And so Harrison would later say in interviews that at the time he got this card, and to this day that he was doing this interview, he said it gave him immense pleasure that when he looked up from this business card and he understood the situation, he knows this guy's in the room somewhere. As he looked around the room, he couldn't recognize the guy because he didn't know what he looked like. He was a nobody. And so instead of wasting any more time looking for this producer, he just looked at the card, chucked it, and went back to eating his lunch. So that's going to do it, guys. If you found the secret in today's episode, let us know in the comments section what it is and where you found it. So give us the timestamp. And if you're the first to do that, we'll pin you at the top of the comments section.
What's
If you
my
got something
IGN
out of today's
folder?
episode and you haven't done this already, please replace the like button's Shrewd Bucks with Stanley Nichols. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications. Today, we're going to look at 3 of the most incredible survival stories of all time. But before we get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right channel.
Oh, what am I doing building? I'm building.
5 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please invite the like button over to your house for Oreos and milk, but replace all of their Oreos cream filling with Play-Doh. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's stories.
Why? Read the title.
In 1994, 39-year-old Mauro Prosperi took part in the brutal Marathon des Sables, which is a 6-day endurance race covering 155 miles through the Sahara Desert. The competition was known as one of the toughest in the world, but Prosperi was a former Olympic athlete, and he kept himself in unbelievable physical shape.
Blu-ray.
He
Did
was
you read the
also
title
a police
yet?
officer back in Italy, which kept him even more active, so he felt ready. The competition's desert terrain was so dangerous that participants had to indicate where they wanted their bodies sent if they did not survive the race. In preparation for the race, Prosperi would run 25 miles a day for weeks leading up to it, and he would give himself less and less water as he was running to get accustomed to dehydration. But despite how much he was training and his incredible athletic resume that showed he's someone that can probably do this, his wife was very concerned. But he would tell her, you know, the worst thing that's going to happen to me is I'll get a little sunburned. The race kicked off at its starting point in Morocco on April 10th, and initially it was going very smoothly. Prosperi was always at the front of the pack, and he was always the first Italian to finish that day's stage. And so when he would finish, he would go to his tent and he'd put an Italian flag on the outside to show the other Italians doing the race where they could find him to come inside and chat. And he would say that part of the race was really fun.
I mean,
then things went wrong on the 4th day during the longest and most difficult phase of the race. When he set out that morning, it was already very windy, and he found himself in this section between these 2 big sand dunes, and the pace setters had already gone way ahead, so he's totally alone. And then out of nowhere, this massive sandstorm kicks up and completely blinds him. He can't go anywhere because he can't see where he's going. And so he manages to kind of feel his way to this rock, where he gets down behind this rock, and he thinks to himself, I'll just wait it out and then continue on. But the sandstorm raged for 8 hours, and when it was finally done, it was totally dark outside.
Well,
I'm
not doing that yet because I'm still doing,
sleep on the dunes,
you know.
And tomorrow morning I'll have to get up and keep going.
But,
and his biggest concern at this point was not that he was in a survival situation. It was, man, I was in 4th place in this race, and now with this huge setback, I'm probably going to finish last. And so when he went to sleep that night, all he was thinking about is, man, I got to get up and go as fast as I can so I don't finish last tomorrow. But when the sun came up the next morning, Prosperi looked around and he realized he had a much bigger problem. The sandstorm had been so strong, it had completely altered the landscape. The dunes had all moved around. He had no points of reference. And so even though he had a map and he had a compass, he had no way to orient himself, so he had no idea what direction to go. Anybody that competed in this race really needed to be self-sufficient, and so Prosperi had a knife, he had plenty of dehydrated food, he had a sleeping bag, but he had very little water. He had about a half bottle of water, because at each of the checkpoints during the day, the race officials would give you all of this water, and the idea was you would drink it all by the time you got to your next checkpoint. And he had not made it to the next checkpoint, and so was very low on water. As he's looking around, realizing this is a really bad situation, he thinks to himself, you know, other runners must have had this same thing happen to them. They probably had to hunker down yesterday during the sandstorm, and they're just waking up now. They're looking around. I'm bound to find someone. We'll link up.
Just make sure it's not hollow on the inside.
Fine. And so he runs to the top of a sand
No,
and looks around,
I'm pretty sure they won't care, but I'm gonna do stuff on the inside though. That's the thing.
And so he leaves that sand dune.
I'm gonna do cave systems and stuff.
He's looking around and there's nobody there. And over the course of several hours, he was just running to the peaks of these different sand dunes, expecting to see someone, not seeing anyone, becoming more panicked and expending more energy. And finally, by the late afternoon, when he's sweating profusely and the sun is bearing down on him and he still hasn't seen anyone, He realizes he's gonna die if he keeps doing this, and he needs to be smart about this. And so at this point, he went into survival mode, and he decided that the only times he's gonna move are gonna be at night and in the early morning hours, because those are the times when the sun is not up and it's still pretty cool, and he can conserve energy that way. He also began peeing into bottles and began conserving his urine to drink later when he did run out of water. And so over the next 2 days, he conserved his energy, but he was just kind of drifting through the desert, and he wasn't really getting anywhere. He didn't know if he was making progress.
Wait, what? I'm a part of it too, but it's too late.
He was starting to
I'm
realize
starting
the
at the-
situation is getting worse and worse.
Oh, you're
by
starting
the minute.
tomorrow?
And then, in an
Damn.
incredible stroke of luck, he comes
Yeah,
across this
I
Muslim
started this morning. What
shrine
time
in
is
the
it for
middle
me?
of
I don't even
nowhere
know.
that Bedouins would use as they traveled across the desert, and he ran inside hoping that there'd be a person in there. And there was a person in there, but they were dead inside of a coffin. But he was happy that he now had shelter
You're
over
bored?
his head, and this felt
A little
like
bored. I'm
progress.
full-ish.
He began taking stock of his new surroundings, and when he was inside the shrine looking up
Oh,
into the ceiling,
look what time it
he
is.
saw
It's
it was
time for
lined
everyone to
with
sub
hundreds
to
of
me.
bats. At this
Wow.
point, he's really hungry, he's really thirsty, and so he climbed up into the rafters and began grabbing handfuls
I'm
of
building a
bats
taco?
and drinking their blood.
Sheesh.
After drinking the blood of 20 bats, he used some of the wood that was inside of the shrine, and he built a fire outside, and that would be his way to signal planes and helicopters going overhead that he assumed would be out.
I need
So he
more
sets the fire,
of this
and he
beer.
comes back inside expecting, over the next couple of days someone's bound to find him, but nobody does. And 4 days go by, and 3 separate times a plane or a helicopter flew directly over him. He's got his fire going, he's out there flagging him down, but nobody saw him. And so at the
Drinking
end
the
of those 4
blood.
days, he's now been out in the desert roaming around.
I'm barely even listening to
and he's
this.
starting to realize that this is the end. He's not going
Was
to
this an
survive
invite?
this. No one knows where he
Or
is. No one's
it's
seen him
open.
so
It's
far.
it's
He's
open.
running
If
out
you're
of
if you have a
supplies.
server, then you
This
can
is it.
join.
And so knowing he
It might
was
be
staring
closed.
down a long, painful death,
Like
either by
the
dehydration
things
or
join might be closed,
starvation,
but
he decided he was
maybe
going
not.
to
I don't know.
expedite it. And he would say later that he did not feel sad about this. It just was a logical choice he was making. He figured this way, if he died inside of the shrine was more likely to be found than if he had died somewhere out in the desert where sand would cover him up. And so he said it was more likely people would find the shrine and therefore
like-
find him, and so there'd be closure for his family. And so Prosperi took a piece of charcoal from the fire, wrote a message to his wife, and then cut his wrists and
You
laid
can't
down,
try?
expecting never
Huh.
to wake up again.
That's
But the next
interesting.
morning, he woke up, and he had barely bled because his blood was too thick. He literally could not bleed to death. He took this as a sign that he was supposed to live, and he suddenly felt motivated to survive. He decided to leave the shrine and follow the advice that one of the race organizers had given all of them at the start, which was, if you get lost, follow the clouds you can see just beyond the horizon at dawn. There you will find civilization. So Prosperi hopped up and began heading towards what he believed were those clouds. He walked for days in the desert, grabbing snakes and lizards off the ground and eating them raw. He said his inner caveman came out, like his primal desire to live, and he had no problems eating the things he was eating. Prosperi grew so dehydrated he couldn't even urinate anymore, so he began drinking the liquid inside of succulents that grew inside of dried up riverbeds, and he also began sucking out the moisture in his wet wipes that were in his backpack. On the 9th day, Prosperi saw a little shepherd girl off in the distance, and she saw him, and she was scared of him, and she turned and ran away. And at first, Prosperi is devastated because he has no strength to chase after her, but she had actually gone down to her tribe and told them about this strange man wandering the desert, and they came
Oh,
running
this
up
person's
over the
flying
dunes,
so
and
fast.
they brought him in, and they gave him food and drink, and they sent someone to get police. After police picked him up and brought him back to their headquarters, he discovered he had walked over 181 miles from where he had gotten lost on the course all the way to Algeria. His family and race organizers had gone
Why is
out
that guy
looking
so
for him after he
fast?
went missing, but all they ever found was his shoelace, and so they assumed he was dead. It would take him 2 years to fully recover from this ordeal, but after he did, he went on to run 8 more desert races. In 2012, 35-year-old Jose Alvarenga was an extremely experienced fisherman, having spent years and years commercially fishing. In November of that year, Jose volunteered to do a 30-hour deep-sea fishing shift for his company off the coast of his hometown in Mexico. He hoped he'd be able to catch some sharks, marlins, and sailfish, 3 of the more lucrative fish you can catch. Unfortunately, the guy Jose usually went deep-sea fishing with was not able to go at the last minute, but Jose still really wanted to go out and do this shift, And so he took the only other fisherman in their company that was willing to go or that could go, and it was a 23-year-old, extremely inexperienced, brand new fisherman named Ezekiel Cordoba. And while Jose knew he was not going to be a huge asset out on the seas, he figured, you know, it's a short trip and we're not that far off from shore, so you know what, he's fine, I'll take him. On November 17th, the pair set out on their 24-foot fiberglass skiff with a small motor. On board were various fishing tools, a radio, and a large icebox to hold all the fish they were going to catch. Once they reached the area they were going to be fishing, their trip immediately started paying off, and within just a couple of hours, they had already almost completely overloaded the icebox. Their luck was so good that when they saw a storm coming in, they decided to wait and continue to catch as many fish as they possibly could before heading in at the very last minute. But the storm that was rolling in was like the storm of the century, and by the time they did turn around to head into shore, it was too late. They got caught up in this wicked storm where the rain was so intense they literally could not see to shore. They tried to use their compass and other instruments to navigate to shore, but between the winds and the waves and the fact that their boat was so heavy from the nearly 1,000 pounds of fish they had caught, they were just really unable to get anywhere near shore. When the storm just continued to rage and they were just kind of floundering in the water, they decided they needed to dump their catch. So they dumped all 1,000 plus pounds of fish back into the water. But even then, with a more agile boat, the storm was so severe they just could not navigate effectively. And so Jose turned off the engine and told Ezekiel that their best chance here was to just wait it out. And once it was done, they would head back into shore. But that storm continued to rage for 5 days. The torrential rain never stopped, the waves were huge, the winds were awful, and before long they were getting pulled out to sea and had no idea where they were. Now they had only planned to be out for 30 hours, so they did not have much in the way of supplies. And so after a few days they had run out of food and they had run out of water, but luckily because it was raining so much they were able to drink the rainwater. But the real immediate problem they were facing is over the course of those 5 days, the storm was just battering their boat. And by the time the storm cleared, their boat was ruined. Their motor had been torn off and was just gone. Their electronics were busted and all of their fishing gear was either damaged or gone. There was enough charge in the radio for Jose to call back to his boss on the mainland and send a mayday message, but the radio died before they got a return message, so they weren't able to confirm if anybody on land was going to come looking for them. Left with minimal
No, I
supplies,
can't
no
use
radio,
campfires, apparently.
no
I already
motor,
tried.
Jose and Ezekiel just had to hope somebody on the mainland heard their message, and they slowly began to adjust to life at sea. Jose was able to leap into the water and catch turtles, fish, seabirds, and jellyfish with his bare hands, and so that's what they ate. And then the two of them would try to catch rainwater whenever they could.
Yeah,
but
kind of sucks. I really wanted to do that. But I feel like it'll probably make the server lag if they had it enabled, because how many people would be using it.
Would be sending people out to get them. As days turned into weeks and weeks turned into months, they realized
What
that
blocks could I
probably no
use?
one was coming to find them. Now their only hope was a plane spotted them flying overhead, or perhaps they could drift into a shipping lane and a boat could spot them. But without any way of navigating their boat, they really were just leaving it up to luck. Despite their dire situation, Jose stayed really positive and he focused on catching food and catching water, and he tracked the time really diligently by tracking the phases of the moon. Ezekiel, however, just did not have a significant role on the boat because he just wasn't skilled enough, and so he found himself sitting in the boat most of the time doing a whole lot of nothing, and he fell into a deep depression. He was not accustomed to being out on the water the way Jose was. Jose had been raised on the water. He practically only ate
Why would I
seafood,
do that?
and a
The
lot
fire's
of
not
it
even
he ate
out.
raw. So in a way, Jose
Well, I know a netherrack does, bro.
Ezekiel was not. And then by the 4th month, Ezekiel just could no longer stomach the food they were eating. He would just get sick every single time. And so he just kind of gave up and he stopped eating. And even though Jose urged him to eat and would get him food, he didn't eat it, and eventually he starved to death. Even though Ezekiel was not a huge asset in terms of helping them survive, he did provide Jose an enormous amount of comfort. It was like you had your partner in crime here. And then once he died, Jose was alone for the first time in nearly half a year, and he fell into a very dark depression. And for 6 days, he did not touch Ezekiel's body. He just sat there and stared at him and even contemplated taking his own life. But on the 7th day, he doesn't know what it was, but he had this sudden urge to want to survive. And so he gave Ezekiel a kind of makeshift funeral. He said a few words and then disposed of his body in the ocean. And then after that, Jose became laser focused on just surviving.
What's that thing called?
Survive he would for another 9
Well, that's what I was
months,
just about to
all
do.
by himself, out in the middle of the ocean,
On the side of the
floating around,
volcano? I don't
drinking
know about
turtle
that
blood
one.
and drinking his own pee. But after those 9 months,
Why
he
would they
finally
have
see the thing
dripstones
he
on
had
the
been dreaming
side?
about. Land. He had managed to drift
I was
all
just
the way
thinking
to
about
the
that in my
Marshall
head. I was
Islands.
debating.
So he leapt out of his boat, he swam to shore, and there was a hut right on the beach. He knocked on the hut, and a couple came
This
to the
guy
door,
works
and
pretty
they were
slow.
really shocked to see this guy. I mean, he didn't look too good, and they couldn't even
Why'd
believe
he
his
move his
story. They
Mr.
couldn't
Beast?
believe that he had survived for so long in the water. But they quickly brought him inside. They gave him some food and drink, and they contacted authorities, and he was saved. His parents and young daughter, when they found out he was alive, they were overjoyed. They, along with everybody else, believed he had perished. They had sent out a search party for them, and they'd found pieces of their boat that had broken off in the storm, and so they assumed, they must have sank. Then, in a strange turn of events, shortly after he got home, people began accusing him of lying about what happened. People said he looked too good to have been out on the open ocean for 14 months. He should have been emaciated, and at the very least, he should have had scurvy. But doctors would say he ate so many turtles and seabirds that he was pretty well fed. And turtles and seabirds contain a high level of vitamin C that would have protected him from scurvy. Other skeptics said it would have been impossible for his skiff to float the 6,000 miles to the Marshall Islands where he ultimately found land. But then a study done at the University of Hawaii confirmed there was a current that would have pulled him from the coast of Mexico straight into the Marshall Islands. And then lastly, Ezequiel Cordoba's family accused Jose of killing Ezequiel and eating his body for sustenance. That's the only way he was able to survive. But Ezequiel roundly rejected that and took multiple lie detector tests that proved he did not do that. Today, Jose lives in a small town in El Salvador, completely surrounded by land, and he says he doesn't go anywhere near the water.
Yeah. Supposed to be on its way to
In 1971,
erupting.
Julian Kepka was a bright-eyed German teenager who had just graduated high school. On Christmas Eve of 1971, she and her mother were at the airport in Lima, Peru, waiting for a flight to Pucallpa to visit her father, who was a zoologist working in the Amazon. She and her mother and everybody else waiting for this flight were really annoyed because the flight was 7 hours late due to bad weather. Finally, it arrived, and Julianne, her mother, and everybody else who had been waiting boarded Lanza Flight 508. And immediately after takeoff, they started hitting some pretty bad turbulence because of the bad weather, but Julianne really liked flying, so she didn't mind. Her mother, on the other hand, was white-knuckling the armrests. But after 10 minutes or so, as they were getting nearer to cruising altitude, the turbulence was not getting any better. In fact, it was getting much worse, and Julianne was starting to get worried herself. And then when the plane started shaking so violently that all of the overhead bins opened up, and luggage and wrapped presents and Christmas cake started pouring out, Julianne now began white-knuckling the armrest. As she's sitting there, she looks out the window and she sees all this lightning right outside their window, and it was clear they were literally flying through a lightning storm. And so Julianne and her mother are just looking at each other, unable to speak because they're so scared, and they're listening to the other passengers screaming and yelling, and everyone's starting to panic. And then the plane starts really shaking up and down, like it's
I'm
being
testing
lifted 50
stuff,
feet
by the way.
and
I'm
dropping
not gonna
50
keep
feet
it like
over
this,
and over.
unless if
And
it
then
looks
all of
good.
a sudden, there's this bright flash inside of the cabin, and then the lights go out, and then they look out the left side, and they see smoke and flames coming out of the engine that sits on the wing, and then the plane felt like it was just falling from the sky before it dipped into an aggressive nosedive and just started bombing straight down toward the ground. It turned out that big flash in the cabin was lightning striking the engine. Julianne would say, despite this unbelievable chaos, the worst moment imaginable, her mother grabbed her by the hand and said, "This is it. It's all over." And that was the last thing her mother ever said to her. After that, all Julianne can remember is the sound of other passengers screaming and crying and the awful grinding sounds that the engines were making. And as she's listening to these horrible sounds getting ready to die, all of a sudden the noise just stops and she's outside of the plane. She's still strapped into her seat, but now she's in free fall away from the plane. And she remembers thinking how unbelievably lonely she was. And then she looked down and she saw the canopy of the jungle fast approaching, and she knew she was about to die, and then she passed out. She remembers nothing of the actual impact, but she would later find out the plane broke up 2 miles up. So she was in free fall for 2 miles in that seat before hitting the ground. She woke up the next day looking upwards towards the jungle canopy, and the first thing she said out loud was, "I survived." And she's looking around and she yells for her mother, but there's no one around her. No one yells back. And that's when she realizes, I'm all alone, and probably everybody, including my mother, is dead. She had somehow managed to not only survive, but only have a broken collarbone and some deep cuts in her leg. She could hear planes overhead that were most likely looking for the crash site and potentially
How's it going? I'm
survivors,
chilling.
but
I'm
she couldn't
just
see them
been
because
still
the
building.
canopy was so thick, so
I'm
they
just
couldn't
testing
see her.
stuff to
She was
see
wearing a
if it looks
very
good or
short,
not.
sleeveless mini dress and flip-flops, but in fact she had lost one of her flip-flops, but elected to keep the other one on because she had lost her glasses in the crash and she was incredibly nearsighted, and so she would use this one flip-flop to test the ground ahead of her before committing with her bare foot. Before the crash, she had spent a year and a half at her parents' research station out in the Amazon, and in that time she had picked up very valuable survival skills for being in the rainforest. So the first thing she did was stand up and go looking for a stream, because her father had told her, wherever there's a stream, that stream will oftentimes lead to civilization. And so she began walking, and sure enough, she found a stream. And instead of just walking next to the stream, she got in it and began walking directly in the middle of the stream.
What?
Because her parents had told her that you're less likely to get attacked by a predator if you're standing in the water versus standing on land. She only walked a little ways before she came across the crash site. There was no bodies, it was just debris, and all she could find that was useful was a small bag of candy.
Let's
So she took the bag of
go.
candy and
I'm proud of
continued
you.
walking down the stream.
Finish 1 out of 3.
For several days, she trudged along.
Let's go.
And she would say during the day it was incredibly hot and miserable, and at night it was very cold. And since she only had this small dress on, it was particularly miserable. But she said the scariest part of the whole ordeal was at night when you're trying to sleep. It's totally pitch black and you're in the middle of the Amazon and there's predators all around you. She said it was horrifying. On the 4th day of being in the jungle, as she walked down the stream, she heard the sound of a landing king vulture, a sound that she recognized from her time spent at her parents' Amazon reserve. And the sound of this vulture was just around the corner, so she couldn't see it, but she knew these huge vultures only showed up if there's a ton of dead meat. And so she knew as soon as she rounded that corner, she was going to come face to face with the bodies from the crash, potentially even her mother. But she kept moving forward, she turned the corner, and sure enough, there were bodies. The vulture took off, and what she was left looking at was a bench with 3 passengers on it still buckled in, and all 3 of their heads had been rammed underneath the earth. They had clearly landed head first. Immediately, she had an intense sense of panic because she had never seen a dead body before, and she thought one of them was her mother. But when she went over to examine this particular corpse, she saw her toenails were painted pink, and her mother never painted
I'll be
her
back.
toenails. And so
Actually,
she had this intense
I'll be back.
sense of relief that it wasn't her mother, but at the same
Actually,
time
I
felt
should
very
probably do this.
ashamed of that thought. There was nothing on the 3 bodies or near them that could help her survive, and so she said her goodbyes and she continued walking down the stream. By the 10th day of this ordeal, she could barely stand straight because of her broken collarbone and the pain in her leg, and so she began drifting down the river in one of the deeper sections, and then she thought she was hallucinating when she saw this big boat docked up against the side of the river. But when she went up to it and touched it, it was real. She went up on shore, she looked inside, there was no one in the boat. But it looked like a
I'll
boat
be
that was
back.
used, and there was a path that led back into the jungle.
I'll be
And so
back.
she followed the path and it led to this hut, and no one was in there, but outside was a jug of gasoline. And she had this wound in her arm that was full of maggots. And she remembered her father using gasoline to get maggots out of a wound in their dog. And so she took the gasoline and dumped it in her arm, and she said it was excruciatingly painful, but she was able to pull out 30 maggots and felt very proud of that accomplishment. After that, she fell asleep inside of the hut and just hoped that whoever lived here eventually showed up. And sure enough, the next day she woke up and she heard 2 men talking outside that were walking towards her. And she said the sound of their voice was like the sound of an angel. And when the 2 men came up the path and saw her, they were obviously very shocked. And they initially thought she was like this water goddess from a local legend that involved a half mermaid, half woman that was light-skinned. And she would tell them in Spanish that she's not a water goddess, that in fact she's a girl, and she had just survived a plane crash, and she really needed their help. It was getting late that day, so they couldn't bring her out of the jungle right away, so they helped treat her wounds, they gave her some food and water, and the next day they brought her back to civilization. The day after her rescue, she was reunited with her father, and apparently he was so overcome with emotion because he believed she was dead that for several hours he just couldn't speak. Julianne was the sole survivor of the 91 people who boarded Lanza Flight 508. Her mother actually survived the crash, but then died several days later because she couldn't move. This is something that haunts Julianne and her family because they think about how horrible those last few moments for her mother must have been. Julianne ultimately recovered from all of her physical injuries, but to this day deals with significant emotional trauma. So that's gonna do it, guys. If you found the secret in today's episode, let us know in the comments what it is and where you found it. So give us the timestamp. And if you're the first to do that, we'll pin you at the top of the comments section. If you enjoyed today's video and you haven't done this already, please invite the like button over to your house for Oreos and milk, but replace all of their Oreos cream filling with Play-Doh. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly 3, 4, even 5 video uploads. If you want to get in touch with me, you can direct message me on Instagram or on Twitter. My username for both platforms is the same. It's JohnBallin416. I also have a ton of content over on TikTok where my username is Mr. Ballin. If you have a story suggestion, please submit it to our subreddit just called Mr. Ballin. It's linked in the description below. So whether I see you on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Reddit, YouTube, or some combination, just know that I really appreciate your support. And until next time, that's going to do it. See ya. Today's top story is easily one of the most incredible true stories I have ever heard. But before we get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right channel because that's all we do, and we upload 3, 4, even 5 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please secretly follow the like button into a grocery store and then ram the back of their heels with your cart. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's stories. In 1983, 23-year-old Tammy Ashcroft was engaged to 34-year-old Richard Sharp. The couple had bonded over their shared love of sailing, and generally they spent more time on the water than on land. In October of that year, a friend approached the couple and asked if they'd be willing to take their 44-foot yacht from Tahiti to San Diego. Though the trip would be over 4,000 miles long, significantly longer than any one trip either of them had ever taken on the open water, they both felt very confident in their seafaring abilities, and so they agreed to do it. The journey started out fine, but at the 2-week mark, when they were just north of the equator, they heard about a hurricane that could be making its way up to where they were going. And so even though they anticipated it would kind of peter out and actually not even hit them, they decided it was still in their best interest to try to sail completely away from the path of the storm to safer waters. But over the next couple of days, the storm only intensified and continued to change directions, making it really hard to predict where safer waters was going to be. And so Tammy and Richard kept desperately trying to get farther and farther away from the storm, but it was like every time they would change course and get farther away, the storm would speed up and change directions and still be coming straight for them. And so finally, it got to the point where Tammy and Richard realized they could not actually outpace the storm, that they would have to weather it. And so on the day it was going to hit them, they donned their rain gear and they boarded up the windows, and then they stood on the deck of their yacht looking out at the horizon as this Category 4 hurricane is just barreling straight towards them. Tammy would go on to say that she never fully appreciated just how terrifying being in a hurricane is out at sea until she was in one. She said it was a constant barrage of 50-foot waves that would literally launch the yacht. It would become airborne, and then it would come crashing down, and each time it landed, she felt like the boat was going to break in two, and then as soon as it did slam down, another wave would land on top of them. And so it just felt like at any moment, the ship was just going to be consumed by the ocean. But Tammy and Richard were excellent sailors, and Richard was up in the cockpit, and he was doing everything he could to keep the boat from not flipping over, and after a little while, he had figured out a way to kind of ride the waves in such a way that they would not get totally tossed each time. And after a couple hours of just absolute chaos, it started to seem like they had made it through the worst of the storm, and that more than likely they were going to make it out of this thing relatively unharmed. And so around this time, as the storm was beginning to calm down, Richard is anchored in place in the cockpit. He's a safety line attached to him to the ground, so he's not going anywhere. And Tammy is just exhausted. It was just so stressful being through the storm. And Richard noticed, and he says, "Tammy, I got this up here. Go down into the cabin and just try to get some rest." And Tammy was very grateful, and she agreed. She opened the doors to the cabin, and she had made it all the way downstairs when she hears Richard yell out from up in the cockpit, "Oh my God!" before a rogue wave comes crashing into their boat head on, flipping the boat backwards, like a backflip, onto the top. So it's upside down in the water. And Tammy would say it felt like someone ripped the boat out from under her feet, and then she came crashing down and smashed her head and was knocked unconscious. When Tammy woke up 27 hours later, she was laying in the cabin against a chair and half on the ground, and she opens her eyes, and the cabin she's in is half submerged, and everything inside of it has either been thrown on the ground or it's been broken. There's papers, there's tools. I mean, the place is just a disaster down there, and she can tell the cabin is also slowly filling with water. After the boat had backflipped and Tammy had been knocked unconscious, it continued to get thrown around by waves before miraculously landing upright. Tammy could barely remember what happened, and she's totally overwhelmed by what she's seeing. She's in shock, and all she knows is she has to go up on deck to find Richard. And so she gets up and wades through the water. She gets to the stairs. She's yelling for Richard. She goes up on deck, and she looked around, and the boat was just ruined, and she's yelling for Richard. She's looking around. He's nowhere to be found. And then she looks up at the cockpit where she last saw him, and she can see his safety line that was attached to him, keeping him anchored to the boat, was now dangling off the back of the boat. She ran to the back, she looked, and the safety harness had actually come undone. It had been broken in the storm, and Richard was gone. He had been swept into the ocean, and he was not wearing a life jacket. And Tammy would say he had actually taken it off earlier in the storm and left it down in the cabin. And then when the storm was raging again, he was back up top, anchored in place, and just didn't think to go down and get it. And they both were just not thinking about it. It was just one of those things in a really chaotic situation that got overlooked. And while Tammy wanted to grieve the loss of her fiance, it was like she couldn't. Her survival instincts were kicking in, and she knew if she didn't act quickly to fix this situation, she too would die. And so she began robotically taking stock of the boat's condition, and she saw the masts had broken clean off, the sails were now dragging in the water, the engine, the radio, the electronic navigation system, the emergency position indicator device, all of it was ruined. And so all alone in the middle of the ocean with nothing in sight, no ships, no land, no anything, on a ruined ship that is gradually sinking, after finding out your fiance has been swept out to his death in the middle of a storm, Tammy managed to stay composed, and she built a makeshift sail and began sailing the ship, and she also began slowly pumping the water out of the cabin. She went back into the cabin, and she discovered some of the almanacs were still in there, and she discovered there was a current that she thought she could get to, and so using just a sextant and a watch, she manually navigated this broken down ship using this makeshift sail into this current, and then for 41 days she survived on canned food and peanut butter, and she sailed 1,500 miles to Hawaii. And the whole time she's thinking to herself, if my calculations are off, that this is not the current I'm supposed to be in, I will sail past Hawaii out into the open water, and I will run out of food and water, and I will die. But she didn't die because her calculations were spot on. When Tammy finally stepped foot on land in Hawaii, she was relieved that, she had made it and that she was going to live. But at the same time, she had this flood of emotions where she was suddenly so sad about the loss of Richard. It was like she really hadn't had a chance to grieve his loss, because that whole time after the accident, she was focused on survival. And although Tammy would make a full recovery, it would take her 6 years to learn how to read again because of the head injury she sustained when the boat capsized. But when she did regain that skill, she finally stopped, and she wrote her and Richard's story in a book called Red Sky and Morning that became an international bestseller and was converted into a movie called Adrift. Growing up in southeastern Australia, Ricky McGee worked a variety of jobs, including being a carpet salesman, a prawn fisherman, a nightclub doorman, an electrician, and a bailiff. In 2006, when Ricky was 35, he was offered yet another new job in a government department in Western Australia. He accepted the job, hopped in his car, and began the long drive across the desert. While on the extremely desolate Bunteen Highway, which is basically a road in the middle of the desert with nothing around, no people, no buildings, nothing, he's driving along and he sees a group of 3 men standing outside of their car. And so Ricky assumed they must have broken down, so he pulls over to ask if they need help. And they come up to him, and they're so gracious that he stopped, and they said, "We ran out of gas, can we hop in with you and ride up to the next town?" And Ricky says, "Fine, climb on in." So the three men, they get in his car and they take off. And then after that, Ricky has no memory. He thinks one of them drugged him by putting something in his drink, which was sitting in the center console and was open, but he doesn't know for sure. Ricky remembers waking up and he was in a camp and he sat up and he was unrestrained and he looks out in front of him and the three guys that had gotten in the car with him were sitting on rocks looking at him, and one of them had a gun that he was aiming at Ricky. And so Ricky's just looking around, not really sure what's going on, and one of them gets up and comes over and offers him water. Ricky takes a sip of the water because he's very thirsty, and Ricky believes the water was poisoned as well because shortly after taking a sip, he passed out again. When Ricky regained consciousness a second time, he couldn't move. It was dark and he felt something tugging at his skin, and as he's laying there, he realizes there is black plastic right over his face. He's been buried. And then he realizes there is a dingo that is standing on his chest that has tugged the plastic away from his face because the dog is trying to take a bite out of Ricky, but the dog is the one that saved his life by creating an air pocket in the plastic. Ricky screamed at the dog panicked and leapt out of the hole and ran away, and Ricky was able to work his finger up to this hole and pull it all the way open and push himself out of the plastic, and he realized there wasn't much dirt or rocks that had been placed over him. They probably thought he would just suffocate in the middle of the desert and no one's gonna find him anyways, but here he is. And so he stands up in his grave and he looks around and there's no sign of the three men. His car is gone. He realizes they also took all of his clothing, even his shoes. He's got no food. He's got no water. He's in the middle of the desert. There's no roads. There's no people. There's no buildings. There's nothing. At this point, confusion overtook Ricky because he just could not make sense of what had just happened to him. Who were these three people? Why did they attack him? Did they just want to steal his car? Were they prepared to kill him to take his car? He couldn't understand it. And so there was some shade behind a little bush, and he sat down in the shade and he just sat there for several hours thinking, what am I gonna do? But not being one to let pessimism crowd his psyche, Ricky decides if he's gonna survive, he needs to get up and get moving. After 10 days of just wandering through the desert and seeing nobody, he came across this fairly large water hole and he decided, you know what, I have a better chance of surviving if I just wait here until someone comes and rescues me than if I just keep walking through the desert where I'm bound to just eventually die. And so he makes a makeshift shelter next to this water hole and he begins to wait. After almost a week of being at the spot, Ricky had still not had a single thing to eat since this whole ordeal began. And so he's sitting there, his stomach is in knots, he's in so much pain, he's starving. And just then a lizard happened to run across in front of him, and without even thinking, he just reached out and grabbed it and took a bite out of it. And it was like all of a sudden this primal side of him was unleashed, and suddenly he had no issues eating anything that moved in the desert. For weeks, Ricky stayed at the spot drinking from the water hole and eating lizards, frogs, leeches, snakes, grasshoppers, caterpillars, basically anything that moved anywhere in the desert, he would chase it down and he would eat it. In fact, he developed an affinity for certain frogs over others, and he said in terms of eating leeches that they were okay, but you needed to eat them really, really quickly, otherwise they would attach to the insides of your mouth. Ricky also ate plants, but he would even say he had no idea what was harmful and what was okay to eat. He just ate what tasted good and got really lucky. But as much as Ricky was eating, it wasn't enough. He was slowly losing his battle with the desert, and he was starving to death. And so Ricky believed he didn't have enough time to just continue to wait at this particular spot. He needed to go out and find help. And so he left that water hole and began stumbling through the desert all over again. But he was so weak, he only lasted for a couple of days before he found another water hole and he stopped there and he built yet another shelter, this time believing it would become his tomb. Over the next couple of days, wild dogs began coming to his camp and circling his camp. It was like they knew he was about to die soon, or they at least knew he was weak enough they could probably overpower him soon. At night, Ricky had to barricade the door of his shelter because the dogs would get aggressive and they'd come up to the door and try to paw their way inside. On the 70th day of his ordeal, Ricky believed he was probably within a day or two of passing away, and so he put a cross on the outside of his shelter, believing that would be his tomb, and at least this way someone might notice it and find his body, and then hopefully let his family know what happened to him. But on the 71st day, when Ricky happened to be standing outside of his shelter, two ranch hands happened to be way off the road in the outback and were looking in his direction, and they saw him. And when they went over to him, they said he looked like a walking skeleton, and Ricky practically collapsed as soon as he saw help had finally arrived. The ranch hands evacuated Ricky from the desert and brought him to a hospital where he weighed less than 100 pounds. At the beginning of his ordeal, he weighed over 230 pounds. Despite filing a report with the police about the 3 men who attacked him, they were never caught. Ricky checked himself out of the hospital after 6 days and made a full recovery. He ended up writing a book about his experience, and he now works construction in Dubai. By 1985, the remote and extremely dangerous west face of the Ciula Grande in the Peruvian Andes was still unclimbed. But in 1985, 2 very ambitious climbers, 25-year-old Joe Simpson and 21-year-old Simon Yates, decided they were going to be the first to conquer it. And by all accounts, they seemed up for the job, having already conquered numerous difficult Scottish ice cliffs, as well as a number of large mountain faces in the Alps. So, in early June of that year, the pair flew to Peru, and they arrived at the base camp that was nearest to the Ciula Grande, but it was still 5 miles away, so they couldn't actually see what they were going to be climbing yet. On June 5th, when the weather was good enough, the pair left camp and worked their way around the huge lake across the glacier to the base of this cliff they're about to climb, and when they saw it for the first time, they couldn't believe how steep and dangerous it looked. But over the next 3 days, they managed to make it up this cliff despite a blizzard hitting them halfway through, and they reached the summit. To them, this was a crowning achievement. They had done it. They had written their names in the history books. But in reality, the thing that people would remember them for was not for reaching the top of Ciula Grande. It was for what happened when they started going down. Because of how steep this mountain was, and because of the blizzard that was not going away, it was actually getting worse, the descent was going to be much more challenging than the ascent. So shortly after 10 a.m. on June 8th, Joe and Simon left the summit and began very carefully making their way down the mountain. At 11 a.m., disaster struck when Joe lost his footing and fell to the bottom of an ice cliff and shattered his leg. Initially, they both assumed this was a death sentence for Joe, because there's no way he can actually climb down the mountain now, and certainly Simon can't actually carry him down the mountain. They were so high up, and it's so steep, there's just no way. But Simon wanted to at least try to save his friend, so he climbed down to him, he gave him some mild painkillers that he had, and then he attached his rope to Joe, and then Simon anchored himself in the snow, and he began lowering Joe down the mountain, all 300 feet of his rope, and when he would stop, Joe at the other end would anchor himself in the snow with his ice picks, and then Simon would climb down to Joe and he'd repeat the process over and over and over again, lowering Joe 300 feet at a time. This went on for hours and hours and hours, just backbreaking work for Simon, and Joe, meanwhile, is in excruciating pain from his broken leg. And to make matters worse, the storm had gotten so bad that the visibility between Simon and Joe was 0. So as Simon is lowering Joe, he can't see what he's lowering Joe onto, but they had no other choice. That was the only way they could get him down. And so at 5 p.m. that night, Simon accidentally lowers Joe over a cliff. And Joe, as soon as he's hanging off the edge, all of his weight is on the rope, and suddenly the rope is flying out of Simon's hands, and he manages to self-arrest and stop him from careening over the edge. But now, Simon is the only thing holding Joe from tumbling to his death. And Simon is being slowly drugged down the mountain. He can't anchor himself in. And so they're in the middle of this inhospitable environment. In the middle of the night, a storm is raging. It's freezing cold. They can't communicate with each other. They can't hear each other or see each other. And Simon is just hoping that Joe is going to be able to grab onto something and kind of take his weight off the rope. Otherwise, this is going to end badly for both of them. But unfortunately, the cliff was at an angle, so Joe was dangling off of it and he couldn't touch the wall. He had nothing to grab onto. He was just dangling in the air. And so as Simon tries to move the rope to try to signal to Joe to take your weight off the rope, Joe is trying to climb up the rope, but his hands are starting to get frostbit. He's weak, he's in pain, he can't do anything about it. So for the next 2.5 hours, Simon is desperately trying to regain an anchor in the snow, but every second that goes by, he's getting pulled farther and farther and farther down the mountain. He can't see how close he is to the edge. He knows he's getting close. And so finally, at 7:30 p.m., with no other option, he pulls out a knife and he cuts the rope. As soon as the rope was cut, Simon fell backwards. He was safe. Nothing was pulling him off the cliff any longer, but he knew he had just sent Joe to his death. Except Joe didn't die. When that rope was cut, he fell 150 feet and smashed into the ground, Except what he hit was a thin sheet of ice that broke from his weight, and he fell another 80 feet into this massive ice crevasse. Joe was knocked unconscious from the fall, but when he woke up, he was laying on his side. He opened his eyes and he looked around and he couldn't believe he was alive. And he's looking around, he doesn't know where he is, it's totally dark. He turns on his headlamp and he realizes he's fallen into an ice crevasse, and he looks down and he's on this little ledge that's overlooking a much, much deeper fall. He looks down and this ice crevasse seems to just go on infinitely into this black chasm. And he realizes when he fell, had he fallen a foot over, that's where he would have gone. So it's a miracle he's alive, but now he's trapped in the middle of an ice crevasse 80 feet down. He can't go down and he can't go up. At the time, Joe didn't know if Simon had fallen off the cliff with him or if he had cut the rope. But the rope was still attached to his waist and it fed up and out of the ice crevasse. And so he grabbed it and pulled on it until it all came tumbling back down and he saw it was frayed. And so sure enough, Simon had cut the rope. Now, even though Joe wasn't mad at Simon for the decision he made because he understood it was the right one, Joe still became very emotional when he saw this. He felt so alone. He was so sad. And for a little while, he just kind of freaked out and screamed and yelled and really just didn't know what he was going to do. And then after that, he sat down knowing he wasn't getting out of here and that he was going to die a slow, horrible, painful death. Joe remembers reaching up and turning off his headlamp, which retrospectively he thought was kind of goofy because he's just realized he's about to die inside of this crevasse and he's saving batteries. But with the light off, he's sitting on the ledge and he hears all the sounds that are coming from inside of this crevasse. It was this awful grinding sound, like a moaning sound, that he said it was so terrifying sitting in the darkness listening to this sound that he reached up and turned his light back on just for comfort. Back up on the mountain, Simon was devastated. He felt like he had just killed his friend, and even though he understood why he did it and understood it was probably the right decision, it didn't change the fact that he felt incredibly guilty about it. And so that night, he didn't even move from the position he was. He dug a little snow cave and he laid down and eventually fell asleep. The next morning when he got up, he began moving his way down the mountain and he finally rounded the area where Joe had been hanging off of that cliff, and he got a chance to look down and see where Joe might have wound up. And to his horror, he's looking down and he sees this massive opening to a crevasse that seemed almost bottomless. And now this confirms that Joe definitely has died because he fell in there. But nonetheless, Simon goes down and goes to the edge of the crevasse and yells into Joe. He's screaming for him to call out if he's still alive. But after a while, he never heard anything from Joe, and with a heavy heart, Simon turned around and started heading back to base camp. A little while after Simon had left, Joe finally woke up. He had been asleep when Simon was yelling down for him. And so Joe wakes up, he's looking around, he can't believe this wasn't a bad dream. He starts yelling for Simon because he doesn't know what else to do. But after a while, he realized Simon's not going to come down here to get me. He cut the rope. He thinks I'm dead already. At this point, Joe decides he needs to try to climb out of the crevasse, even with a broken leg. And so he gets himself in position, he gets his ice picks, and he starts making his way up this ice wall, but he can't put any weight on his broken leg, and he keeps falling down, and he's realizing, I can't climb this. I probably couldn't climb this with two good legs, let alone with this broken one. And so Joe had two choices. He could wait on the ledge and hope to be rescued, but by his calculations, it was unlikely someone was going to come out here and rescue him anytime soon, because Simon is going to say he's dead. So wait on the ledge and probably die a slow, painful death, or he can go down deeper into the crevasse, which he has no idea where it goes, and hope somewhere down in that black void there's an opening that leads back out to the outside of the mountain. So he made his choice, screwed an anchor into the ice, put his rope through it, he tested it to make sure it would hold his weight. He looked down into the void one last time and knew that as soon as he stepped off of this ledge, he could not come back up again. This was a one-way trip. And if he made it to the bottom of his 300-foot rope and he didn't find a ledge or a tunnel or something to put his feet on, he would slip off and fall to his death. On purpose, he did not put a knot at the end of his rope because he figured either I'll find a way out or I won't, but at least it'll be quick. Down he went about 80 feet into this pitch black crevasse. He has no idea what's down there. And he gets to a point where the walls kind of come together and he was able to squeeze through it. And he realized once he got through that point, it was like the center of an hourglass where below it, it kind of opened up. And as soon as he pushed through, he could actually see to the ground. He saw flat ground and there was light shining on it, which meant there was a hole leading out into the mountains somewhere down there. And so he went all the way down, he touched the bottom, it was solid ground, he disconnected from his rope, and he climbed his way up this incline to where the sun was coming in, which was this hole that led right back out onto the mountain. And sure enough, He crawled out and tumbled out, and the sun is shining on him, and he remembers just laying on the mountain looking at the sun and laughing. He couldn't believe it. But after the initial relief of not dying wore off, he realized he was not out of the woods yet. He still needed to climb down the rest of the mountain, and there wasn't that much left to climb. He was towards the bottom, and it wasn't that steep. But after that, he would need to navigate 5 miles back to base camp. But over several delirious, painful, miserable days, he managed to crawl all the way back to base camp, and he got there right as Simon was packing up the tent and getting ready to leave. He could not believe he saw Joe alive. Joe said Simon just swore. He just endlessly swore. He was cussing. He couldn't even speak. He didn't understand. It was like he was looking at a ghost. But after that kind of crazy initial interaction, Simon just gave Joe a big hug, and Joe and Simon just cried and held each other. Joe underwent 6 surgical operations to repair the damage done to his leg, and doctors would tell him that you're never going to climb again, and you're probably going to struggle with walking for the rest of your life. But after 2 years of intense rehabilitation, Joe was not only walking just fine, he was mountain climbing. As for Simon, he managed to leave the mountain without any serious physical injury, but he carried with him an enormous sense of guilt that he still carries today. Joe consistently says Simon made the right decision. In every interview he does, he always makes sure to say, Simon is not at fault. It was an impossible situation. He made the right call. Joe wrote a book about the experience called Touching the Void, and it sold millions of copies worldwide and has since been adapted into a major motion picture. As for Joe and Simon, apparently they've drifted apart over the years, but they still consider each other friends. So that's going to do it, guys. If you found the secret in today's episode, let us know in the comments what it is and where you found it. If you're the first to do that, we'll pin you at the top of the comments section. If you enjoyed today's video and you haven't done this already, please secretly follow the like button into a grocery store and then ram the back of their heels with your grocery cart. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly 3, 4, even 5 video uploads. If you want to get in touch with me, you can direct message me on Instagram or on Twitter. My username for both platforms is the same. It's JohnBallin416. I also have a ton of content over on TikTok where my username is Mr. Ballin. If you have a story suggestion, please submit it to our subreddit just called Mr. Ballin. It's linked in the description below. So whether I see you on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Reddit, YouTube, or some combination, just know that I really appreciate your support. And until next time, that's going to do it. See ya. Every year, hundreds of people go missing under baffling conditions in the woods of North America. I'm talking about people that are right in front of someone and then in an instant they're just gone and they're never found again. Or in some cases they are found again, but they're in places that are impossible to access. One former police detective named David Politis has investigated thousands of these strange disappearances, and he documents what he finds in his incredible book series called Missing 411. Today, we're going to look at 3 of his strangest Missing 411 cases. But before we get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right channel because that's all we do, and we upload 3, 4, even 5 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please give the like button VIP access to the King to Ka roller coaster at Six Flags Great Adventure, New Jersey. And once the like button gets to the top of the ride, go ahead and manually turn off the ride and then close the park. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's stories. On May 21st, 1941, Betty Albright and her 3-year-old son, Eldridge, traveled to her mother's house in rural Woodstock, Maryland. Betty had asked her mother if she would look after her son for the afternoon so Betty could catch up on some much-needed sleep. They arrived at Betty's mother's house at about 1:30, and right away Betty went inside, handed her son to her mom, and went upstairs to take a nap. As for Eldridge and his grandmother, they went out in the backyard to play. Now, Eldridge loved going to his granny's house because she had this enormous backyard for him to play in. If you were standing on her back porch looking out, it would be 250 meters of just open grass for him to run around in, and it butted up against this huge forest. And in the middle of her property, looking straight out at the forest, there was this 3-meter gap in the trees that if you walked through it, it would bring you down to this creek bed that was seasonal, and there was very rarely any water running through it. From the porch, anyone that was standing in this creek bed, you could clearly see. and so Eldridge was allowed to play in the creek bed, so long as he didn't go right or left in the creek, which would put him out of view from anybody on the porch. And so this particular day, when Eldridge and his grandmother went outside, Eldridge wanted to go play in the creek bed, so he immediately starts running across the yard towards it, along with his grandmother's 3 dogs. As for his grandmother, she just didn't have it in her to go all the way down to the creek bed, so she decided she would just sit on the porch and read a book and keep her eye on Eldridge. She remembers watching her grandson go all the way across the yard, get to the break in the trees, and then step down into the creek bed, where he began goofing around with the dogs and throwing rocks and having a good time, clearly in view. And for the next 5-10 minutes, she just stared directly at her grandson and the dogs. And at some point, she picked up the book next to her, and she began reading the book, and then periodically looking up to check on her grandson, and then back down to the book. At about 2 p.m., she was looking down at her book when she heard her grandson yell out for help. Now, 3-year-olds yell out for help all the time. Sometimes it's a big deal, and sometimes it's not such a big deal. But oftentimes, the sound of their voice gives away how serious it is. No matter what they say, it's like their tone gives away, should I take this seriously, or is this just a kid being a 3-year-old? And she would say that the way he was yelling sounded like a real emergency. And when she poked her head up, even though she had seen him, less than a minute ago playing in the gap in the trees, now she's looking and he and the dogs are gone. And so of course she's alarmed. She hops out of her seat, she goes down the steps, and she starts walking across the yard towards Eldridge. And she's yelling his name and she's walking quickly. When she got about halfway across the yard, she heard Eldridge yell out again, except this time his voice was coming from way off in the forest, way farther away from the last time he had yelled out. It gave the impression to her that he had moved a great distance from the last time he yelled to her, and it triggered something inside of her that was telling her something is terribly wrong. And she began running towards the creek bed. Still no sign of the dogs. She can't see anything. She's just running towards the creek bed. When she gets about 10 meters away from the break in the trees, she hears her grandson yell out for a 3rd time, barely audible, way off in the forest. He yells out for help, and as he's yelling, it sounds like someone has stifled him and covered his mouth mid-yell. So she runs through the break in the trees down to the creek bed where she stops, and she looks out in front of her, and it's just dense forest, and there's no Eldridge, there's no dogs, there's nothing. She looks to her right down the creek bed, and there's nothing down there, and then she looks to her left, and one of her dogs is in the creek bed, maybe 10 meters away, facing away from her, and the dog is positioned in such a way that it's clearly looking at something. And so she runs down to the dog, thinking she's going to see maybe Eldridge or the other dogs, but there's nothing beyond the dog. The dog is just rooted to the spot. Its hair is raised, it's growling, and it's taking little steps back, like it's been spooked at whatever it's seen or whatever it's looking at. And she just looked up and tried to look in the direction the dog was looking, but there was nothing. It was just forest. And so at this point, she felt certain that someone must have abducted Eldridge. And so she turns, she tries to pull the dog to come with her, but the dog's not budging. And so she runs back to the house to wake up Eldridge's mother. The two of them come back down to the creek bed. The dog is still in the same position, growling and staring in the same direction, as if whatever it's looking at hasn't gone anywhere. And they look for a couple more minutes. They're yelling for Eldridge, and the grandmother is telling her daughter, look, I think he's been abducted. We gotta call the authorities. And finally she relents, and so they do manage to get the dog. They run back to the house and they call the police. Shortly thereafter, the state police showed up with this huge contingent of searchers, and they immediately went down to the creek bed, where they started pushing predominantly to the left side, which is where the dog was angled, and it was also where the grandmother had heard her grandson yelling from. And very quickly, police discover some of Eldridge's footprints about 50 meters down on the left side of the creek bed. They were in some sand right at the edge, and they were walking away as if he was leaving the area he had been told to stay in, which was in that gap in the trees. But interestingly, the footprints, it looked like he had been walking for maybe 20 or 30 meters when inexplicably the prints just stopped, as if he stopped in the sand where he was. But had he gone right, left, straight, turned around, had he gone in any direction, there would have been additional prints in the sand, but there wasn't, which gave the impression that was where someone must have lifted him up and kidnapped him. But they never found any prints connected to a kidnapper. For the rest of the day and that night, they would not find any more signs of Eldridge or the other two missing dogs. The next day, about 24 hours after Eldridge had gone missing, There were a number of search crews that had gone well outside of the primary search area in hopes of maybe finding one of the 2 lost dogs because they thought maybe they could bring them to the lost child. And this one crew that was 4 miles away from where Eldridge had gone missing, they were walking past a swamp when one of them heard what sounded like a child whimpering, and it was coming from inside the swamp. And so immediately they turn and start walking into the swamp, which had fairly deep water, and they get to this clearing and they see there's this rocky overhang with high grass all around it, kind of forming like a cave. And they hear this whimpering again, and it's coming from underneath that rock. And they rush over and they're pulling the grass aside, and sure enough, tucked underneath this rock, inside of this kind of makeshift cave, is Eldridge. He was laying on this really well-constructed bed of leaves that looked like an animal's den. So either Eldridge had found an animal's den, or he had built himself this beautiful bed of leaves. When they approached him, he was sleeping underneath this rock, and so that whimpering sound he was making, he must have been making in his sleep. And so as they got closer to him, he woke up and he kind of sat up, and he's very groggy and confused. You know, all of his clothes were really badly torn up, and he wasn't wearing any shoes, but he overall seemed okay. He just was very confused seeming. And so they scooped him up and they brought him back to search headquarters, reunited him with his mother and his grandmother, and everyone's just so relieved that he's alive. But at the same time, people were like, how did he get 4 miles away in the middle of a swamp? And so after the doctor cleared him, saying he was okay, besides some scratches and bruises, the police, along with the mother and the grandmother, sat down with Eldridge and asked him, you know, what happened? But unfortunately, Eldridge appeared to not know this had even happened. He didn't even know he had spent 24 hours out in the middle of the woods by himself. It was like he had blacked the whole thing out. Because Eldridge was found alive and unharmed, the police did not continue to investigate this case. And so we don't know what caused him to suddenly be yelling for help and appear to be drifting farther and farther into the woods. We don't know what the dog saw in the creek that scared it so badly. We don't know how Eldridge moved 4 miles through a dense forest over multiple swamps only to wind up in yet another swamp inside of a cave. Although the police came out and said Eldridge must have just wandered off on his own, basically everybody involved in this case believes someone or something abducted him. It's just very fortunate he was found alive. Unfortunately, there's no clarification about what happened to the other 2 dogs, although the way it's worded in the story, it does sound like they were never found. In the 1950s, the Thorpe family lived in Dunbar, Pennsylvania, which was a small town of less than 1,000 people. Their house was on a very quiet street with very few neighbors anywhere near them, and their property was right up against this forest that was right in their backyard. Their daughter, 2-year-old Anna, loved to play in their backyard, but she was instructed to stay on the grass section of their backyard and not venture into the forest because the forest was snake infested. And Anna was terrified of snakes, and so she happily obliged. On May 5th, 1950, Anna was playing in her backyard in that grassy section, and her mother was in the kitchen looking out the back window into the backyard, and her mother looked down for a second when she heard her daughter scream. She looked up and Anna was gone. She immediately ran outside and she's yelling for her daughter. She's looking all around and she knows she must have gone into the forest, and she's thinking to herself, she must have been bit by a snake and she's laying on the ground somewhere. That's why I can't see her. And so she runs into the forest and she's screaming for her daughter and she's not getting any response. She's starting to panic. All her yelling has gotten the attention of her 2 older sons that were in the house. They come running outside and they join the search and they start fanning out and they're looking for Anna, and she's just gone. And so after only a few minutes of looking, Anna's mother decides she has to call the police. The police show up and they launch this massive search, and word got out to the residents of Dunbar that one of their own had gone missing, a child no less. And so virtually everyone in Dunbar showed up to be a part of the search, and they combed that whole forest behind their property, and there was just no sign of Anna. After the first 24 hours had gone by and they had not found any sign of Anna, they decided to expand the search area from a 1-mile radius to a 3-mile radius. And within just hours of this change, there was a crew that was 3 miles away from where Anna had gone missing, and they found Anna, and she was alive. She was laying under this blackberry bush. All she had on was a single shoe. Next to her was a pile of clothes. When they went up to her, she seemed okay. They picked her up and they brought her back to the search headquarters where they reunited her with her parents. A doctor looked at her and the doctor said, you know, there's no signs that she was attacked. There's really no signs of any wear and tear on her at all. It doesn't even look like she was outside for the past 24 hours. hours. When Anna was asked about what happened to her, she wasn't able to give any sort of meaningful answer because she's only 2 years old. But the reason this case is included in today's video is not because, she vanished mysteriously in the forest and that she was actually found 3 miles away versus 1, or, that she was found with just a shoe on. The reason it's included in today's video is because for her to have been found where she was found, the only way for her to have arrived at that spot was if she crossed 10 barbed wire fences. There was no other way for her to have gotten there. The only other way would have been a massive detour that she literally could not have covered. An adult probably couldn't have covered in the amount of time given. So this 2-year-old with no scratches on her body is found on the other side of 10 barbed wire fences. I mean, even if you take the barbed wire off of the fence, a 2-year-old climbing a large fence, that alone is kind of a Herculean task. And to do it without scratching your body, it's not possible. It's truly impossible. A May 7th article in the LA Times said the police were baffled by this 10 fence dilemma, and they said the only way it would make sense is if she had been abducted and dumped there. But the police also repeatedly said there was no evidence to suggest she had been abducted or attacked or harmed in any way. It was just where she was found did not add up. Ultimately, the police came out with a statement saying this had to have been an accident, that Anna, the 2-year-old, managed to just somehow walk her way past all these fences and was found where she was, and thank goodness she's alive. But interestingly, the police confiscated her clothing and would not give that back to the parents, indicating there was further investigation happening even though the child had been found. But unfortunately, the police never revealed whether or not they actually discovered anything else about this case. And like in the Eldridge case, Anna's parents did not press for more information about what happened to their daughter because she was found alive and unharmed. Now, Anna's case might seem like some crazy anomaly, and that's all it is. But this is not the first time something like this has happened in this small area in Pennsylvania. 2 years earlier, and less than 10 miles away from where Anna went missing, another 2-year-old, Ronald Collier, also went missing in the same stretch of woods. His mother had been sitting with him on their back porch, which overlooked the same forest, and at some point his mother had gone inside, leaving Ronald sitting on one of the seats. When she came back out again, Ronald was gone. His mother estimated that she was inside for maybe 10 or 15 seconds tops. The police and the community came out in force, and they combed through the woods, and they could not find any sign of Ronald. And the police got really frustrated with Ronald's parents because they felt like this is impossible. How could this child not turn up considering the timeline you've given us, which is you went inside for 10, 15 seconds and your son is now completely gone. He's completely vanished. Like, you must have something to do with this. And so the police made Ronald's parents take polygraph tests, and his parents passed all of them. The search for Ronald continued for several weeks, but unfortunately it was ultimately terminated and they never found him. People in the area believe someone or something, maybe a bear or some other animal, was lurking in the tree line and watching Ronald. And as soon as his mother went in the house, they ran up and snatched the child and ran away with him. However, the police came out and said there was no evidence to back up that this child had been kidnapped, that what's far more likely is Ronald just got up and walked away and disappeared. However, 2 years later, when Anna's case happened, the similarities between her case and Ronald's case were just too much for locals to overlook. And so people began saying, it looks like Anna was abducted and placed where she was ultimately found inside of those woods. And so probably whoever or whatever took Anna is the same person or thing that took Ronald. But Anna was just lucky enough to survive. Although this mystery predator theory is just that, a theory, it does seem more likely than Ronald in 15 seconds getting up and running off into oblivion, never to be found again, and Anna scaling 10 barbed wire fences in a 24-hour period without a scratch on her body. Unfortunately though, we'll probably never know the truth. In September of 2004, 49-year-old Robert Springfield, along with his 2 teenage sons, left their home in Wyoming, bound for the Bighorn Mountains in Montana. They were planning to do some elk hunting on the Crow Reservation, which is the homeland of the Crow tribe, and Robert and his family were members of the Crow Reservation and therefore had the rights to hunt on that land. The specific spot the boys were going to be hunting was Black Canyon, a particularly steep and rugged area. But Robert was well equipped for this type of environment because he had previously served in the United States Marine Corps in their Special Operations Unit, which would have meant he would have received a very high level of outdoor survival training, which is perfect for living up in the mountains. Robert's sons had apparently learned a lot from him and were very competent outdoorsmen as well. They arrived at the reserve on September 19th and immediately headed out to do some bow and arrow hunting. Their plan was the two boys would break off from their father and head over to the edge of the canyon and attempt to drive elk down into the valley so their dad could take a shot at them. But late in the afternoon, the two teenage boys had not seen a single elk, and so it was getting to be time to head back to the prearranged meeting spot, and so they packed up their stuff and they headed there. The boys make it to the meeting area, and their father, Robert, is not there. So they sit down and they begin to wait. And an hour goes by, 2 hours goes by, 3 hours goes by, still no sign of their dad. They can't get in touch with him. They have no cell phone service. And so they're thinking to themselves, okay, you know, worst case scenario, he got turned around and he'll have to spend the night out in the cold. But he's got warm winter clothes on. He knows what he's doing. He'll be fine. And so as the sun was setting, the boys did finally leave to go tell authorities that their dad was, you know, lost in Black Canyon somewhere. But it was just not registering for them that this could be life-threatening, that something really bad could have happened to their dad. He was just this Superman figure to them, and it just did not cross their mind. Authorities launch a search that night that includes the use of helicopters with thermal imagers doing low flyovers of the entirety of Black Canyon. Thermal imagers pick up a heat signature, and so anyone that is alive gives off a heat signature. And so at night, if you were flying overhead and you saw a person in the middle of a canyon where there's virtually nothing else around them, they would stand out like a bright light. But that night, the helicopters combed all over Black Canyon and they never saw Robert. However, authorities would say that, you know, this guy, he's trained, you know, former special operator, he probably went and found shelter. So he could be inside of a cave, or maybe he made himself a shelter with tree branches, and it's obscuring him from the thermal imager, and so we'll just have to look tomorrow. But the next day, despite bringing out hundreds of searchers and bloodhounds and people on horseback and more helicopters and planes flying overhead, there was no sign of Robert. And after several weeks of still not finding any sign of Robert, they ultimately called it off. The family was obviously crushed, but more than that, they were just dumbfounded. The idea that something bad had happened to invincible Robert, that just didn't add up for them. And so after the official search was terminated, they would continue to make trips into Black Canyon looking for their father, their husband. But unfortunately, like all the searchers, they never found any trace of him and eventually accepted that he was gone. 1 year later, in October of 2005, a hunter who didn't know anything about Robert Springfield or the fact that he had disappeared, this hunter is in Black Canyon in the same area where Robert Springfield had disappeared. And this hunter is walking through this really dense forest. He's all alone. He's an experienced hunter, and he's not on a path. He's just kind of combing through the woods, and he starts to hear what sounds like a crow screeching.
This looks pretty cool.
And at first, it doesn't really register with him. It's only in retrospect that he recalls this sequence of events. As he kept walking on, the screeching intensified to the point where he just could not ignore it. And so he stopped and turned to listen to this screeching crow that he couldn't see through the dense forest, but he could tell it was in that general direction. This hunter said as soon as he stopped and he turned and began actively listening to this crow, he had this weird sensation that the crow was trying to actively communicate with him. It was a very strange experience. He had never had anything like it in his entire hunting career, and he spent lots of time outdoors. And so he felt like he had to go over and see what was going on with this crow. And so he starts walking towards the crow. He still can't see it. It's very thick vegetation. And
my stream's kind of delayed.
Closer, he gets to a place where he can just barely see this crow. It's in a clearing. There is this large tree stump right in the middle of the clearing. And this tree stump is not short. It's like 6, 7, 8 feet high in the air. It looks like this tree had broken in the middle and fallen over. And this crow is sitting on the top of this kind of gnarled stump. And the crow is just incessantly screeching. And from this hunter's perspective, he can
Your voice
see
scared the hell out of it. Nice, nice.
And
Let's
as
go.
the hunter is looking at this crow, the crow suddenly turns and looks directly at the hunter. And it recognizes the hunter can see the crow. And the crow stops screeching and is just staring directly at the hunter. And this hunter would say he felt so unsettled by the sudden behavior of the crow because it was almost like confirming the crow was looking for him. And now he had found him. And he stopped screeching and was looking at him. The bird continued to stare silently at the hunter to the point where the hunter felt compelled to walk out of the vegetation into the clearing to kind of confront the crow. And so he stepped into the clearing, and the crow the whole time is not screeching anymore, just looking at the hunter. And the hunter's standing in the clearing, and he looks at the crow, and the crow suddenly looks straight down. The hunter follows the crow's gaze down to the ground, and he sees at the base of the tree is a human skull. And the hunter's so taken aback by this, he looks back up at the crow, who's looking at him again, and the whole situation is so terrifying to this hunter that he just makes a note of where he is and he runs. As soon as the hunter got out of the woods and was back in cell phone reception, he called authorities. Authorities showed up, and he showed them on the map where he had discovered this crow and the skull next to a tree. And sure enough, the authorities make their way out, and they find the skull right under this tree. The crow at this point is gone. When they walked up to the tree stump, they discovered it was not just a human skull. It was also a human femur bone right next to the skull, and then next to that was a set of boots that had been placed right next to them, neatly next to one another. And then next to that was a belt that had been tightly wound up and placed next to the boots. And then next to that was a jacket that was not folded, but was balled up. And inside of the jacket was a wallet containing cash and Robert Springfield's ID cards. The authorities launched a search in that area to look for the rest of Robert's remains, but unfortunately they were never recovered. Also, his bow and arrows were never found. The FBI was brought into the case because foul play was suspected, and they eventually determined that Robert must have been shot. And then they later recanted that statement and said, actually, he was hit by a falling tree. But if he was struck by a tree, then where is the rest of him? Wouldn't it have been in that area? And then why were all of his things neatly stacked? Certainly he wouldn't have done that after getting hit by a tree, so who neatly stacked his things after he was hit? And then also, where is his bow and arrows? But despite how improbable it sounds, that is the official theory, that he was hit by a falling tree. The family, along with many other people, believe he was attacked by someone or something.
Let's give this guy a little bit of motivation.
If he had been attacked, his sons would have heard the struggle because they were in an area where sound carried really, really well. And if a person attacked him, why didn't they take the money out of his wallet? Also, where Robert's remains had been found was very close to where his original campsite had been with his two sons on the night he
That's kind of cool.
missing.
I like that.
So
what is that,
it was
though?
firmly located inside of the initial search grid, meaning had he been under a tree or been left for
That
dead
paper?
by some attacker in that area, he would have been found in those first couple of weeks that they were looking before the search was terminated. So the fact that he wasn't found,
I don't know what that
means
is.
Either hundreds of people didn't see him, including a helicopter with thermal imager, or he wasn't there until after the search was terminated. And if so, where was he? And perhaps the weirdest aspect of this entire case is the claim by this hunter that a crow apparently lured him over to this tree stump where he found Robert's remains. If you believe this hunter's
melted
story,
cookies.
and many,
I was like,
many
huh.
people do,
It looks like, I don't
do you
know,
really
but
think it's a
that does make
coincidence
sense
that all
now.
of this took place on Crow Reservation, home of the Crow tribe? I think not. But will we ever know the truth about what actually
I could see
happened
that.
to
It's like a
Robert?
melted.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah, yeah.
So
I
that's
could see
going to do
that.
it, guys. If you found the secret in today's episode, let us know in the comments what it is and where you found it. So give us the timestamp. And if you're the first to do that, we will.
There you go. Skip that.
Every year, hundreds of people go missing under baffling conditions inside the woods of North America. I'm talking about people being right in front of someone and then in a second they're gone and they're never found again. Or somebody goes missing and then they're found again, but in a location that's impossible to get to. One former police detective named David Politis has investigated thousands of these strange disappearances, and he
Oh, yeah, I
documented
forgot.
findings in his incredible book series called Missing 411. Today, we're going to look at 3 of his cases that
There you
even
go.
amongst strange disappearances, these stand out as particularly bizarre. But before we get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right channel because that's all we do, and we upload 3, 4, even 5 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please offer to make the like button a hot pocket, but don't let it stand in the microwave for 2 minutes. Instead, serve it to them immediately so that when they bite into it, they are met with the tongue-scalding cheese lava flow within. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into
Easy
today's
sub. Let's go. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I need to skip this intro.
pick him up at the gas station just down the road from the house he was at. His mother would say it was obvious Dylan had been drinking because he was slurring his words, But at the time, even though she was upset about it because he was underage, she thought, you know what, it's cold, it's snowing, I just want to get my kid home safe and we'll deal with this tomorrow. So she agreed to pick him up. She hopped in the car and began driving to this gas station, and as she's driving, she gets another call from her son. This time, he sounds totally panicked and scared, and he's asking his mom, you know, where are you? Where are you, Mom? And she's telling him, I'm going to be there in a minute. I'm just down the road. Calm down. I'll be there in a minute. And then he hung up. When she got to the gas station, he wasn't there. When she tried calling him back, his phone was off. She got out of the car and went into the gas station and asked if they'd seen her son, and they said they hadn't. She got back in the car and she drove around for about 30 minutes yelling for her son, but there was no sign of him. She still couldn't get in touch with him. His phone was still off, and she just had this bad feeling that something had happened to him, so she called the police. The police conducted a thorough search that started with the house Dylan had been at for this party. They interviewed the people who were there, and everybody said Dylan seemed fine, and he just left. He said he was getting picked up by his mom. But as they looked around town, they just could not find any sign of him. 10 days later, Dylan's body was found in an area nobody was searching. In fact, he was found by accident by two people that crashed their ATVs in the middle of the night and then went back in the daytime the next day to retrieve their ATVs, and that's when they found Dylan's body. He was located outside of town, high up a hill in a dense forest, which in order to get there, he would have had to walk the opposite direction of the gas station. Now,
Where all the
toxicology
slabs at?
reports showed Dylan had been under the influence of alcohol, but this was his hometown. He certainly knew where the gas station was, and he would have known he was walking in the complete wrong direction, especially when you consider walking towards the gas station was like walking towards the center of town. There was lots of lights, lots of indication you're going in the right direction. To walk in the other direction towards the hill where he was found would have been like walking towards darkness, where there's no lights, there's no sign of town. It's obviously the wrong direction. But the case gets even stranger, because on the day Dylan went missing, there was a lot of snow on the ground, which meant people would have made tracks. And from the time Dylan went missing until he was found, it didn't snow, and the temperature did not heat up enough to melt the snow. So in theory, any tracks Dylan would have made, they would still be there when he was found. But where Dylan was found, there were no tracks anywhere near him. No footprints, no tire tracks, nothing. It was as if someone had dropped him out of the sky. Another strange element of this case is Dylan was found without pants and without boots on. And so you would think for him to make it all the way up to this spot on the hillside through kind of rough, rocky, snowy terrain through a forest, that you would expect his socks to be totally ruined and his feet to potentially be cut up. But his socks were clean and his feet were uninjured. This led investigators to believe Dylan must have somehow made his way to that spot on the hillside in that forest without leaving any tracks, and then once he was there, he removed his pants and his boots. Except dozens of police officers and sniffer dogs were never able to find those pants and boots, despite the fact they should, in theory, be in that immediate area where he took them off. While he determined Dylan's cause of death to be hypothermia, the deputy coroner, David Roos, was convinced there was something off about this case. After local authorities came out and said Dylan's death was an accident, David became very vocal in the media saying he disagreed, and he thought Dylan had been attacked. But the county never reinvestigated Dylan's case, and in fact, they went on to fire David Roos, the coroner, saying he was no longer qualified to do the job. David says they fired him to keep him quiet. As a result, we may never know the truth about what happened to Dylan.
Let's see how this looks.
Dustin Self was born and raised in Piedmont, Oklahoma, which is a small community just northwest of Oklahoma City. Growing up, Dustin had always been kind of a mediocre performer with so-so grades, didn't take things too seriously, but in his senior year, he discovered weightlifting, and it seemed to give his life a much-needed sense of purpose, and it really kind of helped him organize all aspects of his life. So by the time he was graduating, he was not only in great physical shape, he had also managed to raise all of his grades up significantly, and he seemed to be on a path to success. But interestingly, after high school, he didn't pursue higher education, he didn't go get a job, he didn't try to spend more time with friends and family. Instead, he decided he wanted to go live in the wild. His family believed this was due to his obsession with the Hollywood film Into the Wild, which is about the true story of Christopher McCandless, who gives up a promising career to go live off in the wilds of Alaska. Christopher would ultimately die in the wilds of Alaska after eating a poisonous plant or some say he died from starvation. So about a year after Dustin's high school graduation, he was 19 years old, it was March of 2013, and he finally felt like he was ready to go live out this dream of living in the wild. And so he told his family he was going to go on this cross-country road trip, stopping at different points along the way, living out in the woods. His family knew he was really fixated on this and couldn't talk him out of it, and so they ultimately accepted it and said, just be really careful. So in early March, Dustin heads out on this road trip, and nobody hears from him until March 15th, when he calls his parents and says, I'm in this tiny town called Fields, Oregon, I'm at a gas station, everything's going great, nothing to worry about. The very next day, Dustin called his ex-girlfriend and told her he was lost on a mountain. And his ex-girlfriend
Motivational words.
Understand what he was saying, and she was actually
he didn't even look at that.
to board a plane, so it was noisy, and she stepped into a bathroom to hear him more clearly. But even as she's hearing him, what he was saying just wasn't making any sense. He was talking about this mountain he was lost on, and he was referencing that there were people that were after him, and it was just very confusing. And before she could get any more clarifying information from Dustin, he hung up, and then she couldn't get back in touch with him. So she calls Dustin's father, and she tells him that she had this really weird conversation with Dustin, where he said he's lost on this mountain, and even though I didn't really understand what he was telling me, he sounded really, really scared. Dustin's father thanked her and then spent the rest of the day trying to get in touch with his son, but every time he called, it just went straight to voicemail. The next day, when he still hadn't heard from his son, he called the police. The police did not have a great idea of where to start looking for him because Dustin did not specify to his ex-girlfriend what mountain he was actually lost on. All they had was his last known location, which was that gas station in Fields, Oregon.
This guy types a lot.
So they went to that gas station and he wasn't there, and they asked the people that worked there if they remembered Dustin, and they didn't, and no one knew anything about him. And so after that, they just had to wait for more leads to come in because they couldn't just, search all the mountains in Oregon for Dustin. They would never find him. A month later, after no one's heard from Dustin, a ranch hand who was living in a very rural section of Oregon, not far from the gas station in Fields, Oregon, discovered Dustin's truck parked precariously on the edge of this road inside of a canyon. It was abandoned, but inside were Dustin's GPS, some food, and some energy drinks. His backpack that contained his sleeping bag and his tent were missing. There was a comprehensive search done around where the truck had been found, but after a couple of days, nothing had been found and the search was terminated. The area around where Dustin's truck was found,
can you show the full build? Yeah, just wait.
But there weren't that many trees, which meant if you were standing on one of the different mountains in the area, you'd be able to very easily look out and actually see a road. And so the searchers were thinking to themselves,
bro, I want to do
how
this.
could this guy have gotten lost on any
yeah, I didn't know what to build either. I just built random stuff.
Look over there, and
Put
there's
random
a road,
blocks.
and therefore there's help. 6 months later, a hunter was up in those mountains near where Dustin's truck was found, and he was actually moving through one of these small sections of aspen trees. And as he was walking through, he thought he saw a deer, and he was kind of stalking through these trees, and he gets to an opening where he looks down and he stops, because underneath the bush is an obviously dead man not wearing any clothes, who's on his hands and knees, and it looks like his head is stuck in the ground. When the hunter walks over to get him,
I'm not done yet. I'm still adding a lot more stuff, but
must have pushed his head
this is not bad for today.
Before he succumbed to whatever killed him. The hunter leaves and tells police. Police show up, they search the area, and they find a jacket nearby, inside of which is a wallet that contains Dustin's ID cards, as well as Dustin's car keys. The body was Dustin's. Dustin was located 9 miles away from where his truck had been parked on that road, and nowhere in the area did they find a campsite. They actually never found his backpack that contained the tent or the sleeping bag, so they think he never set up camp, but they don't know where his supplies went. After Dustin's family found out what happened to him, his father would say, I just don't understand why he didn't seek shelter in his vehicle. It was parked on the road, he wasn't that far away. Heck, he could have run those 9 miles. He was in great physical shape, and in theory, he would have known where he parked it, or if he didn't, he could have just walked to the edge of the mountain and looked out and seen the road it was parked on. So the family just couldn't understand his decision-making. Investigators would say there was no indication Dustin was trying to hurt himself and foul play was ruled out. So what was it that caused Dustin to abandon his car and walk 9 miles uphill and ditch his clothes and ditch his backpack that contained his tent and his sleeping bag and then stick his head in a hole until he died? The only thing that could be determined was that Dustin probably died of hypothermia, but because of the state his body was in from decomposition, the coroner said we don't know for sure. So like all the other missing 411 cases, we're left with lots of questions and not a lot of answers. In 2010, Jan McAbee was living with her husband Bruce in a town called Lima, Ohio, which is approximately 80 miles southwest of Lake Erie. While Jan had built a successful career as a booking agent for musicians, bands, and entertainers, her real passion was deer hunting. So on September 29th of that year, right after deer hunting season had opened in Ohio, Jan decided to go out on a hunt. That morning had been cold and damp and gray, but by that afternoon, when Jan was getting ready to go, the temperatures had risen and the sun had come out. Jan's preferred method of hunting was to sit and watch from a tree stand, which is a ladder that you put in the woods that sits about 15 feet high. She would sit up there with her bow and arrow and wait to take a shot when a deer came by. Around 5 p.m. that day, she told Bruce she was leaving, and she made it to her tree stand by about 5:30. The forest she was going to be hunting in was one she was very familiar with, and it was not very remote. There were a couple houses just outside the woods, there were some agricultural areas, and her nephew actually went to high school just a mile north of these woods. But from the tree stand where she was sitting, all she could see around her was trees. Shortly after Jan sat down, she started texting with one of her friends on her BlackBerry, and periodically she'd poke her head up and look for deer. There weren't any, and then she'd go back to texting. The whole time this is happening, Jan can hear birds and crickets and squirrels and all the sounds of the forest all around her. A little after 6 p.m., her texting conversation with her friend reached a natural conclusion, and so she went back to just kind of sitting in the tree stand looking around. By about 6:20 p.m., she still hadn't seen any deer, and she was starting to get bored, so she decided she would take a selfie. She picked up her BlackBerry, she took the selfie, and as soon as she was done, she became aware that the forest had suddenly gone completely quiet. No more squirrels, no more birds, no more crickets, just complete silence. And she knew as a hunter, the only time this happened was when a large predator was in the area and all the other animals went quiet. But Jan would later say there was just something different about this silence. It was so sudden and so complete that it scared her. And she wound up sending another text message to that friend she'd been texting earlier that said, "The woods just went completely silent. Very odd." As soon as Jan hit send on that text message and lowered her phone, she immediately became aware of something about 20 feet away in the tree that was right across from her. And she said it was the most unusual and terrifying thing she had ever seen. Moving left to right through the branches was this thing that she described as like a visual distortion. She said it was like looking across pavement on a really hot day and seeing that mirage, except this one looked like it was alive, like it had mass, like it was a see-through person that had been wrapped in saran wrap. And so Jan thinks it's a floater in her eyes, and so she rubs her eyes, and when she looks up, this thing has now moved down a branch closer to her and has stopped, like it's perched on the branch, staring at her, and Jan's horrified, but she knows she wants to document it, so she grabs her phone and she raises it up and she takes a picture on her BlackBerry right as this thing kind of disappears behind the tree and vanishes. Just seconds after this thing disappeared, all the sounds in the forest came back. The birds, the squirrels, the crickets, it was all back to normal, but Jan was really shaken up because she just could not make sense of what she just saw. So she just continued to stare in the general direction of where this thing was for several minutes until finally she felt like it was safe again, at which point she brought her phone up to look at the picture she had taken. When she looked at it, it looked like a blurry mess, and so she thought, oh, I blew it, I put my hand over it, or my hair got in the way of it, or something. But at the same time, she's thinking to herself, but my hair didn't get in the way of it. And I very clearly held it out in front of me and know that I was looking at my phone
What was I gonna do?
when I took it.
Wait, I gotta do something. Actually, why did I pause this?
And I had a clear shot of this thing, so I don't really understand how this photo got so messed up. But after looking at the picture for a little while, she started to kind of laugh at herself. You know, the idea that she'd just seen a saran wrap person running through the treetops. You know, she just felt like
Wait, let me do something real
must
quick.
have been in my head. And as for this picture, I probably just blocked the lens and that's it. That night when Jan got back to her house, she did not tell her husband Bruce about what happened to her in the tree stand because, again, she's telling herself it was all in her head. They have dinner, they clean up, they sit down in the living room, and they're both on their phones and they're just kind of scrolling through the internet and their emails. And at some point, Bruce reacts to something he's reading. He makes a sound. And Jan hears him and says, oh, what are you looking at? And he said, you know, I just got a really interesting email from our nephew, you know, the one that goes to school down the road. He said that today they were outside for band practice, and at some point, all of them turned to look at the forest, and there was a bright circular light that was kind of hovering in the forest. And I guess they all stared at it for about 5 or 10 seconds, and then at some point, the light kind of went back into the forest, and they didn't know what to make of it. And I guess one of his classmates said that a year before, the exact same thing happened, and it apparently scared their instructor so badly that they canceled rehearsal and went inside because of it. As Jan is listening to her husband read this email, she's sitting up and her heart is racing, and as soon as he finishes, she says, "What time did he say that happened?" Bruce picked up how intensely she was asking him, and so he looked at the email, looked back at his wife, and was like, "It was between 7:50 and 8. Why?" At this point, Jan revealed everything that had happened to her while she was hunting, seeing that visual distortion in the trees that looked like a figure of some kind, and she would tell him that the forest she was in was the same one their nephew was claiming to have seen this circular light floating inside of. She told him she tried to take a picture of the thing she saw, but the picture didn't come out. But her husband, who is an optical physicist and therefore an expert at analyzing a picture, said, "Here, let me take a look at it." As soon as he looked at the image, the first thing he asked her was, "Well, did your hair get in front of the lens?" And she said, "No, I was holding it about a foot away from my head, and my hair was in a ponytail and a ball cap, so that can't be my hair." And so he looked at it again, and he asked her, "Well, did you put your finger over the lens, maybe?" And she said, "Yeah, I might have. I don't think I did, but it's certainly possible." And so, not really thinking much of this picture, he decides before giving the phone back to just check the resolution of the image, because whenever he would examine a picture, that was something he would do, and he discovered an anomaly. It turns out Jan's BlackBerry was only capable of taking pictures in 3 distinct resolutions. Basically, the size of the image could only come in small, medium, or large. And this picture she had taken of this thing she saw in the trees was a resolution size that was not small, medium, or large. It was some random size that the phone was actually not capable of producing. And so he asked his wife, "Did you manipulate your resolution settings?" And she said, "No, I don't even know how to do that." So Bruce looked at the other couple of pictures she had taken that day, and all of those fell into the small, medium, or large resolution size. It was just this one picture that was a total anomaly. And so Bruce was suddenly really intrigued by this image and by his wife's story, and so he continued to study the image, and he kept asking his wife questions about, how she was positioned in the tree stand, and where the sun was, and how far away this thing was, and everything about the whole layout. And eventually, Bruce started conducting experiments to see if he could duplicate this image his wife had created, and he got pretty scientific about it, and he could not duplicate it. Ultimately, because Bruce trusts his wife did not alter the photo in any way, and he trusts his wife as being truthful about what she experienced in the tree stand, what she saw, and based on his years of being an optical physicist, Bruce believes whatever was in the trees distorted this image. That even if she had put her finger over the lens, which he doesn't think she did, and she doesn't think she did, the picture resolution was altered in such a way that something had to have an effect on it. There was a third-party effect on this picture. If you're interested in reading all of Bruce's scientific findings about this picture, I have included his write-up that he posted online in the sources below. So that's going to do it, guys. If you found the secret in today's episode, let us know in the comments what it is and where you found it, so give us the timestamp, and if you're the first to do that, we will pin you at the top of the comments section. If you enjoyed today's video and you haven't done this already, please offer to make the like button a hot pocket, but instead of letting it stand in the microwave for 2 minutes, serve it immediately so when they bite down, they're met with the tongue-scalding cheese lava flow within. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any.
Let's go.
Every year, hundreds of people go missing under baffling conditions in national parks and forests all across North America. One former police detective named David Blytus has begun investigating thousands of these very strange disappearances, and he outlines his findings in a book series called Missing 411. Today, I'm going to be looking at 3 cases that all fall within the Missing 411 phenomenon, where everybody involved claims to have been chased by someone or something out in the middle of nowhere. But before we get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you come to the right channel, because that's all we do, and we upload 3, 4, even 5 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please give the like button a gift card to their favorite restaurant, but don't load any money onto it. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's stories. In 1989, 22-year-old Eloise Lindsay was a fresh college graduate, and she was at a crossroads in her life, because even though she just earned her degree, she really didn't know what she wanted to do with her life. And because she was an experienced backpacker, she thought a good way to kind of get her life together would be to go on a sort of retreat, go out into the woods, go out into nature, and kind of find herself. So she had planned this very detailed 43.3 mile hike along the Appalachian Trail, starting in South Carolina, where the first 7 days of the hike she would be totally on her own, and then at the 7-day mark she would meet up with a friend at a particular rendezvous point. Her friend would give her resupplies and would be her companion for the rest of the hike. When Eloise told her parents what her plans were, they were not concerned for her safety because she was an experienced backpacker. She had made trips like this before. And so they said, great, we'll see you when you get back. So on November 4th, Eloise sets out to begin her journey down the Appalachian Trail. And the first couple of days of her hike were great. The weather was beautiful, the scenery was amazing, and she had all this time to just kind of be by herself and look internal and think hard about what she wanted to do with her life. But on the third day, when she woke up, she was sleeping inside of a tent she had camped just off the trail. She woke up and she had this intense sense of dread. She couldn't really place where it was coming from, but she knew something was wrong, and she's kind of doing inventory of her life. Like, what did I forget? Is there something that I'm just not thinking about right now? But she kind of pushes it aside mentally and thinks, okay, you know what? I'm just going to pack up my campsite here and get hiking, and I'm bound to, come up with what it is that's making me feel this way. So she gets out of her tent and she begins packing up her campsite, and she's looking out, kind of scanning the tree line, not because she was looking for anything, but just because she happened to be looking out. And she could have sworn that she saw a man standing, 30, 40 feet away behind a tree. And she kind of did a double take and was staring at him. It's, it's broad daylight, it's the morning, and they're near a trail, so it isn't like unbelievable that there might be someone near her at that very moment. But she kind of did a double take and she looked at them again, and this person was gone. And she stood there for a minute, just kind of looking in the direction of where she had seen this guy, wondering, is my mind playing tricks on me? Did I really see someone there? Why aren't they showing themselves again? If there was someone there, they clearly must have just been looking at me. Why aren't they, poking their heads out again to communicate with me in some way? We're out in the middle of nowhere. We should be talking to each other. But the guy never shows himself again. And so as she's standing there wondering what she should do, she isn't ready to yell out to this person because there's part of her that's a little bit nervous about yelling out to some stranger in the middle of the woods. But she starts to get this really intense feeling that she's being watched. And it feels an awful lot like the sense of dread she had while she was in the tent. And she's starting to wonder, are my instincts or is my sixth sense picking up that I'm being watched? Like there's some predator out there looking at me right now? And even though she has no way of knowing if that's actually true, she's alone in the middle of the woods, and even though she's experienced, she can't help but feel really vulnerable. And because this guy is just not showing himself again, she feels a little bit threatened.
My build is better?
So she begins to panic, and she starts packing up all of her stuff as quickly as she can, and as soon as she can, she takes off down the trail away from that guy she saw in the woods. As she was walking down this trail, she couldn't help but think someone was right behind her, and she kept turning around to see if this person or whoever it was behind her, and no one was ever there. But this visceral feeling that she was being watched, that sense of dread she had, it just was not going away. And so she started walking faster and faster. Before long, she was running, and she's realizing that she's in a section of the Appalachian Trail that's very remote. She's not near civilization. She's not near her next rendezvous point. And so she's thinking to herself, I need to get off this trail. I need to get to a road. I need to get away from here as soon as I possibly can. And so her options were to continue on this trail for several miles, and it would probably take her until well into the night before she was going to reach civilization. Or she could take a shortcut because she believed there was a road that was running parallel to her trail, but it was way down the mountain. It would require leaving the trail and basically cutting through the wilderness to get down to this road. But she was pretty confident it was right down there. And because this threat of this person or thing following her was so intense for her, she decided to leave the trail. She couldn't stand the idea of having to spend another night out in the middle of the woods with this person stalking her. And so she walks off the trail and starts running down the mountain. It wasn't long before she started to hear audible sounds coming from what she believed to be this person that was following her. And she would turn around and there'd be no one there. And then she started to walk, trying to listen as she's walking, and she would hear footsteps far away from her, and she'd turn and there'd be nobody there, but she was certain someone was following her, someone was stalking her. And the sounds that were coming out of this person, this animal, whatever it was, they sounded like, a deep male voice, but she couldn't recognize if it was a language of some kind. It just sounded more like a grunt or a yell of some kind. And so her heart rate's elevated, she's panicking, and she's walking as fast as she can just through the middle of the wilderness, hoping she's walking towards this road. But after walking and running for miles into the middle of nowhere, she has not come to a road. It's now completely dark out, and she knows she's lost. And so she has to set up camp in the middle of nowhere, and she knows somewhere out in the middle of the woods is some person or something that is stalking me. And she's all alone. She has no way to contact anyone. She doesn't have a cell phone. It's 1989. And so she sets up her campsite and she gets in her tent, she zips it up, and she lays there hoping she doesn't hear any sounds. And sure enough, within minutes of being inside of that tent, she starts hearing those audible sounds coming from somewhere in the forest, and she hears what sounds like heavy footsteps walking around the perimeter of her campsite. All night long she hears this, but luckily they don't come up right to her tent, so there's some separation between her and whatever is making these sounds. And then finally, the sun comes up, she is out of that tent, packs it up, and continues running in the direction she hopes is the road. And of course, all day long, she has that sense that someone is watching her. She's hearing footsteps coming from behind her. She would turn, she doesn't see anything. She would hear that audible grunting sound, that low voice coming from somewhere behind her. But again, she would never see whoever it was or whatever it was that was making the sound. And then again, the sun is starting to set and she has not found the road. She hasn't found a trail. And she's thinking to herself, I can't even backtrack, because if I turn around and start walking backwards, I'm bound to run into this very thing I'm trying to escape. And so once again, she sets up her campsite in the middle of nowhere. She gets inside, and as soon as she's laying in her tent, she starts hearing those heavy footsteps somewhere out in the woods, kind of walking around the perimeter of her campsite. She's hearing that low audible sound that she can't quite place. And at some point she falls asleep. She gets up the next morning, she jumps out of her tent, packs it up, and starts running, hopefully in the direction that will bring her to civilization. A couple days later, when Eloise was supposed to meet her friend on the trail at the 7-day mark, and they were gonna finish the hike together, well, Eloise doesn't show up. But after several hours, when Eloise did not show up, her friend left the trail and contacted authorities and filed a missing person report. And the police would launch this massive search for Eloise along the stretch of the Appalachian Trail where she had said she would be. And for the next 14 days, hundreds of police and volunteers and helicopters are scouring this area, and there's no sign of Eloise. And so after 14 days from the time her friend filed the missing person report, the police had to turn the search off, and they say, look, we can't find her. 2 days after the search was terminated, so 23 days after Eloise had initially set off for her trek through the Appalachian Trail, a hunter that was out in the middle of nowhere near the Appalachian Trail discovers Eloise perched up against a tree. She's totally emaciated, she's dehydrated, she's delirious, but she's alive. At first, she was terrified of the hunter because she believed the hunter was this person that had been following her. But when she realized he was there to help, she went with him. She was brought back and brought to a hospital, and she was checked out. And besides being dehydrated and, emaciated, she was okay. And she would detail in multiple interviews and in her official statement that she had been chased for the past almost 3 weeks in the middle of the woods, and she doesn't know who it was or why they were chasing her. And then interestingly, she said right before she was found, so a couple of days before this hunter finds her, this person, this thing, whatever it was that was following her, got so close to her a couple different times that she was so scared she ditched her backpack that contained all of her life-saving equipment, like her sleeping bag and her tent, and it had some food and water in there. She ditched that so she could be lighter, so she could run faster away from this thing that is chasing her in the woods. So you gotta figure, you gotta be at such a high level of fear that you're prepared to ditch the one thing you really require to survive out in the wilderness, which was her pack full of supplies. And then after she's ditched her pack and she's run for some distance, she's got no supplies, no food, no water, she stumbles across this tree in the middle of nowhere that wedged inside the trunk is a cache of donuts and pound cake. And so she takes the donuts and pound cake, and between that and the stream water she had found, that's what kept her alive for the last few days before she was found. Eloise says she has no idea what to make of her experience, and law enforcement were baffled by it as well. Some people think Eloise had a mental break, and she effectively made this whole situation up. That she really was lost in the woods, but no one was chasing her, and she was just kind of paranoid and running around the wilderness for a couple of weeks. Other people, including park rangers that work that stretch of the Appalachian Trail, believe it's possible she could have been stalked by wild men, which are basically people that live out in the mountains that are effectively feral, that live off the land, and they've been known, according to local legend, they've been known to attack park rangers, and people that live out in that area have claimed to have seen these wild men, and they kind of match the description of what she was describing. But as of right now, there's no official explanation for what happened to her other than she got lost and was found again. On June 7, 1951, two families from Santa Fe, New Mexico met up at the Santa Fe ski basin to have a picnic together and to enjoy the mountain air. During the summer months when there's no snow on the ground, the Santa Fe ski basin is a very popular location for hikers because the terrain is very rugged, and if you get up to the top of the basin, there's these incredible views overlooking the valley. But on this day, the two families decided they wanted to have a picnic at the base of the basin, basically looking up the mountain. As the parents were setting up the picnic site, the kids started playing together, and that was Larry and Janet McGee, who were brother and sister aged 7 and 5 respectively, and Stephen Cross, who was 3 years old. After they finished setting up their picnic site, they look around and realize the kids are gone. And they're thinking, we just saw them like 2 minutes ago, so they can't have gone very far. And so they start looking around for their kids, and they can't find them. They're yelling out for them, and they're starting to get a little bit more worried. And they start branching out farther and farther, and they realize the only other place they could have gone is up into the woods, which are very steep and very rugged. So they're thinking, well, they can't have gone into the mountains. That would be impossible for these young kids to get very far, and they aren't responding to our calls. It's possible they could have been abducted. And so one of the parents ran down to the main building of the actual ski resort where they kept a staff member in there during the summer months, and they were able to get inside and use a phone, and they called authorities. So the police come out and they set up these huge spotlights that are aimed up at the mountain. And so the idea was, if the kids did get up into the mountain somehow, they would see these lights and hopefully walk down to them. After they set up the spotlights, the police began combing the side of the mountain in hopes that the kids were not abducted. But despite the spotlights and hundreds of searchers and people yelling out for these kids, they never heard back from the kids. They didn't find them. And so all night they're looking for them, and they're realizing that there's a pretty good chance they're probably not here, and that means they probably were abducted. And so by the following afternoon, things were really starting to look grim. There was no sign of these kids anywhere. And that's when a searcher who was way outside of the primary search area, they were about 3.5 miles away, thousands of feet up in elevation. They're up there and they're looking around and they're getting ready to leave when they see something out of the corner of their person. They turn around and one of the kids is poking their head up from behind a log. And the searchers run over to them, and sure enough, the 3 kids were actually inside of this downed log, and they were all okay. As the searchers are picking them up and calling this in, they're thinking to themselves, how in the world did these kids get so far away? Once the children were brought back down to the search headquarters and were reunited with their parents and were checked out by a doctor who said, yep, they're a little dehydrated, but they're okay. After all that was done, the police asked them the question that everybody was thinking: how did you get where you were found? And Larry, the oldest of the group, he was 7 years old. It took him a minute, but eventually he said, they were playing around the picnic area and they went just barely into the tree line when all of a sudden a bear came out from behind a tree and began chasing them. And the 3 of them ran 3.5 miles up a mountain to find this log, which they jumped inside of, and they hid inside of this log from this bear, which apparently was patrolling the area looking for them. And in addition to this bear that was apparently walking around the area looking for them, Larry said they were especially scared of the gorilla that was walking around the area looking for them as well. Now, it's easy to discount Larry and the kid's story because you could say, okay, well, the gorilla they saw was actually just a searcher looking for them. Except there was no one in that area looking for the kids near that log until right before they were found. It was kind of like a last-ditch effort to push outside the boundaries of the main search area. It was just kind of a miracle they actually located them. And Larry and the kids were saying this gorilla and this bear were looking for them on the first day and first night they were out there. So there were no searchers out there at that time. As for the bear, there have been bear sightings in the Santa Fe ski basin, although it is fairly rare. But if it was a bear that was chasing these kids, it would have caught them. A bear is not gonna not be able to catch 3 small children running uphill. So either there wasn't a bear, or it was some other animal that might have resembled a bear. But what type of an animal would chase 3 small children who are very vulnerable 3.5 miles up a mountain only to abandon them? But even if we say, you know what, there's no way the bear and the gorilla had anything to do with this, this is just kids who got lost, and they wound up in the woods and they were found, and that's it. Fine, but I have a 3-year-old and a 4-year-old, and I can tell you right now, there's no way they could cover a 3.5-mile distance uphill in really rugged mountainous terrain in a 24-hour cycle. There's no way. Without help, that's not possible. I would say the only caveat to that would be if my children were fearful for their lives, in which case adrenaline would kick in and they probably could cover that distance in a 24-hour period. That certainly lends credibility to the idea that Larry, Janet, and Steve were in fact running for their lives, and they had that adrenaline kick, and that's how they were able to cover that distance. But were they really running from a bear or a gorilla? We don't know, and there's been no further investigation into this case, and I think that's because the kids were found alive. The parents, the police, they're happy, and everybody moved on. From 2002 to 2006, Cullen Finnerty was perhaps the most successful college quarterback in history, winning 3 national championships and being named the Division II Player of the Decade. He was also perhaps the toughest college quarterback in history. Most quarterbacks will spend their careers looking to avoid getting smashed by defenders. Not Cullen. Cullen was 6'2", 240 pounds, and he would tell his teammates that he wanted to get hit, and he would hit back. And his coaches hated it about him, but his teammates loved this about him. Cullen was also famous for playing through injuries. His junior year in college, he broke his collarbone, and he didn't tell anyone, and he played through an entire playoff series that he won. After college, Cullen's professional football career was not nearly as successful as his amateur one. He played briefly for 2 NFL football teams, the Baltimore Ravens and the Denver Broncos, but when he wasn't getting any playing time and he just could see the writing on the wall that this was not going to be a match, he was not going to make it in the NFL, he left for Europe to play in a European football league. But when his European football career started to sputter out as well around 2009, he came back to the United States, where he joined a very small-time indoor arena football league. And while Cullen's love of football was still there as much as it ever was, he knew at this point, playing at this low of a level, that his career was effectively over. Around the same time that Cullen was hanging up his football cleats, he would meet Jennifer, who would become his wife. She was an all-state volleyball player and in many ways was just as competitive and as athletic as Cullen was. They were kind of like a perfect match for each other. They married in 2010, and Cullen, this big man, big-time quarterback, was shaking and crying at the altar because he was so nervous and excited about marrying Jennifer. Because I think this was a really big turning point for him, where he was basically putting football in the past and starting this new life and building a family with Jennifer, and he was really excited about it. The newlywed couple moved into a house together in Michigan where they had 2 kids, and Cullen landed a good job in medical sales, and by all accounts, Cullen was just hitting his stride post-football. On Memorial Day weekend in 2013, Jennifer's family was planning this 3-day fishing trip along the Baldwin River in Michigan, and the Finnertys decided they would join them. And so Cullen and his wife and kids, they rented a cabin that was going to be near the campsite that Jennifer's family was staying at. And for the entire weekend, it was just this great fishing trip where everybody had a great time and the weather was beautiful. And on May 26th, so the last night of this 3-day fishing trip, Cullen, who had recently purchased this pontoon boat that they had used for this fishing trip, he wanted to just go out one more time on his boat, this boat that he was really proud of, and fish for another 30-45 minutes before ending the weekend. So Cullen put on his waders and his jacket, he grabbed his fishing pole, and he had his family drive him to the stairs that led down to the water where his pontoon boat was. Before he walked down the steps, he turned and told his family that he'd be out for about 30 to 45 minutes and that he wanted to be picked up at the next boat ramp down the way and that he would call when he needed a ride. 42 minutes later at 9:27 p.m., Jennifer receives a phone call from her husband, and she's expecting it to be the call where he says, "Okay, I'm ready to get picked up." But when she answers the phone, Cullen is frantic, and he's telling her that he's being followed by 2 men in the tree line, that he's out on the water on his pontoon, but there are 2 men in the tree line that he can't see, but he can hear them, and they've been following him for some time. And before Jennifer can even get a word out, Cullen says to her that he's going to beach the boat and take his clothes off. And then he hangs up. Jennifer immediately tries calling Cullen back repeatedly, but he's not picking up, and so she's left feeling totally confused about what her husband has just told her. But what stood out to her was how scared he sounded on the phone. And fear was not something she typically associated with Cullen. this beast of a man, this tough football player, he didn't get scared. So for him to be that scared sounding and to be describing people basically stalking him, she knew he was in serious trouble. So she calls 911 and she describes where he is in the Baldwin River, and the police take her report and say, we'll send someone out right away. After Jennifer got off the phone with police, she called her family and told them about this really strange phone call from Cullen and how she had just called the police and she didn't know what to do. And so her brother tried calling Cullen and Cullen answered. And when he did, Matt said, hey, Cullen, where are you? And Cullen would say, I don't know where I am, but there's these two guys that are still following me. And Matt would say, are you still on your boat? Are you on land? And all Cullen said is, it's getting pretty rough out here. And then he hung up. Afterwards, Matt would call Jen and he would tell her about this phone call with Cullen, and it really didn't add any clarity to the situation. And so Jen and her family decide the best thing they can do is go to the boat ramp where Cullen had said he wanted to be picked up, in hopes that maybe he would make his way there and they would find him. So Jennifer and her family head out to this location, and Cullen's not there. They get out, they're yelling for him. There's no sign of him, and shortly after, a police car would show up because this was one of the areas where Jennifer had said when she spoke to police that Cullen might be. And so the police officer gets out, they take an official statement from Jennifer, and at this point they file an official missing person report. Before the police began looking for Cullen, they reached out to his wireless service provider and they asked them to ping his cell phone from the tower. Any service provider has the ability to roughly triangulate the location of a cell phone based on the last few locations of the phone. The last 4 locations that the service provider pinged for Cullen were up to 4 miles apart from each other, which was bizarre in its own way, because the idea that in a very rugged, rough area in a very short amount of time, that Cullen had been moving 4, 5, 6, 7 miles just to get to these different points, that didn't really make sense. But also when they looked at these points on a map, it looked like each of them was either near a paved road, or in order to get to them, you would have had to cross a paved road. And so they're thinking to themselves, why does he keep moving point to point if at any one of these locations he's near relative safety? But as strange as these 4 locations were, the police now had a really solid starting point. So they dispatched people to each of these points, and they began combing along the river where he had last been seen. And within an hour, they discovered his boat. It was a little ways down from where he had been dropped off. It was missing an oar, and it was basically beached on the side of the river. It wasn't clear if it had been intentionally beached, but Cullen wasn't in it, and when they searched around the area, they couldn't find any sign that Cullen was in the area. They were yelling for him. He wasn't yelling back. Interestingly, a man who owned property near where the pontoon boat was found reported to police hearing screaming or yelling coming from the area where the boat was found around the same time that Cullen went missing. But despite this piece of information, it didn't actually help them discover where Cullen actually went. For the next 48 hours, police and hundreds of people searched in the areas where his cell phone had pinged and along the river where his pontoon had been found, but there was no sign of him. Then, on the evening of May 28th, approximately 48 hours after Cullen had gone missing, they discovered his body. It was located less than a half mile away from a paved road, and it was situated in between those 4 points that the cell phone provider had given. He was laying completely face down with his right arm under his body and his left arm over his head, clutching some grass. When they rolled him over, he had some blood coming out of his nose, but besides that, there was no significant trauma anywhere on his body. Cullen appeared to be wearing all of his clothes. However, it was noted that the strap on his waders was really badly twisted. Now, if he had never taken his clothes off, that would have been something he would have fixed. It would have been very uncomfortable when he started this trip to go fishing. That would have been something he would have fixed. Now, he said to his wife on the phone that he was going to be taking his clothes off, which there was no explanation for that, but he clearly said that to his wife, and she reported that to police. And so some have speculated that between that phone call and finding him with the twisted strap on his waders, that indicates that perhaps his clothes did come off at some point over the past couple of days and were put back on again, either by him or by someone else. His cell phone had also been found in his front pocket, indicating that those cell phone pings had been his actual location. Initially, Cullen's autopsy was completely inconclusive. There was no trauma to his body. There was no obvious thing that killed him. But later on, it was determined he died of pneumonia caused by inhaling his own vomit. So we don't know how you get to a place where you're inhaling your own vomit, but I would imagine you're in a pretty panicked state of mind if that could happen to you. Many people believe Cullen's death was the result of a traumatic brain injury caused by all the years of playing football and getting hit in the head. And so that can lead to paranoia. And so perhaps this was a fit of paranoia. He got turned around, he got scared, he thought somebody was chasing him. And then, you know, he vomits and inhales his vomit, and that ultimately kills him. And in 2011, Cullen had briefly shown signs of being a little bit paranoid when one day he thought someone was following him, and he actually went to a family member's house and said, I think someone's following me, but he could never identify where this person was or who they were. But even if this was a fit of paranoia and no one was following him in the woods, well, why didn't he stop on the paved road every time he crossed it? Because that would have represented safety. I mean, in 2011, when he supposedly had another fit of paranoia, his instincts were to go to a family member and to seek help. And so you would think his instincts in this situation would be similar. He would seek help, he would seek safety, but he continuously left safety. He left the road. He left his boat. His boat was safety. Why did he leave his boat? And even if we turn this around and we say, no, it was not a fit of paranoia, that he was in fact being followed by someone or something in the woods, well then why would that prompt him to call his wife and say, I'm going to get out of the boat and take my clothes off, and then proceed to walk 4, 5, 6, 7 miles in a very short period of time, crossing over a paved road at least 1 or 2 times and not stopping, not signaling for help? That doesn't make sense either. And what was that screaming that that resident heard coming from the area where the pontoon boat was found? Unfortunately, there are many questions in this case, and the vast majority of them will go unanswered. So that's going to do it, guys. If you found the secret in today's episode, let us know in the comments what it is and where you found it. So give us the timestamp, and the first one to do that will pin you at the top of the comments section. If you enjoyed today's video and you haven't done this already, please give the like button a gift card to their favorite restaurant, but don't put any money on it. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly 3, 4, even 5 video uploads. If you want to get in touch with me, you can direct message me on Instagram or on Twitter. My username for both platforms is the same. It's JohnBallin416. I also have a ton of content over on TikTok where my username is Mr. Ballin. If you have a story suggestion, please submit it to our subreddit just called Mr. Ballin. It's linked in the description below. So whether I see you on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Reddit, YouTube, or some combination, just know that I really appreciate your support, and until next time, that's going to do it. See ya. Every year, hundreds of people go missing under baffling conditions in the woods of North America. I'm talking about people being right in front of their friends or their loved ones, and then in an instant they're just gone, and they're never found again. Or they are found again, but they're found in places that are seemingly impossible to get to.
I don't ever use candles. I don't know how they work.
David has written a book series called Missing 411, where he investigates these incredibly strange cases. Today, we're going to look at 3 Missing 411 cases that, even amongst strange disappearances, these rank as particularly bizarre. But before we get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right channel, because that's all we do, and we upload 3, 4, even 5 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please replace the like button's 2021 calendar with a 2020 calendar that has a 1 glued over the 0. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's stories. On June 16, 1946, 5 members of the Van Ulst family arrived at the Devil's Den State Park in western Arkansas to spend a week in a cabin they had rented. After getting unpacked, the father, along with his daughter, who was 8 years old, named Catherine, and her 2 older brothers, they headed down to the swimming area, which was this creek that led up to the side of a dam. Once they arrived at the creek, Catherine and her 2 brothers jumped in the water and started goofing around, and there were some other kids there they were playing with as well, and their father just sat on the edge to watch. Now, this swimming area had one really deep section that was right up against the dam wall that you were allowed to swim in, but the kids that were not strong swimmers tended to stay away from, and Catherine was not a great swimmer, and at one point she kind of drifted into the deep section, and her father didn't notice, and her 2 brothers didn't notice, but a woman who was staying at the campground, who the Van Ulst family didn't know, happened to be standing next to the edge of the water and saw Catherine struggling, and so she reached in and pulled her out, and Catherine was fine, and the woman told her, you gotta be more careful, you shouldn't be swimming in the deep end if you're not a strong swimmer, and Catherine said, okay. And so as they're talking, Catherine's father hears them and looks over and sees his daughter talking to some stranger, and so he makes a sound and waves in their direction to get this woman's attention, to be like, hey, what are you doing talking to my daughter? And the woman, she sees this, and she must have been a mother herself because she picked up on his uncomfortability. And so she turns to him and says, oh, no, everything is totally fine. I was just helping your daughter get out. Everything is totally fine. And so Catherine's father turns to his daughter and says, hey, you got to be more careful. Don't go in the deep end. And Catherine's like, okay. And instead of going back into the water, Catherine walks to the backside of the dam, because this dam, it was not a steep drop off on the outflow side. It was like a gradual slope of these big boulders that the kids at this campground would climb all over, and their parents would watch them from their positions next to the swimming area. And so Catherine's father was watching his two sons, and then he'd look over and watch Catherine, and back and forth, he kept his eye on all of his kids. But at some point when he was looking at his sons, he looked back at Catherine and she was gone. And so he stood up and he walked over thinking maybe she's gone all the way to the bottom and she's just out of sight because she's crouched down or something. But when he got to the edge and looked down, she wasn't down there. And so he's looking all around and he's thinking to himself, this isn't possible. I just saw her on the rocks like seconds ago. Where could she have gone? And so he looks at his sons who are still in the swimming area and he says, hey, have you seen Catherine? And they're like, no, we haven't seen her. And then he turns to the woman that had previously pulled Catherine out of the water and he says, have you seen my daughter? And she said, no, the last I saw her, she was on the rocks. I don't know where she went. And so before long, Catherine's father is screaming for Catherine. He's enlisted the help of everybody at this campground that's in the vicinity to go look for his daughter. There are people jumping into the swimming area up top. There are people jumping into the swimming area on the backside of the dam. I mean, the whole area is getting searched and there's no sign of this girl. And after about an hour of looking, Catherine's father went and got police. After 2 days of searching the very thick forest that surrounded this dam and finding no trace of Catherine, authorities decided it was far more likely she had drowned either above or below the dam than it was that she wandered off into the woods, considering where she was last seen. And so they shifted focus and began draining these two sections of water to see if her body would be at the bottom. But when they were drained, she wasn't there. And so once again, they went back to searching the forest. And so on June 22nd, 6 days after Catherine went missing, a group of searchers were located 7 miles way into the forest. They were walking up this mountain and they're yelling Catherine's name. And as they're walking, they stop when this little girl wearing only a bathing suit walks out of a cave, looks down at them and just says, here I am. The searchers couldn't believe it. It was Catherine. And besides some scratches on her arms and some bug bites, she seemed like she was perfectly fine. In fact, they would say she was eerily calm. It was like she was waking up from a dream. She was reunited with her family, who could not believe she was still alive. They brought her to the hospital and the doctors looked at her and said, yep, besides some superficial cuts and some bug bites, she's fine. And 2 days later, she was discharged. So this 8-year-old who's never spent any time in the woods before, this is her first exposure, her trip to Devil's Den State Park, survives on her own out in the wild for 6 days and 6 nights with only a bathing suit on. And despite there being no potable water anywhere near her where she was found up on that mountain, she was determined to be relatively well hydrated and had only lost a couple of pounds. Also, you need to understand the staggering distance she covered, because while she was found 7 miles away from where she went missing, that's as the crow flies. That's what you see on a map, those 7 miles. In the wild, you don't walk perfectly straight lines. There's too many obstructions, there's mountains, there's trees, there's all sorts of reasons that you end up zigging and zagging to wherever you're going. And so rescuers believe the minimum real distance she would have covered to get up to that cave was about 30 miles. And she did it barefoot. Catherine defied every search and rescue model for 8-year-olds that get lost in the wild. She was way outside the boundaries of what anybody would expect. Basically, she should have died. When authorities asked her, how did you do this? She said, I don't know. I don't remember how I got lost in the first place. I only remember sleeping on warm grass the first night. And then her next memory is waking up inside of a cave on day 6. She has no idea what happened between day 1 and day 6 when she traveled those 30 miles and somehow subsisted on some water source and some food source. While some say this is just a really weird case where she got very, very lucky, others think there was something in the forest that chased her and adrenaline kicked in, forcing her to run the 30 miles to that cave, and because it was so traumatic, she forgot the experience. But like virtually all of the missing 411 stories, we have a lot more questions than answers. On April 29th, 2001, 6-year-old Haley Zega was on a hike with her grandparents in a very rural part of Arkansas called the Upper Buffalo Wilderness Area. For an area to be deemed a wilderness area, that means no vehicles of any kind can come through there, making it incredibly remote and incredibly wild, hence the name. They had taken this trail that brought them up to the top of this bluff that was about 200 feet higher than where they started, and they got to this incredible overlook, and they're looking down over this river, and at some point at about 11 in the morning, they turn around to head back. On the return trip, by about 11:30, they're making their way down, and Haley spots a waterfall that's off the side of the path, and she wants to go to it. She asks her grandparents, can we go check out this waterfall?
You're scared
And
of the
grandparents
video.
kind of scope it out, and it seemed like the only way they could get
I don't
down
think your
to
dad's
view
here,
this
man.
waterfall would be by literally climbing a tree and descending over this cliff. And it was something that the grandparents just did not feel comfortable letting their granddaughter do. And so they told Haley, no, we need to keep going. We're not going to go check out that waterfall. And Haley, being a 6-year-old, she really wanted to see this waterfall and she wanted to get her way. And so she threw a tantrum and she sat down on the trail and she said, well, if you're not going to take me to the waterfall, I'm not going to move. You're going to have to carry me. And the grandparents were like, no, we're not going to carry you. You need to be a big girl. I need you to stand up and start walking with us. And Haley refused. And so her grandparents said, okay, we're going to leave you. And they turned around and they kept walking down the trail. Not far, and they were still totally in view, and it's broad daylight. And they would turn around expecting their granddaughter to stand up and kind of begrudgingly walk after them. And at some point she did. Haley stood up and she's like, okay, wait for me. And so she starts walking, and the grandparents are like, all right. And so they're walking ahead of Haley. And as they're walking, Haley would just slow down more and more and more. And her grandparents could tell she was doing this. She was just trying to be frustrating, and she was intentionally trying to take as long as she could. But the grandparents made sure they kept her in their view. So they would walk a little ways and turn, and she'd be right there. They'd walk a little ways, they'd turn, and she'd be right there over and over again. And then at some point when they turned, she wasn't there. And so the grandparents immediately run back up, and they're looking around for Haley, thinking she probably darted behind a tree to hide because she wants, a little bit more frustrating for them. And so
Alright,
they're
bro.
looking for her,
Goodbye.
they're not that worried yet. They start yelling for her, saying, come on, we do gotta leave. You gotta come out. We gotta go. But there was no word from Haley. It was just silence, and she was just totally gone. And for the next 90 minutes, the grandparents just ran all up and down this trail screaming for Haley, and they never found her. And so they ran down and they called police. The largest search and rescue mission in the history of Arkansas was launched for Haley Zega. It included hundreds of searchers on the ground, including 8 dog teams and helicopters overhead. There were firefighters, the National Guard was involved. But after 2 days, despite this incredible search, really no progress had been made. The only thing that had been found was one of the dog teams had tracked her scent up to a nearby road where the dog stopped, meaning the scent is now gone. And unfortunately, what that told investigators is it looks like Haley got picked up by some motorist. But 51 hours into the ordeal, there were 2 searchers well outside of the primary search area. They were about 2 miles away from where she'd gone missing. They spotted her. She was sitting next to this brook with her feet dangling in the water. And when she saw them, she kind of waved, and they said, are you Haley Zega? And she said, yeah. And she had a couple of scratches on her arm and on her face, but overall she seemed okay. And so Haley was reunited with her family, and then she was brought to the hospital to be observed. After Haley had regained some of her strength, investigators asked her, what happened? And she said that she was walking behind her grandparents and that she looked down. And then when she looked up again, not only were her grandparents gone, but she was looking at this wall of trees. Like she was not on the trail anymore. She didn't know where she was. And since she was only 6 years old, she didn't stop and look around or yell. Instead, she just kept walking in this direction that she didn't recognize. And she walked and walked and walked, and she never found the trail again. She said pretty soon it got dark and she slept on top of that bluff. And then the next day when the sun came up, she walked down the bluff and she made it to the river. And then she walked along the river until she found a cave where she slept for the second night. And then the next day when she got up, she was found. After she gave this explanation, investigators had a lot of questions, like, if you were sleeping up on the bluff on that first night, then why couldn't the helicopter see you? Because that's all they were doing, was flying over the bluff, and they had thermal imaging. They could have very easily picked you up. And so they asked her, are you sure that's where you were? And she said, yeah, that's where Alicia told me to stay. And they were like, who's Alicia? And she said, oh, she's my imaginary friend. I met her on the bluff. And so immediately the investigators and the parents are like, okay, she's clearly coping with this traumatic event by creating this imaginary friend. And so they don't ask any more questions about the imaginary friend. Instead, they continue to ask questions about basically how she got from where she was lost to where she was found. and they say, okay, Haley, how did you get down the bluffs? Because there's only one way down, and it can be hard to find, especially if you're off the trail. And Haley said, well, Alicia brought me to a trail, and she led me down the bluffs. And she stood in front of me and made sure that I didn't fall forward. And so her parents and the investigators are now starting to think, maybe this isn't an imaginary friend if this person is right in front of her kind of propping her up. And so they ask Haley, can you describe what Alicia looks like? And Haley said, sure. She has black hair, brown eyes. She's a little bit shorter than me. She's 4 years old. She likes to tell jokes and she likes to sing songs. And then Haley began singing songs that she had learned from Alicia and began telling jokes she had learned from Alicia. Even though Haley was giving this vivid description of this 4-year-old girl named Alicia running around the bluffs, it just couldn't be possible. And so Haley's parents and the investigators went back to treating Alicia as just an imaginary friend, just a simple coping mechanism. And so the investigators went back to just doing their interview with Haley. They got all the information about how she got from the bluffs down to the river as much as they could. And then because Haley was fine, they said, okay, you're good, see you later. Now, Haley's case was a really big deal and it was all over the news, especially after she was found. And so her interview where she said this imaginary friend named Alicia had assisted her in getting down the bluffs and had basically taken care of her, that was put in print. And after it was published, there were some readers that realized there was another little girl who had gone missing in the exact same spot as Haley 23 years earlier. She was 4 years old, she had black hair, brown eyes, her name was Alana, and she had died on those bluffs. After this connection was made, it got national media attention because suddenly news outlets were saying this imaginary friend was actually Alana and that she was Haley's guardian angel. In fact, Haley was brought on Dateline to talk about her imaginary friend. This year, Haley, who's now 25 years old, posted a video to her YouTube channel where she tells her story of what happened over those 51 hours she was gone. And in the story, she talks about her imaginary friend. And she says, before Alicia, I never had an imaginary friend, and afterwards, I never had an imaginary friend. But at the time, Alicia was very real to me, and I don't know who or what she was, but she saved my life. In September of 2012, 53-year-old Linda Ortega went to visit her brother, Eddie Huff, in St. Joe, Arkansas. St. Joe is a very rural part of Arkansas, and it's about a mile away from the Buffalo River National Park. The park is thickly forested and mountainous, and there's hundreds of small water bodies that are strewn throughout. On Saturday, September 22nd, Linda and Eddie decided to go for a walk in the park because Eddie apparently had heard of some great fishing spot, and he wanted to go find it. In searching for the spot, they stepped off of the trail and got turned around. Now they realized they got turned around, but it's broad daylight and they figured, okay, we'll find the trail soon. But as the sun was setting, they had still not found the trail and they realized they were badly lost. Then some very strange things happened that we only have a marginal understanding of. What we know is the brother and sister were together on that first day they went missing. We know they were together the following day on Sunday, still looking around for a way out of the park, but still at the end of the day were lost. Then the next day on Monday, we know the pair separated because Eddie re-emerged out of the park, hopped in his car like nothing was going on, drove back to his house, walked inside, and his family's like, where have you been? You've been missing. We've been calling you. Where have you been? And where's Linda? And he's like, oh, everything's fine. I dropped Linda off at a relative's house. She's fine too. And his family's looking at him like, do you not understand that you've been missing for like 3 days here? And he was just trying to tell them that everything was fine. But as they asked him more questions about specifically, what were you doing? Specifically, how did you get lost? Specifically, what time did you drop Linda off? Tell us all the details. As they did that, Eddie started to realize that, oh my goodness, I actually don't know what happened. And so his family called this relative that Eddie had claimed he dropped Linda off at. And when the relative picked up, they said, no, we don't have Linda here. I've not spoken to Eddie and I've not spoken to Linda. And so the family turns back to Eddie and they're like, where's Linda? And Eddie just said, I have no idea. And so the family contacts police and a search is launched for Linda. And they look all over this park for days and days and there's no sign of Linda. And people are starting to get really worried about her. And then on Thursday, so 3 days after Eddie had re-emerged from the park and 5 days after they had originally gone missing, some searchers that were on ATVs were about 2 miles away from the entrance of the park in this very thick area. And they found Linda and she was alive. And initially, just like her brother Eddie, she really had no idea what was going on. She said she didn't understand how she got where she was, and she was just really confused. And so they brought her back to the hospital, and they put her under doctor's care, and she ended up being fine. But as she's laying in the hospital, she starts kind of coming to, and her memories start flooding back. And she tells this story of what happened to her, and it's unbelievable. She said she and Eddie went into the park to find that fishing spot, and at some point they stepped off the trail thinking they were going to find it, but they didn't. They got turned around, they were lost, and they were confident they were going to find the trail and get out the same day, but they didn't. And so the sun went down, and they were forced to sleep out in the wild. And so the next morning they get up and they continue to look around. They're yelling for help and there's no one around. They're in this very dense part of the forest. And all day, again, they're looking for this trail and they don't find it. And so that night, again, they sleep out in the wild. Linda said her memory, starting with the next day, which was Monday, started to get really foggy. She said she woke up and for some reason she just got up and started running into the woods. She thinks it's because she thought Eddie was hurt and she was running to get help. And so it must have been around this time that Eddie, in his dazed state, got up and meandered his way successfully out of the park. Meanwhile, Linda said she was just running like a maniac into the middle of the woods, screaming for help from someone, even though she's in the middle of nowhere. And then miraculously, she says she saw a group of people way off in the distance. It looked like a group of hikers. And she started yelling for them and waving to them and trying to get their attention. And she said they all stopped and turned to look at her, but they didn't show any sign that they had actually heard her. They were not trying to interact with her. They were just looking at her. Linda said she thought that was pretty odd, but she just kept on running towards them and screaming and yelling and trying to get their attention. And she said when she got about 100 meters away from them, instead of them reciprocating waves or making a sound, they all ducked behind trees like they were trying to hide from Linda. Linda said this was the first time she felt really unsettled by what was happening, but she was desperate. She needed help, and so she just kept walking towards them. And she got to about 50 meters away when they all poked their heads out and looked out at her and then poked their heads back. Like they were not trying to interact with her. And Linda said she felt really scared and stopped and began backpedaling away from this weird group of people that are hiding behind trees. And so while keeping her eyes on the general area where she knew they were hiding, she backpedaled all the way back to about 100 to maybe 150 meters away again. And this group came out from behind the trees and continued to stare at Linda. Linda said at this point she was terrified. She didn't know who or what those things were, but they were not there to help her. And then she said her memory got really foggy because all of a sudden her next memory is her laying on the ground in this pitch black forest. Her brother's not near her and she's hearing footsteps and she believes it's this group of people or things that are walking towards her, but it's so dark she can't see anything. And she said all night she heard the sounds of these people or things walking around the perimeter of where she was laying, totally exposed in the middle of the forest. Linda said her memories from this point until she was rescued are all mixed together. But she said she had one memory that really stood out to her because it was so terrifying. She said on one of the last mornings she was out there, she woke up, she was laying on the ground, she opens her eyes, and it was still dark, but the sun was starting to come up. And so there was enough light that she could begin to make out the layout of the forest. And so she sat up and immediately got the sense that she was being watched, but she didn't know by who or from where it was coming. She just had this intuitive sense that she was being watched. And as she's feeling this way, she hears movement coming off to her right, and she turns, and standing next to a tree about maybe 20 meters away is this dark silhouette of a man who's just staring at her. He's got no features. He's just this shadowy figure. And so she's horrified. And then she realizes there's another one. And she looks at that one and realizes there's another one and another one and another one. They're all around her. They're all around her looking in, these dark, shadowy figures. And she's so scared. And as she's looking around at all of them, it seems like they registered that she sees them. And at that point, they all turned and start running into the forest in all different directions. She said after that, she has no idea the sequence of events or what happened. All she knows is that the whole time she was out there, she was scared. She felt like there were people watching her in the woods. And then at some point, rescuers showed up and she was saved. Linda's totally crazy account of what happened, combined with Eddie's bizarre behavior, totally baffled investigators. They really didn't know what to make of this. How did Eddie find his way out again? And why did he think Linda was at a relative's house? And who were the people Linda was seeing? And why can't either of them remember 90% of the experience? One theory is they must have eaten berries or some other food item that had hallucinogenic properties, and they were literally just hallucinating the whole time. However, if you follow along with David Paulides' missing 411 phenomenon, or if you watch some of the videos on this channel about the missing 411, then you know there are lots of other examples of people that go missing in the woods of North America that never ingest any food or any liquid, so there's no hallucinogen in their system, and they still have similar experiences to what Linda and Eddie did. So how do you explain that? So that's going to do it, guys. If you found the secret in today's episode, let us know in the comments what it is.
I basically already watched all of these. What the hell? 37 times?
If you Google the craziest war story of all time, the story I'm going to tell today always pops up as the #1. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right channel, because that's all we do, and we upload 3 or 4 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please remove all of the trash bags from inside all of the like button's trash cans, and then proceed to throw away various perishable saucy food items. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's story. Born in South Texas in 1935, Roy Benavidez was orphaned as a young child and sent to live with his uncle. As a young teen, he had to drop out of school to work in the beet and cotton fields just to help support his family. When he turned 18, he decided he wanted to get away from his hometown and do something bigger with his life, and so he enlisted in the Army, and shortly after that, he went to airborne school and then was assigned to the very famous 82nd Airborne Division. In October of 1964, Roy was a part of the first 125,000 Americans sent to Vietnam. While on a classified operation that required Roy to dress up as an enemy combatant, he stepped on a landmine in the middle of the jungle and nobody else was with him, so he's totally stranded. But fortunately, a squad of US Marines came upon him, but from what he was wearing, they assumed he was an enemy soldier, and so they almost walked past him, but someone thought to just flip him over and see who he was, and they discovered he was American, and he had American dog tags on. And so he was evacuated from Vietnam and sent to an American hospital, and there, a doctor would tell him that he had a serious spinal injury and that it was unlikely he would ever walk again. And Roy's first reaction was, please don't discharge me from the Army. Because for Roy, the Army was his life. It was all he had. He was incredibly proud of it. And he desperately wanted to go back to Vietnam. And so he pleaded with the doctors and the nurses, please let me have some time to try to regain my strength in my legs so that I don't get medically discharged. And so they said, look, you're gonna get medically retired if you aren't walking within the year. And so every night when his doctors and nurses would leave, he would fall out of his bed and then drag himself across the ground to the wall, and then he'd pull himself up and try to put weight on his legs and attempt to build strength back up and retrain himself how to walk. And after 6 months of doing this every night, he did literally reteach himself how to walk. He built up strength in his legs, and his doctors and nurses, they're watching this transformation during the day, but they're not seeing him at night. And they're telling him, this is a miracle. We've never seen this before. We've never seen someone recover so quickly. And Roy just stayed quiet because he wanted to make sure he was allowed to keep doing that every night. And so finally, after those 6 months, his doctors and nurses agreed that, yep, he's good. He can stay in the Army.
Yep,
but the Army said they wanted him to take a
do you have his
job
Discord
because he'd
server?
already been so badly wounded
Just,
in combat.
if you're in his
And Roy
Discord
did
server, you have the
not.
IP.
He pleaded with them to let him go back to
Actually, let me check
82nd,
something real
but
quick.
they said, no, we're not going to risk you getting hurt again. And so he was sent to North Carolina for his desk job, and as soon as he got there, he began training like a maniac
What a
every
good
minute,
stretch.
every day, trying to get in the best shape of his life, because his plan in his head was once he got there, he would try out for Special Forces. He would try to become an Army Green Beret, which is the premier combat unit in the Army. It's one of the hardest ones to get into, and their training program is in North Carolina. And so after a few months, he was in amazing shape, and he asked his superiors, can I go try out to be a Green Beret? And they're like, I can't believe you're even walking, but you know what? You've come this far, you can go try out. And just a couple of months later, Roy Benavidez was a Green Beret. A year later, in 1968, so 4 years after Roy was nearly killed by that landmine, he was sent back to Vietnam for his second combat tour. And as soon as he got there, the fighting was very intense. On May 2nd of that year, Roy had a day off, and he was spending his day off at a church service inside of their wooden shack they had built on their base. And while he was in there listening to the chaplain, he heard a radio call come out from the communications table that was just outside of the shack he was in, and it sounded like someone was in trouble. And so he ran outside to listen to the radio, and what he heard was this very desperate call from someone yelling into the radio, get us out of here. And in the background of this radio, radio call is just a constant barrage of gunfire. The call for help came from a 12-man Army Special Forces team that had been ambushed by an entire North Vietnamese Army infantry battalion. To put that in perspective, that is 12 Special Forces members, of which many of them Roy knew personally, in the middle of the jungle, where on all four sides there are over 1,000 enemy combatants. As Roy is hearing this distressing transmission come across the radio, he hears overhead the sound of incoming helicopters. And he looks and he sees there's 3 birds that are coming towards their base. And so he runs over to the landing zone to greet the helicopters as they come in. And he can see as they're landing, they are all completely covered in bullet holes. And as soon as they touch down, Roy runs up to one of the door gunners, which is this 19-year-old kid, and he looks kind of dazed. And Roy asks him, you know, what's going on? Where'd you guys just come from? Were you out there at that ambush site? Do you know what's going on with that 12-man team? And the door gunner just collapses into Roy's arms and dies. He had been shot up.
After.
These 3 helicopters had attempted previously to fly into the jungle and save that 12-man team, but they had been shot off and had been unsuccessful. Roy helped get the dead door gunner out of the helo, and then he turned to the pilot of this helo where the door gunner was, and he asked him, you know, are you going to go back out there and try to save those guys? And the pilot was obviously so distraught about the death of his door gunner and also the fact that there are 12 men out there that they could not rescue, that he's chomping at the bit. He wants to go back out there. And Roy immediately volunteers, hops in the helo, and they head out to go rescue this 12-man team. So not only are there only 2 of them, but Roy was so eager to volunteer himself, he forgot his gun. So all he had on him was his knife and some medical supplies. But nonetheless, the pilot just keeps flying towards the ambush site, which was in Cambodia. It was this really dense stretch of jungle. And as they got closer and closer, gunfire started coming out of the jungle towards the helicopter. And so the pilot had to do this kind of constant zigzagging just to avoid getting shot down. And so as they're zigzagging, they notice there's some smoke coming out of the jungle. And it was very clear that this 12-man team is trying to signal to the helo, here we are, come get us, because they can hear the helicopters coming in. And so the pilot tried to fly down and get as close as he could, but anytime he got even marginally close to this team, the rate of fire would pick up so dramatically that the helo was just about to get shot down. And so the pilot began to turn away, and he told Roy, we can't get any closer, we're gonna have to get more people in here. And Roy just tells him, no. Get as low as you can, and I will jump out into the jungle. And the pilot turns to him, and he's like, you can't do that, you're gonna get killed. And Roy somehow convinces this pilot that he alone, without a gun, is totally competent. Just put me down in that jungle and everything's gonna be just fine. And so the pilot said, okay, and he lowered right over the canopy of this jungle, about 100 yards away from where this 12-man team is trapped. And without any hesitation, Roy just leaps off the helicopter into the jungle. Now, you gotta understand that where he was jumping was where the enemy was. He was literally jumping, no parachute, no gun, no anything, just crashing through the canopy onto the jungle floor where he'll definitely be surrounded by enemy combatants. And so he plummets through the canopy, he smashes onto the ground, he pops up and just starts running through the jungle with enemies on either side of him towards the 12-man down team. And the enemy was so surprised to just see this American running through the middle of the jungle by himself with no weapon that they hesitated for a minute and they didn't open fire on him. But when they did open fire, Roy got shot in the face, in the back of the head, in the leg. They threw a grenade that detonated at his back and sent shrapnel into him. But none of it stopped Roy. He just kept on running until he made it to this downed 12-man team. And when he got to them, they were in terrible shape. They were doing their best to stay behind some trees, but rounds were coming in from all directions, and 4 of them were already dead, and the others that were still alive were critically wounded. In fact, one of the most able-bodied of the surviving 12 had been shot in the head and was missing an eye and could barely see out of the other one, and so he's fighting to stay conscious, and he's generally trying to shoot in one direction, but I mean, that's their best guy at this point, to give you a state of how they were doing. But Roy ran up to this guy, he pulled him down, he gave him a shot of morphine in the arm, and he repositioned him because he couldn't really see, and told him where to shoot his gun. And then under a constant hail of bullets, Roy low-crawled to each of the other living team members and gave them morphine shots, and then began dragging each and every one of them away from the ambush site to this other area where there was better cover, and there was a nearby clearing that he believed a helicopter could land in if the pilot was really daring. On one of Roy's last trips back to the ambush site to get the last few surviving members, he saw 2 other men that were part of this team that had been totally cut off from the main group. And when Roy had jumped into the jungle and ran in, all his adrenaline had kicked up and he just hadn't done a head count. And so he didn't realize there were 2 other people over there. And so without any hesitation, he grabbed a gun off of one of the dead enemy soldiers and just began running towards this down 2-man team. And as he's running, he's shooting wildly in every direction, trying his best to suppress enemy fire, but it's really doing nothing. He's just dodging bullets as he's running. And right as he got close to the 2-man team, a bullet went flying through his thigh, just clean through his thigh, and it didn't slow him down. He got to the 2-man team totally unfazed, and he says, okay, get ready to move. He stands back up and he starts shooting again in both directions and tells them to crawl back to the main unit. And so he stands up and continues to shoot in both directions until these 2 men get back over to the main group. Once they were safely with the group, Roy again ran the gauntlet with this huge gaping hole in his thigh all the way back to the main group. And so now that Roy had a full head count of all of the living members of the downed 12-man team, and he had moved them all to this slightly safer area relatively with better cover and concealment, he threw a smoke grenade into the nearby clearing he had found in hopes that the helo pilot overhead would see the smoke and be willing to come down and land. The pilot that had dropped off Roy had not actually left the area. He had moved away from all the fighting, but he was loitering in case something like this happened. And so he saw the smoke, and without any hesitation, he flew right over, taking rounds the whole time, pinging off the side of his helicopter, and he touched down right in this tiny little clearing. And so as these semi-able-bodied surviving members of this unit began making their way over to the helicopter, Roy began running around a little ways off from the helicopter, picking up rifles off of the dead enemy and shooting back at the enemy, dropping that gun, running over, picking up another one, engaging the enemy over and over again, doing everything he can to try to protect the extract of his men behind him. And once Roy turned around and saw most of the men had made it onto the helicopter, Roy believed it was his chance now to run out and try to collect some of their dead teammates. And so Roy just takes off into the jungle, right into enemy fire. He's got 2 guns in his hands, and he's running. He's trying to engage the enemy as he's going, and then he comes across the first of his dead teammates, and it happens to be one of his very best friends, a man named Leroy Wright. And so he grabs Leroy and begins trying to haul him back towards the chopper, and as he's moving, Roy gets shot again, this time through his stomach. So he tries to keep himself on his feet, and as he's doing that, a grenade detonates behind him, sending more shrapnel into his body, knocking him unconscious. When he came to, he started looking around, and he could see in the tree line dozens of enemy soldiers running towards him. And so he knew if he tried to bring Leroy back to the chopper, that was a suicide mission. And so he had to leave his friend behind. He jumped up, and with all of these enemy combatants just constantly engaging him, he ran all the way back, zigging and zagging back to the main group. And when he got there, expecting to see the helicopter, he found the helicopter had actually crashed onto the ground and was on fire. It had been shot down while he was unconscious. And so he ran over to the flaming shell of this helicopter, and he saw the pilot had been killed, but some of the men that had climbed on, the men that he had just rescued, they had survived the crash and subsequent
Oh, he's finally back on. Let's
explosion.
go.
And so Roy just leaps into the burning
He only has
vehicle
1
and starts
hour.
throwing these survivors out. Then he leapt back out, he picked up a gun, continued to engage the enemy, and then began picking up these wounded men and dragging them even farther away to another area that was safely away from this crash site. Because he knew if he didn't get all these people away from the crash site, pretty soon mortars are going to come raining down on this area, because their enemy is going to want to kill any of the people that are going to try to rescue the people that were on the helicopter. And so Roy finally
think I'm
gets
gonna
all of the survivors
end
over to this new area, and he's looking around, and he can see there are still hundreds of enemy
I'm gonna end
fighters that are not that far away from
the
them,
stream.
just constantly engaging them.
I'm on the stream. Goodbye. 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 I say goodbye too early. I'm not even ready. Goodbye. 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 If you're still your sub, goodbye.